All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are now in the midst of having to deal with a couple of tornado warnings. Just getting set up here real quick, and we'll get to it. First off, a possible tornado is located just southeast of Groesbeck, moving northeast towards Tighe, Fairfield, Dew, and Farrar. You all need to be in a safe place. A possible tornado just southeast of Rosebud, moving northeast towards Highbank, Reagan, Hammond, Braymond. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Give me just a second. We're going to get everything set up here to be good to go. But again, we do have two tornado warnings now. These are going to be for storms both capable of producing tornadoes. One tornado possibly located. Come on now, load the radar. Again, just northeast of Thornton. One tornado located near Rosebud. Both moving northeast. These are going to be moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Why is the radar data not on here? Okay, we'll use the velocity. Let me reset this program real quick. That's an interesting little boo-boo. All right, make sure I've got everything set up. I just need to make sure we've got this ingested into the app. Get that reset again. Possible tornado now 2 to 3 miles southeast of Rosebud. Possible tornado about 5 miles southeast of Groesbeck, both moving northeast at 30 to 35. Both actually showing relatively strong indications of being capable of producing tornadoes. I'm really at a loss as to why that data wasn't displaying. So again, if you're in Tighe, Fairfield, Dew, Donny, Farrar, southeast of Groesbeck, if you're in Rosebud, Highbank, Hammond, Reagan, or Braymond, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet would be a good idea as well. Again, this is going to be for two possible tornadoes located southeast of Rosebud and southeast of Groesbeck, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Okay, there's the reflectivity. Here we go. Okay, so here we go. You can see very impressive storms here. Is not what we wanted to see today, to be honest with you. I was hoping we wouldn't be doing this, but apparently, just the way it looks right now, we're going to be doing this. So again, two possible tornadoes now. One is going to be located southeast of Groesbeck, moving towards Teague, up towards Farrar, Donny, Dew, Fairfield. We want no travel on Highway 164 between Groesbeck and Buffalo. We want no travel on Interstate 45 between Fairfield and Buffalo. And again, this tornado warning does include the city of Fairfield. This does include Interstate 45. You can see the strong low-level rotation there. Southwest, a possible tornado just southeast of Rosebud, moving northeast towards Braymond. You can see this is a very wrapped-up supercell. Both these storms are wrapped up, and again have the potential of producing tornadoes. So we have two tornado warnings right now. These are going to be for storms and portions of central Texas, the northern Brazos Valley, southern North Texas. Take your geographical pick. It doesn't really matter to me regardless. But what we do have, one possible tornado just southeast of Rosebud, one possible tornado southeast of Groesbeck. Both are moving northeast at 35 miles an hour and have the capability of producing quarter to half-dollar size hail, damaging straight line winds over 65 miles per hour. And again, both of these storms also capable of producing tornadoes. We'll switch back over to the which way the winds are blowing mode, and you can see that using this low-level circulation coming up to Highway 164 shortly, just east of Groesbeck. If you're in Groesbeck, this should stay just to your east if you're in the center of town, but we want folks to be in a safe place, most definitely. And again, we're going to be focusing on the most intense storms today. When we have a chance, I'll talk about what we expect. But, well, here, I'll just show you a overview of the state real quick in terms of what we have going on with satellite. Eventually, the satellite will load. Zooming in, you can see we've got scattered thunderstorms. I'll put on the watch box. I'll turn off the satellite so you can see it. This yellow box you're going to see pop up is going to be your tornado watch, and this goes through 9 p.m. Tornado watch goes from just east of San Antonio and to near Sealy, all the way through the Brazos Valley, up into portions of East Texas. So pretty much New Braunfels to Marshall, Texas, Pineland in East Texas, back through Huntsville to Sealy to Kennedy. So again, that's your tornado watch through 9 p.m. And again, we do have 2 thunderstorms right now, 2 supercells capable of producing tornadoes. One thunderstorm is currently located... Oh, that's not good. One thunderstorm is located 6 to 7 miles southeast of Groesbeck. It's about to cross over Highway 164. It's going to be passing near or just west of Farrar and Donning, moving northeast towards Teague, Fairfield, Dew, staying north of Buffalo. This is a very impressive low-level circulation, and that's not a good thing. So we want folks in this area to be in shelter. And again, let me look at the storm southwest real quick, then we'll do some roads. I want to try to make sure we give folks here as much time as we can. This storm that's near Rosebud could pass a few miles south of this first storm, so understand we may have another storm coming up here to deal with. This supercell southeast of Rosebud, also showing indications of low-level rotation, though not as strong as the storm further northeast right now. This is about 3 miles east of Rosebud, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour towards High Bank, Reagan, Hammond. We're not going to want anyone on Highway 6 between Marlin and Calvert. We're not going to want anyone on Highway 7 between Coss and Marquise when this storm approaches. And then northeast, this dangerous-looking storm currently approaching Highway 164 east of Groesbeck, probably by about 7 miles. I'm going to switch radar sources here, make sure we're not missing anything. Again, these are the only 2 storms we're dealing with. If you want to know what's going on in terms of what's in your neck of the woods, head on over to the Texas Storm Chasers website or mobile app. We've got a weather video up from this morning. You can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, storm chasing video, and more. If you're watching this on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, we've got a video up from this morning explaining the forecast methodology and expectations as we head into this afternoon and tonight. And when we get a chance, we will get a look at later this evening. But again, this northern storm southeast of Groesbeck is approaching the north sides of Lake Limestone. Moving northeast towards Personville. So we want folks in Personville to be in a safe place. We want folks east of Groesbeck on 164, west of, or to Donnie to be in a safe place. And this is across portions of Freestone County, southwest. The circulation southeast of Rosebud now looks more impressive. This is a possible tornado now developing several miles east of Rosebud, moving east-northeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. And again, we've got 2 discrete supercells we're dealing with right now. These storms capable of producing tornadoes. Now, we're going to have to watch for here is, especially with this southern storm, is this outflow boundary actually ingesting into this hook? If so, that actually would solidify the potential that we could be dealing with a tornado. Further northeast, again, the potential for a tornado approaching Highway 164 east of Groesbeck near Personville. And do not expect to be able to see these tornadoes necessarily. All right, we've got a report of a tornado down on Highway 164 now, about 6 miles or so east of Groesbeck. 7 miles east of Groesbeck. So again, we now have reports that this is a confirmed tornado in progress east of Groesbeck, approaching Highway 164. Thank you, Jason, for Marquet. So again, this is now a confirmed tornado about 7 miles east of Groesbeck, approaching Personville on Highway 164. This thunderstorm has a confirmed tornado moving northeast towards Teague, Fairfield, Dew, Donnie. No travel on Interstate 45 between Buffalo and Fairfield is advised that this storm could be producing a tornado as it crosses the interstate. So again, now a confirmed tornado 7 to 8 miles east of Groesbeck, approaching Highway 164 near Personville. Be in a safe place in portions of southwestern Freestone County. Further southwest, this storm just southeast of Rosebud, given the velocity circulation, likely has a tornado down with it as well. The first storms of the day can tell a story, and clearly the first storms of the day producing tornadoes is not a good omen. So as long as this continues, we're going to have to be mindful of the fact we're clearly in an environment that is supportive of tornado genesis. So again, we have a confirmed tornado now approaching Highway 164 about 7 to 8 miles east of Groesbeck. We have a confirmed tornado east of Rosebud. So both these storms now have confirmed tornadoes. We've got a confirmed tornado, and I'll make sure I have my Zello open. Okay. I've got this open now, FYI, if you need to tell me something. Okay, so we've got a tornado reported east of Rosebud. We've got a tornado reported east of Groesbeck. Both these storms now have confirmed tornadoes in progress. Confirmed tornado east of Rosebud, 16 miles north of Cameron, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This tornado warning includes Wilderville, Highbank, Pleasant Grove, Baileyville, Reagan, Cedar Springs, areas east of Rosebud. We have a thunderstorm capable of producing, that is producing a confirmed tornado approaching Highway 164 now, about 7 to 8 miles east of Groesbeck, moving northeast towards Tighe, Dew, Fairfield. Those of you in Fairfield, Tighe, east of Groesbeck, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes are a good idea if you got time. If not, no worries. Just have some shoes on. Helmet, also a good idea. Okay, so again, we have two storms, each producing tornadoes. Let me switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. Both these storms are moving northeast at 25 to 30 miles an hour. Both storms have had tornadoes reported in the last 10 minutes. Storm number 1 east of Groesbeck, producing a tornado approaching Highway 164 near Personville. That is going to be moving northeast towards Tighe, Fairfield, Dew, Interstate 45. Storm number 2 producing a tornado east of Rosebud by about 4 to 5 miles, moving northeast towards Hammond, Brayman, Highbank, Reagan. We don't want folks on Highway 6, Highway 14, Highways 164, in that area. So again, both these storms have confirmed reports of tornadoes. Those of you in Fairfield, you need to be in a safe place as the storm approaches. You're going to have heavy rain right now, then you're going to have the second storm come up, the potential for strong winds. Depending on the track of this, the circulation may stay a little south of Fairfield, it may not, but regardless, tornado warning in effect for southwestern Freestone, southeastern Limestone counties until 3:45 p.m. Tornado reported about 7 to 8 miles east of Groesbeck, approaching Personville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. A tornado warning in effect for central Robinson, northeastern Milam, southeastern Falls counties until 3:45. Confirmed tornado with that storm about 4 miles east of Rosebud, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. And we'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see very strong velocity couplet now with this circulation approaching Personville. We'll put some storms on here. How about we put some road names on there? Maybe that's what I should do instead of storms. I think we already have enough storms to deal with in that department. Okay, so again, this is going to be a tornado approaching County Road 800, Highway 164. Once it moves north of 164, this is going to be approaching multiple county roads like 811 around Personville, County Road 811, County Road 800, Wren Lane, County Road 764, County Road 1451, and eventually this is going to approach Highway 179 near or a bit east of Tig. Those of you in Tig, it's going to be too close to call. You need to be in a safe place. So again, we've got a confirmed tornado east of Groesbeck now, approaching County Road 800 at Highway 164 near Personville, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Back southwest, we have a storm that has a reported tornado. This is going to be about 5 miles east of Rosebud, the circulation, County Road 279, County Road 205, and eventually this is going to be approaching Highway 6 and Highway 14, where 6 and 14 split, along with the community of Bremen. So those of you out there, you need to be in a safe place. Now, real quick, we're going to take a quick look at what we expect for the rest of the day, since so many of you were asking. Let me do this really quickly, since we have active tornadoes down right now. The simplistic answer is yes, we're going to have storms eastern half of the state this afternoon, eastern third to eastern half of the state. Real quick, we're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm going to do this to where it just goes from 4 p.m. through the evening so you can see what we're expecting. Model's going to load real quick, then we'll get back to it. Let me clear some of these city labels off. So you can see, I'm just visually showing you, then I'll describe. Best description I can say is yes, we're going to have storms this evening through early Monday morning across the eastern third of Texas. Some of these are going to be severe with damaging winds, hail, the potential for a few tornadoes. A tornado watch is in effect through at least 9 p.m. We'll probably have one after that for East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Brazos Valley, into portions of the coastal plains, perhaps. So again, that's going to be with that. Let's switch back and take a look at this. Adam Lucio is... Jason, let me know where Adam is. We'll keep that stream on. I think he is near Teague, so he would be on this storm that is on the eastern sections of this, or the eastern tornado warning. Let me close this door one moment. Adam's got a tornado. Okay, so we've got a tornado near Highway 164, near County Road 800. This is going to be south of Teague, east of Groesbeck. We've got live video at times from Adam Lucio. He is in that area, I believe. Data not the best, but we'll keep that up just in case. I'm going to handle some of this real quick. All right, it is 3:19 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have two storms with a history of producing tornadoes. Storm 1, tornado now approaching County Road 811, Highway 164. You can see we have a very strong velocity couplet. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 70. We've got winds moving away at about 40. This storm does have a confirmed tornado with it. A confirmed tornado is located 8 miles north of Lake Limestone, or 8 miles southwest of Teague, moving northeast at 35. And again, this is a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm, generally moving towards Teague. If you are in Groesbeck, you're clear from this. This is east of you. You could have more storms later. Those of you in Fairfield and Dew, Interstate 45, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. And a helmet, if you got one, handy. Okay, so that confirmed tornado about 8 to 9 miles east of Groesbeck, about now 7 miles southwest of Teague, moving northeast towards Fairfield. and dew. Back southwest, we have a thunderstorm showing a very impressive reflectivity signature. You can see that hook echo clear as day. That is going to be now east of Rosebud. If you're in Rosebud, you're clear from this storm. You could have more storms to your southwest. And I'll tell you this thing back near Buckholz is getting ready to try to produce a severe weather as well. Now, this may be behind an outflow boundary, so we need to see if that's surface-based, but it's certainly a clear enough signature of potential issues. Yeah, it's behind the outflow boundary. I don't think that should become tornadic unless we're just going to have enough moisture in place to where it doesn't matter. We're going to have to wait and see, honestly. That's a pretty interesting signature. But again, a confirmed tornado east of Groesbeck, southwest of Taig. We're about to have the computer yell at me for a flash flood warning. Stand by. We're not. All right, so
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Falls and Limestone County in Texas.
we've got 2 tornado warnings. Let me just read the text real quick. Tornado warning number 1, the one east of Groesbeck. At 3:17 p.m., a confirmed tornado is located 8 miles north of Lake Limestone or 8 miles southwest of Taig, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This tornado will be near Taig at about 325, 325 to 340. Fairfield, 340 to 350. This tornado warning includes Farrar, Fallon, Dew, Donnie, Laney, Congen, and Freestone. And yeah, you can see the location from Adam. He's in Taig. So he is looking at this storm. Data's spotty. But you can definitely see there is a definite area of low-level circulation. You don't necessarily see a tornado on his stream right now, but we'll keep an eye on it for sure. So he is on this storm south of Taig. You can see, looking at the low-level velocity signature, we definitely have rotation. It's not super-duper strong, but it is certainly present enough. Looks like as we deal with this, looking at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see we have area of heavy rain. Little appendage there just north of County Road 164, County Road 751. No tornado debris signature, which is good. That storm looking a little messier. This one back southwest of Brainmond, on the other hand, is throwing a temper tantrum. You can see it is showing a very impressive low-level reflectivity signature, but I have to wonder, it has a trailing outflow boundary. My question here is that outflow boundary behaving like this, where it wraps into that circulation? And if it does, that definitely increases the tornado potential. Or does the outflow boundary actually out ahead of the main circulation, which would help reduce the tornado threat at least some? That's not something I can unfortunately tell you. But based on the fact we had a report of a tornado with this storm earlier, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on it. You can see Adams located on the northeastern storm near southwest of Fairfield near Taig, and he's moving northeast to keep up with that circulation. We don't see a tornado on his stream right now. That doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one, just we don't see it. All right, we'll switch back to this. We'll give you all an idea what's going on across the state right now. Western half of the state, it is a beautiful day. It is clear, dry, warm. It's a nice day out. Eastern half of the state, it's definitely much more humid. We've got plenty of clouds. It's windy, humid, and then we've got scattered showers and storms underway from south central Texas. Well, those kind of died across portions of the northern Brazos Valley, East Texas, and we're going to have more storms through the night as these storms, well, continue to move east. We'll have additional development as well with this activity as it moves off to the east-northeast. About 10 minutes ago, we showed the high-res rapid refresh model. It's got a line of storms continuing across parts of northeast Texas, east Texas, southeast Texas through 5 a.m. Monday. And again, some of these storms are going to be severe with large hail, damaging winds, the potential for a few tornadoes. Heavy rain with flash flooding is also a significant concern. These storms are producing very heavy rains, and they're not moving very quickly. So flooding is going to be a concern with this activity. Teague is like league with a T, okay? League Teague. Real quick, I'm just doing a little housekeeping, making sure we have everything set up the way it's supposed to be. So again, we have two tornado warnings right now. We have a tornado warning that, well, we'll do this. Tornado warning for southern Freestone County for a possible tornado located near Teague, moving northeast at 35, moving towards Dew, maybe Fairfield. If it turns north, we have a tornado warning that continues for 345 for western Robertson, southeastern Falls County. That's moving northeast to 25. That includes Hammond. Those of you in Brayman, I'd be in a safe place. Let's talk about who's clear. Rosebud, you're clear. Burlington, Ben Arnold, you're clear. Thornton, you're clear. Groesbeck, you're clear. Farrar, you're clear. Donnie, if you're along Highway 164, you're clear. This is north of 164. If you're in Teague, I'd be in a safe place just in case this jogs northwest. Those of you in Fairfield, do be in a safe place. This will stay north of Buffalo. Those of you on Interstate 45 need to be in a safe place if you're between north of Buffalo to Fairfield. All right, we've got the coverage posted in the app and website. Should be the top article now on the app and website. All right, let's get back to it. You can see Adam's view. And here, we'll just switch to Adam's full screen real quick. Now, Adam is located near Teague. And I'm going to add a whiteboard on here real quick. Now, what you see down there, that's a lot of scud. Those are scary-looking clouds, not necessarily associated with any sort of a tornado. when you have as much moisture as we do today, it's very easy to get scary.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Falls and
You cannot hear me now. You can hear me now. Okay, I don't know why it did that, but that's okay. Yes, my webcam is frozen. I'll it'll unfreeze in a second. But we have a new tornado warning now that's going to be for the southern storm. This will include Bremen, Calvert, Franklin, southwest of Marquez, Easterly, Hammond. A possible tornado approaching Hammond now, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Those of you in Franklin, Easterly, Bremen, and Hammond need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, a good idea. All right. So that's the southern storm. Northern storm, circulation now southeast of Teague, moving northeast right towards Dew at Interstate 45. We have a strong gate-to-gate circulation again. Adam is on that circulation. We're watching his feed with careful interest. If we get a tornado, we'll probably see it on Adam's live feed. I'm going to do some housekeeping real quick. So again, possible tornado now approaching Dew. This tornado, if it is down, and we're going to be keeping a mindful eye of it, given the strong rotation, would be near FM 489, only probably about 3 to 4 miles southwest of Dew. If you're in Teague, Teague, this should be going southeast of you, but it's going to be close. It's going to stay now well north of Buffalo, north of Donnie. If it turns north at all, it's going to be an issue for Fairfield, but at this point, it looks like the circulation will probably stay about 6 miles south of Fairfield. But it would be a good idea to be in a safe place just in case.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Freestone County in Texas.
Hey David, you're muted.
All right, you should be able to hear me now. Jason, it has to be that 4K split box. I'm pretty sure that's what's doing this. So I'm going to rip that out after this, which is fine. Okay, so we've got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Eastern Freestone County, for a possible tornado approaching Interstate 45 near Dew, about 7 to 8 miles south of Fairfield, a good 8 to 9 miles southeast of Teague. This would be approaching Interstate 45 again near Dew. Just trying to get it to tell me the county road, but apparently it's a Monday and it's not going to do that, so we'll just do this. Let's use the good old magic map. It's going to be approaching FM 179 there at Interstate 45 and Dew. That's where you've got the Lucky J Travel Center, the Road Ranger, the Exxon, a bunch of gas stations there. At Interstate 45, you've got Brickco Structures, the big warehouse there on 179, south side of 179, just west of 45. East of 45, you've got the Exxon, the Road Ranger. You've got the big Dew School there. And then this storm is going to continue moving northeast out of Dew over mainly rural areas up towards FM 471, 461, or County Road 441, 431, 360, eventually up towards the Cornerstone Full Gospel Church and Red Lake there in the Butler Fire Department. There on Highway 84. East of Fairfield, west of Long Lake, to include Red Lake and Butler. So this tornado warning, places like Turlington, Red Lake, Butler, back southwest to Langley, Dew, and everyone in between need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible for a possible tornado now near Interstate 45. And Dew, this is south of Fairfield. This tornado is going to stay south of Fairfield by several miles, north of Buffalo. Back southwest near Bremen, a severe thunderstorm with one spooky reflectivity signature with the possibility of producing a tornado. This possible tornado would likely be located now about 3 miles east of Hammond and Highway 6, or about, probably not that far southeast of Bremen either. And this is going to be moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. Towards White Rock, Petaway, Headsville, towards the Twin Oak Reservoir, Willow Creek, north of Franklin, west of Marquez. So those of you north of Franklin need to be in a safe place. Owensville, Petaway, White Rock, Tidwell Prairie, Headsville, Willow Creek. You need to be in a safe place. And that'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet. And again, that's with this dangerous thunderstorm moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour, or 30 in this case. What we'll do now is we'll put a manual storm track on this. We'll try to give you all a timeline. And again, this is going to be for the possible tornado. It's going to rain and hail before then. I'm going to do 35 just to give some extra leeway here. So again, depending on how far... Well, here, let's just use the polygon. So again, Marquez, present course, this would be in town around 4:20. This is going to be in places like the lake, for example, or the reservoir, the Twin Oak Reservoir, probably by 4 p.m. Just after that, probably 4:05 for Lake Bald, let's just say Bald Prairie Church, the Wesley Church Cemetery, or the Wesley Chapel Cemetery, excuse me. Petaway, White Rock, probably in the next 10 minutes. Headsville, you're going to get hail and rain. Tornado, hopefully going to stay to your south in the next few minutes. And then Owensville, the next 10 minutes. After this, for what it's worth, if this storm continues, it'll be near Hewitt around 4:35, approaching the city of Centerville around 4:50 p.m. on Interstate 45. If I had to guess, I'm thinking Adam is going southwest to intercept this storm. He was on this storm up in portions of Freestone County. He is likely going southwest. Boy, that's not a good signature. If there's something down up here near due, it's rain wrap, but we have a very strong indication of a velocity couplet here, which could be a tornado. We do not have a tornado debris signature, but that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado down. A tornado debris signature only occurs after a tornado's been down a while, and depending on the altitude of the radar beam, which in this case is several thousand feet, it takes a stronger area of rotation or a stronger tornado to produce that kind of a signature. Again, we don't have a tornado debris signature, but we definitely do have a strong velocity couplet capable of producing a tornado right overdue in Interstate 45. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 75 miles an hour. We've got winds moving away about 15, so a 90 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet. If you were watching my stream yesterday, you know when I said we have a bright green pixel against a bright red, that's a problem. Well, that's what we have right here. That's what we call a gate-to-gate couplet, or a strong indication that we could have a tornado in progress near due, which is right here, moving northeast. And again, this possible tornado would be moving up towards Langley, Red Lake, Butler, Turlington. It would be wrapped in heavy rain. You would not see it. If there's a tornado down, it would be wrapped in very heavy rainfall. So again, rain mode, velocity mode. You can see that couplet right there. Back southwest. Or here, we'll do a storm track on this too. I'm going to do it on this polygon. That's not what I wanted. And this is to give y'all a little extra time. So again, places like Turlington, Red Lake, Butler, Langley, the next 20 to 25 minutes. If this storm continues, it may pose a threat. If it goes further south, it'll be an issue for Palestine, Harmony, Tennessee Colony in the next 40 minutes by 4:20 to 4:30. City of Palestine, if it approaches, probably by 4:45. If it moves farther northeast, it'll stay north of Palestine, but it will be an issue for Tennessee Colony, Maisie Lake, eventually Montabia, Bois d'Arc, or the Big Lake Bottom Wildlife Refuge, Long Lake. Stay north of Oakwood. This is going to stay north of Highway 79 until it approaches Palestine or gets north of Palestine. Okay, we could have a pretty problematic situation now developing near Bremen. Notice that hook's wrapped back into itself, and with that, we now have a pretty significant velocity couplet developing here east of Bremen, east of Hammond. This thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at any time east of Highway 6.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Freestone County in Texas.
Moving towards Petaway, the Herds Prairie Petaway Cemetery, the Mesquite Tree RV Park, the Bald Prairie Church of Christ, the Wesley Chapel Cemetery, the Twin Oak Reservoir. Anyone out here, you need to be in a safe place now. This could have a tornado develop at any time, moving towards Easterly, Ridge, and eventually areas southwest of Marquez. This could develop into a tornado at any time, and based on this velocity signature, there is the possibility this could attempt to develop into a stronger tornado, so we need folks to be in a safe place. And a well-built, site-built structure, that's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, grab a helmet if you got time. If you're in a mobile home or a trailer, you got to get out of the way, get into a ditch, whatever, but you can't stay in that trailer. You're better off being in a ditch or trying to get out of the way than staying in a trailer when you have a tornado approach or a mobile home. They're great affordable living, they just don't handle tornadoes very well. That's okay. I don't handle tornadoes very well either, but you got to do what you got to do. All right, they just issued a mesoscale discussion. All right, the Storm Prediction Center just issued a mesoscale discussion. That's a quick short-term meteorological discussion to help their weather partners maintain situational awareness during weather events. I'm going to read that discussion out loud to y'all real quick while saying this. Possible tornado now 3 miles east of Dew. Possible tornado now several miles east of Hammond. Okay, that discussion. Come here, discussion. Okay, the summary. A few supercells should continue to pose a primary threat of tornadoes across parts of east central Texas into early evening. The discussion. The two initially sustained supercells in east central Texas, northern Brazos Valley, both produced tornadoes earlier this hour. A third supercell is trying to intensify up shear of the middle one in Robertson County, but appears displaced northwest of an outflow boundary from the lead storms. It is plausible that the middle of the trio will become the more dominant, longer-lasting of the supercells, given its more eastward movement and broader access to the uninterrupted inflow emanating northward from southeast Texas. That just means it may become the dominant storm because it's got the best access to this unstable air mass. While low-level shear is modest with more southward extent, it will remain adequate for multiple tornado genesis cycles into early this evening. That's their way of saying these storms could keep producing tornadoes for several hours. Now, it doesn't mean we're dealing with a situation like last night in southern Oklahoma, yesterday in northwest Texas, or Friday in central Texas, where we have, dozens of tornadoes or strong to violent tornadoes. But a tornado is a tornado, and we need to be mindful of that. And thus, we're going to be here doing severe weather coverage, it looks like, for quite a while. Okay, tornado warning continues now. Area of rotation now just northeast of Highway 75 and 179, now east of 45. If you're on Interstate 45 between Fairfield and Buffalo, you're clear. It's pouring rain, but you're not going to get hit by a tornado with this storm. Further south, between Buffalo and Leona, including the city of Centerville, a possibly tornadic supercell will cross Interstate 45 around or by 5 p.m. For what it's worth, unrelated to the current situation, but it looks like the tornadoes that struck just north of the Red River last night, I was actually there. We had one tornado near Marietta, one tornado near Ardmore, a tornado near Sulphur. The Marietta tornado, the Sulphur tornado are at least EF3s, possibly higher. They're doing ratings. We had tornadoes up to Interstate 40 near Holdenville. At least 4 people are dead from those tornadoes last evening in the state of Oklahoma. Here in Texas, the tornadoes from Friday morning, Friday afternoon, across portions of North Texas, Central Texas, at least 10 tornadoes have been confirmed from that via damage surveys. So, yeah. And then yesterday's storms in Northwest Texas, they're going to do damage surveys on those in the next couple days. But we definitely had at least 3 or 4 significant tornadoes from that, thankfully over mostly rural areas, unlike what happened last night across southern Oklahoma. Okay, so we have 2 tornado warnings. Tornado warning number 1, this is for a thunderstorm east of Fairfield, east of Buffalo, moving in the general direction of Palestine at about 35 miles an hour. I will admit it is looking less organized in terms of that reflectivity signature, which is good news, but we're still seeing indications of low-level rotation just northeast of due. We'll see if a new circulation develops out of that, or if the Storm Prediction Center is correct in that this middle storm here near Bremen is taking hold of a lot of this energy and become the dominant storm for now, which would make sense given the velocity signature, which is problematic. Now, we're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode. Unlike, well, I was going to say we didn't have a gate-to-gate couplet. We do now. You can see right here, the reds and greens, that's your gate-to-gate couplet. But this whole area is a broader area of rotation, a mesocyclone. You can see that here. As that area of broader rotation is able to consolidate into what we call that gate-to-gate couplet, we could see the threat of tornado genesis increase, a tornado at any time. And again, this is going to be a threat Sorry, I'm just looking at something real quick. Again, those of you in White Rock, Petaway, Headsville, Owensville, need to be in a safe place. This will require a tornado warning soon for places like Easterly, Ridge, and Marquez. This storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Centerville by 5 p.m., and it could still be capable of producing a tornado at that time. Those of you, I would recommend no travel. That's going to be on Highway 79. Let's just say I wouldn't recommend going northeast out of Franklin at this point, all the way up to Hewitt. And by 4:30, we're going to want Interstate 45 to be cleared off between Buffalo and Leona. If this storm turns a little further east, we may need to extend that south towards Madisonville. But for now, this thunderstorm is quite capable of producing a tornado northwest of Franklin, east of Bremen, southeast of Coss, east of Hammond, near Tidwell Prairie, northeast of Tidwell Prairie, Owensville, Petaway, the Twin Oak Reservoir, the Mesquite Tree RV Park, the Bulb Prairie Church of Christ, they're off 979, the Wesley Chapel Cemetery off 979, up towards south of Willow Creek, and eventually this is going to approach Marquez. Here's the southern storm. Now, this one has had, at times, an interesting reflectivity signature, but it's behind an outflow boundary, which is just my way of saying the tornado threat is much, much lower. So that third storm we were looking at earlier, not a problem for now. We'll keep an eye on it, but it has a much lower tornado threat. Hey, we're back to the 70s. Oh, yeah. All right. My mic's still working? It is. Good. So again, this thunderstorm is the most serious one right now. It is east of Highway 14 near Petaway, approaching Twin Oak Reservoir, about to ride up County Road 979 towards the Bold Prairie Church of Christ from the Mesquite Tree RV Park towards Wesley Chapel Cemetery. This is going to be an issue for the city of Marquez here in the next probably 25 minutes. And it does have what we call a gate-to-gate circulation. This is me switching between the modes. This is base velocity. We use this to determine straight line winds. It does not take into account the storm motion, but when we're wanting to discern low-level rotation more easily, we switch to thunderstorm relative velocity. This takes into account the storm motion in the velocity data, and that's why the colors change up a bit. It's easier to discern rotation. Notice we have a very strong area of inflow. That's what these blue colors are here on the north side of this circulation. These are all winds being ingested into this area of rotation. Very strong rotation and the potential for tornado genesis. This is your rear flank downdraft. That's your winds coming on the backside of the circulation. Switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. That makes perfect sense with that hook echo. That hook's starting to wrap around a bit. This will stay north of the city of Franklin. If you're in Franklin, you're not under the threat of this storm. If you're in Easterly, you are. If you're in Ridge to Marquez, you're going to be in a problematic situation. It will be under a tornado warning soon. I'd go ahead and start treating yourself like you are and get ready to take shelter. But again, with this in mind, we need to clear off the dot. We have winds moving just pixel to pixel. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 50, winds moving away at about 30. So there's your 80-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear. But if we count the larger mesocyclone spread out over about a mile, we have winds moving towards the radar at about 75. We have winds moving away at about 30. So we're above 100 miles an hour. So this could develop a tornado at any time. And we're going to go back to the storm now that is on Highway 84. But again, we need folks here east of Bremen, east of Hammond, west of Marquez, west of Ridge to Easterly, around the Twin Oak Reservoir to Petaway to White Rock, north of Owensville to be in a safe place now as this storm moves east, northeast at 25 miles an hour. All right, back north. We're going to switch radars to be closer to this storm up north. This thunderstorm showing an area of strong rotation now on Highway 84 east of Fairfield. If you're in Fairfield, you're clear. If you're in Buffalo and Dew, you're clear. If you are in Turlington to Butler to Long Lake, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we have a new tornado warning. This will include the city of Palestine.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Anderson and Freestone County in Texas.
All right, let's talk about who's in, who's out. Big red box, you're in. That does include the city of Palestine. At 4 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles southeast of Fairfield Lake State Park, or 10 miles east of Fairfield, moving east at 40, so it's sped up. This storm will be near Palestine around 4:15 p.m. Palestine, 4:15 p.m. Locations in this warning include Tucker, Pert, Johnson, Crystal Lake, Todd City, Natchez, Massey Lake, Tennessee Colony, Red Lake, and Cedar Creek. Again, this is a tornado warning for Central Anderson, Eastern Freestone counties until 5 p.m. for a possible tornado on Highway 84, 10 miles east of Fairfield, moving east-northeast towards the city of Palestine at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. It will be near the city of Palestine by 4:15 p.m. Be in a safe place. That's your lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Okay, back southwest. And note, we do have additional storms developing. We're going to have storms probably develop all the way south towards Interstate 10 this evening. Some of these could be severe, large hail, damaging winds, the threat of a few tornadoes. The tornado watch goes all the way down into parts of southeast Texas, east of San Antonio. That's this yellow box here. So again, we'll have more storms. You can get the forecast. We'll talk about it when we have a chance, but just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, head over to the Texas Storm Chasers website, or find us on Texas Weather Center on YouTube. We've got a forecast posted there from this morning that is still quite representative of our expectations for the day. Okay, so let's go back to the Granger radar. And Jason, I think the mic issue, at least for now, has been solved. I switched to the raw mic input. It doesn't have the noise canceling effect, but it seems to be doing okay. So it does appear to be something with the NVIDIA driver. I'll have to look at that as well. Let me see if I can't add a little noise suppression. We'll see. Y'all will have to let me know if that helps or not. It may not. But again, we're also going to have to watch some of these other storms for rotation, just in case. You can definitely see that rotation approaching 84 from the Granger radar. And then you've got this area of rotation north of Franklin, west of Marquez. That'll be a new tornado warning shortly. And again, that's probably approaching 979 near the Twin Oak Reservoir, 2096, FM 979, or County Road 979, Highway 7 west of Marquez. And we'll have a new tornado warning here soon that'll probably take it close to Centerville. We're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode here. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see we definitely do have that appendage still. It's not as clear-cut as earlier. This thunderstorm does appear to be transitioning to a high precipitation supercell, but as you can see here, you've got that inflow notch. There's your wraparound. Jason, if you're listening, just confirm for me that Adam's heading to that second cell. I assume he is, since his location hasn't updated, but his stream's running very well. I'm quite happy with that. And by the way, you can watch Adam Lucio's full stream with audio, his audio, on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. It should also be embedded on our website. I'll make sure of that. But again, possible tornado approaching Marquez in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Damaging winds and hail.
Lucio, if you're listening, are you headed to that southwest tornado warning?
I guess I could have done that myself too. And then with this storm, northeast of, or east of Fairfield, moving up towards Palestine, the potential for damaging winds, hail. Maybe a tornado. Looks like we have a few showers in the DFW Metroplex starting to fire. There's nothing severe with that. Watching a thunderstorm south and west of Buffalo starting to show some increased rotation. It looks like it's just developing, I believe, but I see that. Just probably some strong wind, heavy rain, but again, it's a messier signature with the storm west of Palestine, but we're also looking from a radar farther away, which is why it's more difficult out here to see these. Let me see, how far is the Shreveport radar? Oh yeah, it's still way too far away. So again, at least damaging winds, the potential for a tornado moving across portions of eastern Freestone County and into Anderson County, including the city of Palestine, where we have a lot of heavy rain developing that hopefully will act to kind of discourage this one storm from developing a tight low-level circulation. When you have all these storms popping up in this area, it makes it more difficult to keep low-level rotation established. versus a storm back southwest near Marquez, which you can see is kind of almost by itself. I mean, yeah, it has some other stuff in its area too now, but mostly east-southeast, it's clear. You can see on its flanking line back southwest, we do have additional development of some showers and storms. But again, regardless of whether or not we can easily see a circulation from the Fort Worth radar on this storm west of Palestine, we can with the Granger radar. So again, strong velocity east of Fairfield by about 10 to 11 miles. That's going to be approaching Harmony. It's currently probably 7 to 8, 9 miles west of Harmony, about 9 miles southwest of Tennessee Colony, maybe 9 miles west of Tucker, and about 13 to 14 miles west of Palestine. This storm's moving east at 40 miles an hour. You can see there's a decent a decent velocity signature there. But again, we're not looking in the low levels. We're looking in the mid levels. Because we're looking at 11,000 feet from the Granger radar. If I switch to Fort Worth, same area, we're looking 10,000 feet. This is a radar hole. We don't have good low-level velocity data. So we need to be mindful of that. And, which means weak tornadoes, it'd have to be a pretty strong tornado for us to see it, unfortunately, at 10,000 feet. So there very well may be something east of Fairfield, west of Palestine, approaching Harmony, Tennessee, Tucker, and Palestine, approaching those communities in the next 20 minutes. But because the lowest radar beam we have is 10,000 feet, we just do not have a good view. But there is rotation in the mid-levels of that storm, which could translate down to a low-level circulation with a tornado. So again, that storm's moving east-northeast 40. I'm hopeful, optimistic, that this other storms in this area firing up close to that storm will hopefully knock that one out, at least a low-level rotation. Tornado warning now, including the city of Marquez, Hewitt, Centerville, and Leona. Stand by.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Leon and Robertson County in Texas.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, thank you, Jason. I see Adam's message. I can definitely tell he's on I-45. Okay, so this is going to be a tornado warning now until 5:15 p.m. This is for northwestern Robinson and southwestern Leon counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Twin Oak Reservoir or 20 miles north of Hearn, moving east at 30. This possible tornado will be near Centerville by 5 p.m., Marquez by 4:30 p.m. This tornado warning includes Interstate 45 between mile markers 153 and 174. So we would advise no travel now on Interstate 45 between, let's just say, north of Madisonville to Buffalo, or mile markers 153 to 174. And for what it's worth, you can see on Adam Lucio's camera, he's on Interstate 45 trying to get south to intercept this storm. There's plenty of traffic. We do not want folks on that interstate if this thing ends up crossing the interstate with a tornado. You want to know what happens when that occurs? Just go look at the tornado damage in Marietta, Oklahoma, literally 15 miles north of the Red River. You want to see what happens when vehicles get hit by a tornado on an interstate? They're crumpled up in the median. And I might add, we got so lucky last night here in North Texas. Those storms that produced the EF3 to EF4 tornadoes last evening from near Marietta to Ardmore to Sulphur, Oklahoma, multiple different storms, those all developed in DFW. Those were the showers we were watching that we had to keep a close eye on. When they hit the Red River, they matured, became supercellular, and quickly became not only tornadic, but produced long track, strong to violent tornadoes. 4 people are dead up here. Dozens injured. Sulphur, Oklahoma is, at least the eastern part of town, is destroyed. Marietta, those of you who are aware of the big Dollar General warehouse there on the west side of the interstate, yeah, that had the tornado go straight through it, literally right down the middle. It carved half the warehouse out, right down the middle, through the warehouse parts on the interstate, along with all the semis parked there, and the vehicles on the interstate, took out part of the gas station there on the southeast side of I-35. It left the beef jerky place alone, I think. there in Marietta. And then Ardmore, we had a tornado apparently near the Flying J there at mile marker 33 west side of the interstate. And then parts of Ardmore had damage. We had a tornado from the Marietta storm cross Highway 70 near Dixon last night. I was here, by the way. I was literally the Sulphur tornado. I was in Sulphur when that hit on the west side of town at the Walmart Supercenter. My ears popped. Couldn't see it, completely wrapped in rain. Dixon had a tornado cross a couple miles east of me on Highway 70 late last evening. So again, we got lucky. We got real lucky, because if those storms had gotten their act together 50 miles farther south, we would have been talking about EF3 to EF4 tornadoes in places like Gainesville to Whitesboro to even parts of Denton. So we got real lucky. We got lucky, but our neighbors just to our north didn't, unfortunately. All right, let's keep on going with what's going on today. I don't think we have EF3, EF4 tornadoes right now, and that's a thankful thing. But again, a possible tornado ongoing now, entering Anderson County from Freestone County. Now, probably along or just north of Highway 84. We'd advise no travel on 84 between Fairfield and Palestine. Same thing goes for 79. Palestine, the potential for a tornado in town or near town in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not going to lie, we do not have a good look at this in the low levels because
Oh, back to TV. Kind of where we started this day. Hope this is a nice, good, long frontage here. Texas has a...
So those of you in Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Tucker, west sides of Palestine, and technically the whole city of Palestine need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Jason, technically the whole computer froze for a second, but yeah, it should be okay. Hopefully it didn't reset everything. So again, those of you in Anderson County, Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Tucker, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you as possible. Hold on. Sorry, the dog demanded attention because the dog is a big baby. All right, so looking at the how hard it's raining mode, if there's a tornado here, it's wrapped in rain. The velocity signature, stronger now. That's concerning. Those of you in Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Palestine, Tucker need to be in a safe place. Oakwood, you're clear. This is going to stay north of Oakwood. This may be more of an issue for Tennessee Colony, Harmony, and the northwest sides of Palestine. And then after that, we need to keep an eye out on Montalba to Natchez to Brushy Creek. If this storm moves more north-northeast, this could be an issue for places like Frankston, Cunny, and eventually the city of Jacksonville, maybe Berryville, Coffee City. It depends how far north this goes. If this starts moving more northeast, this may go just north of Palestine and be an issue for folks up there. If it goes more east, it's going to be an issue for Palestine directly. Regardless, as it stands, all of y'all better have your butts in shelter. Don't bother going outside looking for this. You're not going to see it. It is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. I was literally within 2 miles of an EF3, EF4 tornado at 11 p.m. last night in Sulphur, Oklahoma. You know what I saw? Nothing. It was pouring rain. My ears popped, but I didn't see it. It was windy. It was raining. My ears popped. The power went out. Lo and behold, half a town got leveled. So when I say something's wrapped in heavy rain, that is what I mean. If I, being an experienced storm chaser, couldn't see a violent tornado 2 miles away because it was wrapped in heavy rain, I guarantee you're not going to see it unless it hits you. In terms of a tornado, I don't think we have an EF4 tornado here. Trust me, if we had an EF4 tornado here, I'd be screaming like a 10-year-old girl. And for what it's worth, tornado ratings, you can't determine a tornado's damage rating while a tornado's in progress. Those are done after the fact. And I say EF3 to EF4 because that is what the Weather Service has determined they found today. Technically EF3, but they're determining if there's EF4 there. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist either to say, wow, that's a pretty strong tornado. That's capable of destroying things. That's probably an EF2+. That part's not as difficult. But damage surveys do require quite a bit of training, understanding building codes, etc., to estimate or try to estimate the strength of a tornado's damage. And again, tornado ratings are based off the damage they produce. If you have a mile-wide wedge tornado that literally looks like something out of Twister, that is reasonably capable of producing like EF5 damage, but all it does is hit a power pole, it's going to get rated EF1 because that's the damage it produced. A tornado, the EF scale, the Enhanced Fujita scale, does not necessarily rate a tornado's peak intensity because if it's in a field, it's going to get rated as an EF1 or something if it hits a power pole. But if you have that kind of a tornado go through a town and it hits a very well-built building, that's where you get the very high tornado ratings. Today, you've learned something you probably care nothing about. Welcome to the severe weather coverage from Baldy-in-Chief. Please mind the fact that my lack of a polo today is not because I am being disrespectful. It's simply the fact I've had to wear the bloody polos for 4 days now, and they smell, and at this point, I want to wear something a little comfier. So we've got the Dave shirt. All right, so again, a possible circulation now approaching the city of Marquez. This is going to be east of the Twin Oaks Reservoir now. This will be in Marquez in the next 10 minutes. Low-level velocity signature, the good news is it's still quite evident, but it's weaker. It's a lot weaker than it was 10 to 15 minutes ago. In fact, I'll show a loop. I may break the radar by doing this, but that's okay. I'll just reload the radar if I have to. Here's a loop of the last 15 minutes. You can see that low-level velocity signature has really come down. Now, these are cyclic storms. They go through cycles. They go up, they go down, they go all around. But in this case, a new circulation could develop at any point, and if that happens, it's actually going to be at a very bad time because it'll probably be right as the storm approaches the city of Marquez. After that, this is going to go east on Highway 7 towards the city of Centerville. We advise no travel on Interstate 45 between Buffalo and Leona as this storm moves across. If it makes you feel better, I-45 is probably flooded by this point up towards Fairfield and Corsicana where it's been pouring rain. Velocity-wise, with this storm approaching Palestine, you can see how we've trended up, we trended down, we trended up, and we trend down a little. But we're also looking from at about 10,000 feet. Here's a look from a closer radar. We'll show the same loop. Oops. I'll load the roads back. You can see here's just how things have trended over the last few minutes. You can see we trend up, we trend down, but we're looking at 10 to 11,000 feet. We don't have a good look at the low-level velocity signature here, unfortunately. So, I mean, I can't, to be totally honest with you, there could be a tornado down right now, and we wouldn't know about it. It has happened before. The only way to fix that is to get a radar out here that scans at the lower altitudes. Now, there have been several private companies that have been installing radars, but those are pay. For those of you gamers out there, that is pay to play or pay as a service, which is fair because they're investing, tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to put weather radars in. They have to be compensated somehow. But yeah, we don't have access to that data. If you guys think we make tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, no. At least definitely not after the bills get paid. No sirree, Bob. I'd love to have access to that data one day, though, maybe. If we grow big and powerful and go super duper on YouTube, which is where we have to thank everybody for hitting that subscribe button. Thank you for the thumbs up, the likes. We have someone here, Jason Cooley. He is a very analytical person. He keeps track of all that. He enjoys that. Me, I'm the old grumpy man. I'm the Baldy-in-Chief. I do the weather coverage here, and people say I'm pretty good usually at having a presenter style. You know what the funny fact is? I'm actually a pretty introverted person. Like in real life, I'm pretty quiet. I don't have this outgoing style that I do here sitting at radar stuff because I'm comfortable talking about storms and radar. I mean, I grew up as a kid literally watching every outbreak across the country, not only live coverage, but watching radar data. And, you do that for 15, 20, 25 years, and you build a data set of sorts in your head. At least I do. My learning style, I'm able to literally have pattern recognition for stuff like this. Now, does that make me a super duper awesome blossom? No, I'm not a meteorologist. I don't have a degree in meteorology. I didn't go to, a 4-year university and get a big old degree that says you have a bachelor's or a master's in atmospheric science. That is what Trey Greenwood and Jason Cooley have, but I do not. But I've been blessed with a gift to be able to present radar information and severe weather information in a way that at least seems to resound with folks. I don't understand it myself, but, at some point you just have to understand God has given you a gift, and that's the path he wants you to go down. So that's pretty much what I've done here. But again, thank you to all those who have been sending the super chats, the stars, all of that. We try to go back after the fact and thank y'all, but I think most of y'all would understand that I'm more focused on trying to provide storm information. I don't have a window up telling me all of that's going on. I have 10 monitors here, but I've got statewide radar, detailed local radar, stream, chats with internal things, Twitter feed for situational awareness, the radar feed y'all are looking at, more radar, and the Texas Weather Center to keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't crash because, well, it likes to do that from time to time. So again, let's go over real quick what we have going on now. Then I'm going to go over the forecast for tonight. Possible tornado now approaching Harmony, Tennessee Colony, Montalba, west side of Palestine. Again, this storm, we don't have a good low-level look at this because the closest radar is about 100 miles away, but there's still strong mid-level rotation. We could have a tornado in this area. There's no tornado debris signature. Now, the only way we'd know if there was a tornado debris signature is at this range is if it was 11,000 feet. If we had a tornado debris signature to 11,000 feet, we'd have an EF2 plus tornado down, and we'd be sounding alarm bells. We are not going to see a tornado debris signature from a weak tornado out here that's only down for a minute or two at 11,000 feet. Those only go up maybe 2,000 to 5,000 feet. And by tornado debris signature, I mean this mode, the debris tracker. Weather radar was upgraded about 10 years ago, the National Weather Service ones, with a technology called dual polarization. What that allows us to do is this product is called correlation coefficient. The radar is able to take in data, throw it all into a nice computer, and be like, all the shapes and sizes of, say, everything it detects within a certain area, they're all the same shape and size relatively. That is a high correlation coefficient. The purples here and yellows. If that data suggests something is not the same shape and size, it is a lower correlation coefficient. Tree branches, tree leaves, pieces of homes, buildings, stuff like that, all varying shapes and sizes, that is a lower correlation coefficient. On this product, it'll show up as a blue donut hole where you have a strong rotation. There are a lot of false positives, and it takes a pretty experienced person to understand the methodology needed to used here. For example, when looking for a tornado debris signature, first, look at the velocity. Do you have a tight area of very strong circulation? Okay. If the answer is yes, you switch to reflectivity, the how hard it's raining mode. You need to have at least 40 dBz, which on this color scale is pretty much the yellow and reds, the reds, upward. Then you look at correlation coefficient. Do you have a lowered correlation coefficient? Big blue donut, essentially surrounded by a pink of red and, whatever. If the answer is yes, then that's tornado debris. The radar beam is able to look up as well, depending on the height of that tornado debris signature. For example, last night in Holdenville, Oklahoma, near Interstate 40, tornado debris was lofted 30,000 feet. That was a violent tornado. Research is being done by various academics and researchers to correlate the intensity of Were you saying something, Jason? Research is being done to correlate the possible intensity between a tornado, its velocity, intensity, and the height of a tornado debris signature. There are basic methods underway now that are able to determine what a tornado's intensity at least may be in a general range based on how strong the velocity is with the correlation coefficient, the tornado debris signature height, which is why sometimes I'm able to tell you if we have a tornado debris signature being lofted 10,000 feet or something with a very strong velocity signature. That's why I'm able to say this is probably an EF2 plus tornado. Okay, that wasn't Jason. I have people outside my door talking. So again, 2 tornado warnings. One near Harmony, approaching west sides of Palestine, north sides of Palestine, though all of Palestine needs to be in shelter, up to Natchez there on Highway 79. Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Tucker, Palestine, Montalba, Natchez being a safe place. Heavy rain, hail, wind, maybe a rain-wrapped tornado. Further south, we have a severe storm near Marquez that looks a lot messier now. At least, oh, that's not good. At least in the how hard it's raining mode. But take note that the velocity mode is trending up again in terms of the rotation strength. And again, I'm going to loop this just over the last half hour so you can see what I mean. You can see we're trending up again. Marquez, you need to be in a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we've been saying this now for a good, 20, 30 minutes? So y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. No trailers, no mobile homes, no vehicles. And keep in mind, this storm's going to produce very heavy rainfall. That will result in flooding because, well,
that is pronounced Marquet, by the way. Forget that Z exists. So, Marquet.
What he said, Marquet. See, this is why we have Jason on audio feed, simply so we can correct my mispronunciations. And trust me, they're not intentional. I grew up with a speech impediment. I couldn't say R's until the 5th grade. I would say, instead of Robert, I would say Wobbert, something like that. So the mispronunciation isn't a intentional oversight as part of a learning disability. A bit of dyslexia, a lot of dysgraphia, which means you wouldn't be able to read my handwriting, but I was given the gift of being able to type like 150 words a minute, so that was nice. Again, those of you in we're just going to play Jason's message again because it makes my life easier.
That is pronounced Marquet, by the way. Forget that Z exists.
Marquet.
Marquet.
So those of you in Marquet need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, but you really need to be in shelter now. The possibility of a tornado developing is increasing as that low-level circulation is intensifying right near town. After that, those of you in Centerville are under the gun next. Hewitt to Centerville need to be in a safe place. But right now, the urgent call to action is Marquay. Sorry, I'm having to take my little daily pills. I actually had them in a go bag here in the office versus where I normally keep them because I'm located just south of Oklahoma City. I thought I'd have to run away yesterday. And technically, I almost did. We had a tornado about 2.5 miles southeast of the house here in Norman, Oklahoma. All right, so those of you in Marquay, you need to remain in a safe place through at least 4:40 p.m. A possible rain-wrapped tornado approaching town now. Further northeast, let's look at the trends from the storm across. Well, that's not good. This circulation's ramping up again just west of Palestine near Harmony. Again, we're looking 10,000 feet, but we are also looking at a intensifying circulation. Those of you in Harmony need to be in a safe place. Those of you in Palestine, you need to be in a safe place. Those of you from Tennessee Colony all the way down 287 to Palestine, up 79 towards Natchez and almost to Jacksonville, need to be in a safe place. This circulation is getting quite rowdy. I'll loop this one too. And again, this is the mid-levels, but just take a look at the trends. You can see how we are trending up with this with increasing velocities, the potential increasing for a rain-wrapped tornado across portions of Anderson County, especially around Harmony to Palestine. Now, we're looking 10,000 feet. There's a lot of tilt involved with thunderstorms like this when we have so much wind shear, meaning the circulation itself, by the time you reach the surface, maybe a mile or two offset. But the clear call to action is those of you in Palestine, those of you in Harmony, those of you from Montalba to Tennessee Colony need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, all right? Hard sole shoes, no trailers, no mobile homes, no vehicles. You need to be in a safe place. Clearly, both these storms over the last several minutes are showing uptrends. Those of you in Marquay need to be in shelter now. All right, we're going to go back to the Granger radar. This thing's also getting itself wrapped up real quick. Those of you in Marquay, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible now. We've been talking about you for 40 minutes. You better be in a safe place. But if we're just catching you, you need to be in a safe place immediately as this low-level circulation approaching Marquay is wrapping up very quickly. It's now what we call gate-to-gate, a high potential for a tornado underway now. The potential with over 120 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, 120 to 125 mile an hour. Rain wrap possible tornado. Those of you in Marquay, call to action. Be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. You know what? Forget it. Just get to shelter now. All right, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm is moving more east than northeast now, which is going to bring Centerville under the gun. Those of you in the city of Centerville, you're going to be next in this problematic situation. So we've trended up with the Marquay storm. We trended up with the storm near the city of Palestine and Harmony. All of y'all need to be in a safe place. We're talking about two storms here. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Storm approaching Palestine from Harmony. Storm approaching Marquez from the west. Here, I'm going to reset the radar. And Jason, let me know if you agree. Let me look from the Shreveport radar. I don't know what just happened in the last 10 minutes, but something, these storms went from a weakening trend to a uh-oh situation real quick. Adam Lucio's about to be on the storm near Marquay. You can see his last location was Buffalo. I'm looking to see if the Shreveport radar with its lower tilt has a better look at this. Not really. And again, the closest radar to Palestine's 100 miles away. Marquette, we're looking at about 6,000 feet above the ground. Palestine, we're looking closer to 10 to 11,000 feet. But again, those of you in Marquette, you need to be in a safe place now with a gate-to-gate low-level velocity signature over 110 miles an hour. We've got 70 to 80 mile an hour winds moving towards the radar. We have winds away moving probably 30 to 40. So again, about 100 to 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear very near the community of Marquette. This is the intersection of Highway 7 and 79. This is west of Centerville, east of Coss, northeast of Franklin. And here's the latest scan. You can see we still have strong gate-to-gate, low-level rotation near the city. You need to be in a safe place if you are in Marquette. We'll switch to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see rain wrap circulation. We do not have a tornado debris signature, which is good. This could be one that, honestly, I expected to see one, so that's good. If we don't see tornado debris right now, but that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado in progress. We are starting to see a new low-level circulation form, which tends to happen on these cyclic cells. This is going to be your new circulation starting to fire up on the... And then this one near Marquette is going to start turning north as it begins to, at some point, occlude and weaken. But back to the radar, again, this is a cyclic tornadic supercell. New circulation, new mesocyclone developing southeast of the old one. That new circulation is going to pose a direct threat to the city of Centerville by 5 p.m. Current circulation near Marquette moving north-northeast, a direct threat to the city of Marquette. Nobody and their mama better be on Highway 7 between Interstate 45 and Coss. Nobody should be on Interstate 45 now between Leona and Buffalo. If you've got family, friends traveling, give them a call, let them know. Don't be anywhere near that area until this storm moves through. And besides, it's flooding on Interstate 45 up by Fairfield. All right, going back northeast near Palestine, you can definitely see we have dangerous circulation with this remaining. Again, we're looking in the mid-levels of the storm. We have a very impressive velocity signature here. We're looking above 10,000 feet, but definitely there is concern. We could have a tornado in progress around Harmony and near the Keechee Creek Stream over towards the Palestine Municipal Airport. Back west of Palestine, those of you in Palestine need to be in a safe place. Same with Montalba and Netches. We don't have a close-by radar to give you an exact low-level location of where this possible tornado is, which is why I'm having to be more broad with my descriptions here. It's not intentional, but those of you around Palestine, we really want you in shelter. If you're west of Palestine, out by the airport, you better have been in shelter 10 minutes ago, but you need to be in shelter now. If we don't have a tornado, we've likely got damaging hurricane-force straight-line winds, heavy rain, and hail. If we don't have any of that, you know what? It's a blessing, but we're not going to take that risk. We don't want anybody getting hurt. Don't bother going outside looking for this. This thing's wrapped in heavy, heavy, heavy rain. All right, let me look. I'm just real quick. And again, that is Palestine. You need to be in a safe place. Out to Homewood, the airport. Those of you all the way northeast, up towards Netches on 79, need to be in a safe place. Back southwest towards Marquez. And these are the only two tornado warnings we're dealing with. Marquez, you have a strong low-level circulation very near town. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A tornado could develop at any time. And yeah, we're seeing that same velocity signature around Palestine from both the Shreveport radar, the Granger radar, which leads credence to the fact these storms, or that storm, is definitely in strong rotation. So again, circulation number 1, very near Marquez. We could have 2 possible tornadoes with this storm now. Possible tornado 1 near Marquez, or as Mr. Meteorologist Jason Cooley says.
That is pronounced Marquette, by the way.
Marquette.
Forget that Z exists. So Marquette.
Marquette. I'm in a phonics class. It's okay. It needs to happen. Marquet. So again, Palestine, you need to be in shelter now. Homeward, shelter now. Marquet, you should have been in shelter 20 minutes ago. And then Centerville, you've got a second possible tornado with a new circulation developing. That's going to pose a direct threat to you. Nobody or their mama should be on Highway 7 right now from Marquet to Centerville. We don't want anyone on Interstate 45 between mile markers 153 and 174, or for all intent and purposes, Leona up to Buffalo. We don't want folks trying to look for this. It's probably wrapped in heavy rain. That's why we've got Storm Chaser Adam Lucio down there. Adam's in Centerville now. He's about to go west on Highway 7 to get a look at this. And again, he is a professional. He was in Omaha, Nebraska, Lincoln, all of that. He was there for those violent tornadoes a few days ago. He was chasing tornadoes yesterday in Oklahoma. He knows how to deal with rain-wrapped circulations to keep himself safe. What I do not like seeing are all these vehicles. Come on, people. Really? Y'all are all driving in the middle of a storm that could be producing 2 tornadoes literally like 7 miles away. Folks, this is why I'm so concerned. If we have a tornado cross Interstate 45, look at all this traffic. I mean, you could see the traffic on Adam's stream of the interstate moments ago. You've got people driving on this east-west road. Look at all these people. What you should be doing, the right thing to do, is to pull off at a gas station and go inside and take shelter. Come on, people. This is how people get killed. I mean, it really is sad because you do all you can to try to get the word out about what is going on, and yet people just won't. People, I mean, you're always in a rush to go somewhere. So, you know what? At some point, some folks are just not going to do what it takes to help themselves. You can do your job to try to get the information out, but you can't make people do something. And that's why at some point, no matter what you do, some people are still going to drive and then get flipped, lofted, and thrown off an interstate because they were too busy and in too much of a hurry to pull over for 20 minutes so they didn't get hit by a tornado. Can you tell I have strong opinions on that? All right. So here's the latest reflectivity scan. Storm velocity remains near Marquet. Make sure I said it right.
That is pronounced Marquet by
Marquet. That's new circulation that we thought was forming farther southeast of Marquet has weakened a bit for now. That may be good for Centerville, but nevertheless, those of you in Centerville up to, oh, what is that? Just south of Buffalo need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, true. What is the radar beam height there? 11,200. So probably Shreveport will be the closest for this storm now. Let's take a look at the storm near Palestine. Okay, we're looking at 11,000 feet. We're seeing, well, on here it's pretty messy, but still the potential for a tornado near Homewood to Palestine over the next several minutes, the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail, and flooding rainfall. This storm is moving east-northeast after it passes through the Harmony to Palestine to Montalba areas. It's going to ride up Highway 79 towards Natchez. Eventually, this could be a direct threat to Jacksonville. I don't think that storm's moving like that. I think the storm is probably moving northeast. We'll do a storm track on here. Let me get the latest forward rate of motion. They've got it moving about 25. We're going to say 30, just so we don't have any sort of a boo-boo. This storm, let me redraw that. I want to get the whole length of the polygon. Moving northeast at about 30. Would place it in Natchez about 510 to 515. Jacksonville, 525 to 530. This is probably going to stay north of Rusk. If it turns right, it could be an issue for Rusk. Let's say Irondale, about 520. Natchez, about 510. This would be on near Maydell on Highway 84, about 525. If it approached the city of Rusk, about 540. City of Jacksonville, 525 to 530. And again, Mount Selman, about 530. Probably New Summerfield, about 550. And again, that is for the potential of the tornado. You're going to have rain, maybe some hail and wind before then, but the potential will exist for a tornadic thunderstorm to come in from the west. Okay, and again, nasty looking storm. Back southwest, these are the only 2 tornado warnings. Now, that being said, we're starting to see some of these individual supercells try to fire up further east. One over Rusk, one north of Zavala. We're going to have to keep an eye on these. Right now, these are just showers and storms, but we'll keep an eye on it. That's good to know. I'm going to pop that up. We're going to have to watch that carefully in case some of these showers start to try to go into rotation. It's possible. Okay, so we have 2 tornado warnings. Now, real quick, call to message while I load this. Marquez, be in a safe place. New circulation, just trying to fire up on Highway 7 east of Marquez. That could be an issue for Centerville, area south of Buffalo. Palestine, anyone in Anderson County around Palestine, you need to be in a safe place. We're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh radar for tonight. I just want to show y'all and give y'all an idea of what we're expecting this evening into overnight. So let me do all that work and then break the program. I'm moving too quick.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee County in Texas.
Okay. Load that. We're going to go out to the statewide view. I said statewide, not nationwide, please and thank you. What we're going to do is we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh. Now, before we do any of that, I want to look and see what it shows right now because we need to see how well the model's handling the current situation. It's doing all right. I mean, it's got some storms out here. It's a little overzealous with the coverage, but at least it's a good timeline. So let's go from 6 p.m. through tomorrow morning. I'm going to let this load. And that'll at least give you an idea of what we're expecting tonight. Hint, we're going to have storms tonight into Monday morning. East Texas, the Piney Woods, near the Louisiana border, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, southeast Texas, including the Houston Metro. More of the Brazos Valley, perhaps. The Arklatex, northeast Texas. Severe weather threat may continue well into tonight, with the strongest storms capable of producing quarter to tennis ball size hail, damaging winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour, the potential for a few tornadoes. So again, there's your forecast for tonight. Real quick, I'm going to actually save that as a... Well, first off, I'm going to fix this webcam so it focuses on my bald head. Morning. Then I'm going to take a snapshot of this so we can use it on social media later. This is where I typically record a quick video update and post it for y'all to understand the forecast, but since we're doing coverage, we're just going to do this instead. So I'm going to let that loop for about another 30 seconds while it records, and then we'll get back to coverage. But again, possible tornado remains evident around Palestine. Those of you in Natchez, east up Highway 79, need to be in shelter. We've got a possible tornado now around Marquez. Y'all need to be in shelter as well towards Centerville, south of Buffalo on Interstate 45. All right, get that quickly saved, and then Jason's listening, which means if he wants to use this animation, he'll be able to do so because it'll be in the typical folder here in about, I'll say, a minute. And if he doesn't, that's also good, but at least we have that option. So let's get back. Let's take a look at what we got going across the state right now. Turn on the radar. You can see western half of the state. It's a beautiful day. It's dry. It's pretty nice out. Hardly any clouds in the sky. We've got temperatures. Well, here, I'll just show you. See if that data will load. Temperatures in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Not a bad day. Across the eastern half of the state, it's generally in the 70s and 80s, very humid. We've got 90s down the Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plain, South Texas into the Rio Grande Valley, 91 in Brownsville, 93 in Laredo, 93 in Del Rio, probably the upper 90s down in the southern Big Bend, 79 in El Paso, not bad, 70s Amarillo, Lubbock, Midland, same for DFW. So again, eastern third of the state, really, eastern third of the state is where we're going to have issues with storms as we go into tonight. All right, let's get back into the whole weather coverage mode. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got 2 thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, one near Palestine, one now east of Marquay, approaching Centerville, southeast of Hewitt. Storms are generally moving east at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. Now, I'll say this for the Marquay storm. As we switch back over to the Granger radar, that low-level velocity signature is much less impressive now. As this thunderstorm passes between Hewitt and Centerville, approaching Interstate 45, we'd still advise no travel between Buffalo and Leona as this dangerous thunderstorm approaches from the west and moves east at about 25 miles an hour. It should be crossing over the interstate over the next 20 minutes. We'll see if a new velocity couplet is able to develop. If not, they may cancel this tornado warning. But again, low-level rotation looking weaker for now. That doesn't mean the hazards are gone. Further northeast, let's switch over to the Shreveport radar. See, with this thunderstorm near Palestine, a lot of the aliasing issues will look from the Fort Worth radar. And yeah, you can see this is actually showing quite a bit of high wind around Palestine. I can't really tell much rotation just because we're looking in the mid-levels, around 12,000 feet. But this is definitely a severe thunderstorm capable of producing wind damage, heavy rain, hail, and we can't rule out a tornado from Montalba to Palestine to Natchez. If you're in Harmony, Tennessee Colony, or Tucker, you're clear. We note the Weather Service in Shreveport has elected to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for now for this thunderstorm near Palestine. That'll be moving up towards Jacksonville, Bullard, Ironton, Maydale, Dialville, to Rusk, to Gallatin, and eventually New Summerfield. We'll see if this storm is showing strong rotation by the time it reaches there. And if so, they may issue a tornado warning. A good stretch. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. One for a storm that has shown rotation at times, but is currently
A new tornado warning has been issued for Anderson County in Texas.
Okay, well, the Fort Worth Weather Service has just issued a updated tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. for eastern Anderson County. This will include Palestine, Natchez, pretty much to the county line. The Anderson County line with the Cherokee County line further east. At 4:55 p.m., a storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Palestine, moving east at 35. This storm could also produce $half to ping-pong ball size hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. This tornado warning does also include Crystal Lake, Pert, Todd City, and Natchez. And again, this storm's moving east-northeast at 35 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track on it. Damaging winds are a pretty good bet with this as well. If there's not a tornado, there is most likely damaging straight-line winds for sure. Put a manual storm track on this. We'll just do the leading edge. We'll do northeast at 35. That would have this in the city of Jacksonville at 5:30. So 5:25 to 5:30. Rusk, 5:35 to 5:40. Netchez, probably in the next 15 minutes, so 5:10 to 5:15. Ironton, about 5:20. Maydell, there on Highway 84, about 5:20 p.m. New Summerfield, about 5:45 p.m. Reclaw, which Jason will have to undoubtedly correct me on again. That's on the list of Davidisms that gets messed up. About 5:50 to 5:55 p.m. And again, this storm currently capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, and a tornado. Storm currently now exiting Marquay to the east. If you're in Marquay, you're clear. If you're in the town of Marquay at 79 and 7, you're clear. It's still pouring. It's storming. You may have small hail, lightning, gusty winds, but the tornado threat's to your northeast. It's closer towards Hewitt, west of Centerville now. And again, it is getting a little difficult to actually find much rotation here. There is some. I'll try to put some roads on here for you. This looks like County Road 348 between Highway 7 and Highway 79. And County Road 347. There's County Road 341. 391, excuse me. I believe Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's between Centerville and Marquay. Just had a report of a wall cloud just northeast of Marquay. So we may have a bit of low-level rotation redeveloping now several miles northeast of Marquay. That would be about 8 to 9 miles northeast of Marquay. 9 miles southwest of Hewitt. Or 13 miles west of Centerville. You can see the latest scan doesn't really show that anymore, but still, the storm is still at least having attempts to form modest low-level rotation. Seeing a bit of rotation now on this storm a little more clearly around Palestine. Again, we're looking at 12,000 feet. It's frustrating, but I can't tell you what's going on the low levels here. If there's a tornado, the radar beam is too high to see it. The only thing we're seeing here is the mid-level mesocyclone. Now, one thing I can agree on based on all the radars we just looked from is there does appear to be some enhanced mid-level rotation northeast of Palestine in the mid-levels up towards Netchez. That might be where we have some sort of a circulation developing, but to be honest with you, this whole storm around Palestine to Netchez, moving towards Ironton and Maydell, damaging winds, hail, maybe a tornado. To be blunt with you, we're not going to know about a tornado until we hear of damage, because it's probably rain wrapped, and that's all we can do because of the radar data we're provided with here. And we're looking again here. I'll show you. We're looking at 10,000 feet. We're looking at the mid levels of the storm. So again, the storm does continue to show strong rotation in the mid levels. A high precipitation supercell with the potential that there could be a rain-wrapped tornado somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is apparently my word of the day in terms of scientific descriptions. But if you're in Montalba, Tennessee Colony, Oakwood, Harmony, Tucker, you're clear. Elkhart, it's storming, but there's no tornado threat for you. If you're in, and specifically now just east of Palestine, going up Highway 79 towards Netchez, or on Highway 84 towards Maydale, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I wouldn't be shocked if the Weather Service in Shreveport issued a tornado warning for parts of Cherokee County based on this radar signature. And that does seem to be the strongest storm we're dealing with right now. The storm near Hewitt to Centerville, south of Buffalo, east of Marquay, is struggling. It's much less organized now. Yes, we have some broad rotation, but there's just so many storms around it that I think are interfering. Now, we're going to have to start watching these other storms firing south of that. All these storms that are out by their lonesome here, we're going to have to watch carefully, just in case something happens. And again, here, I'm just going to loop this over the last 30 minutes. We'll switch to this product. So again, here you can see the latest low-level rotation with this thunderstorm. Now, there is a bit of a pocket of stronger rotation showing up again. This is going to be well east of Marquay, southeast of Hewitt, near Railroad Avenue, north of Highway 7, moving towards Interstate 45. This would be passing north of Centerville, moving close shortly to the river, approaching County Road 325, Friendship Road, I just had deja vu. We've done tornado coverage for this exact area before, because I can remember it. So again, those of you south of Hewitt, west of Centerville, in Centerville, up Interstate 45 to south of Buffalo should be in a safe place. This thunderstorm could organize and drop a tornado again at any time. It's definitely in the reorganization phase, but we see these circulations pop up real quick, they wind down real quick, and then we see new circulations pop up. So clearly the storm remains in rotation, and we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. As we switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see with that circulation, we do now have a inflow region right here east of Marquay. This is your rear flank downdraft or your hook echo. Back on the which way the wind's blowing mode. Yeah, you can see we have circulation in this area. We're going to have to watch it. It's messy. It's a pain in the butt, but we can't rule out a brief tornado. Let's go back up to Palestine and Anderson County as this storm moves towards Cherokee County. We're going to have to watch this storm that's near Leona, by the way. As it starts moving north towards Centerville, it may spin up as it interacts with that other supercell. We'll go to Shreveport radar. Here's the storm now east of Palestine. If you're in the city of Palestine, the worst should be off to your east now. Barely. So again, this storm's east of Marquez, down here, southeast of Jewett, west of Centerville, moving east towards Interstate 45. It has rotation. The storm east of Palestine, moving up towards places like Natchez, Maydale, Ironton, Jacksonville, Gallatin, Rusk, New Summerfield, Cunny, with damaging winds, quarter to $half size hail. The potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. We had a report of quarter-size hail in Palestine on the south side of town with this storm. That makes sense. And again, we're just going to have to wait and see if the Weather Service expands this tornado warning farther east, regardless, an intense storm. Back into portions of the northern Brazos Valley. You can see the latest the latest reflectivity scan with this storm. Hook echo right there, moving like that. We'll see if the Weather Service puts a new tornado warning on it. There is a pocket of rotation showing up there now. So we may have a new circulation developing. Also, the storm southeast of Centerville is showing rotation. That is moving north. We're starting to see storm scale interactions here because we have a storm merger ongoing. So theoretically, we may have a tornado try to spin up just east of Centerville in the next few minutes, and a tornado north of Centerville with these two storms that are kind of feeding off each other at this point and helping to locally enhance the low-level vorticity or spin available for these thunderstorms to utilize. As this merger occurs, one of two things is going to happen. One of these circulations is going to get enhanced or amplified, and we'll probably see a higher tornado threat. Or two, it's just going to knock them both out because the storm scale interference with the merger is going to be too much. What happens is still to be determined. But again, you can see the velocity mode here. One circulation northwest of Centerville, one circulation just southeast of Centerville. Circulation southeast of Centerville is moving north-northeast. Circulation northwest of Centerville moving east-northeast. Both could produce a tornado. I know, it's a pain in the butt. Welcome to mesoscale meteorology when you're dealing with multiple storms. But clearly, both of these are supercells. Both of these could produce a tornado, and especially as they interact with each other. We'll get a velocity update here in just a second. But again, this is centered around Centerville. I made a pun. That was unintentional. Bad. No cookie for me. Let's see what that velocity scan does. Oh, it's been a long few days. But at least I got to sleep this morning. Most sleep I've had since Wednesday. All right. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode. There we go with that. Let's go back to Palestine. All right. We'll take a look at this. Again, the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado damaging straight-line winds, quarter to ping-pong ball size hail remains evident with this severe storm moving east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour from Palestine. Palestine, you're clear from this. It's northeast of town now. It's still raining. Netchez to Maydale, you're about to get in on it. The severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee County remains in effect. A tornado warning remains in effect for eastern Anderson County. We'll put a storm track on this whole thing. Jacksonville, this will be in town about 5:30. Rusk, about 5:40. New Summerfield, 5:50. Cushing, 6:05. This will be near the city of Henderson, about 6:15 if it survives. This will be in Maydale, probably in the next 10 minutes with heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some hail. Ironton, same thing, about 5:20 p.m. Boy, I wish the Texas A&M radar was running today. That would have been so useful for tracking the storm near Centerville. As far as I know, it hasn't sent out data in over a year. That's sad. It's one of those private, academically funded radars. I believe they use an old WSR-57. That's on top of one of the buildings in College Station. But again, looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode here, if we had, I mean, it's hard. We're looking at 10,000 feet. This is a big wind machine, but we just trying to see velocity.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Leon County in Texas.
All right, back to this. New tornado warning for Leon County. This is going to be a tornado warning that does include Buffalo, Flo, and Centerville. The storm's moved a little further north, and we're seeing this circulation perk up with this interaction here. So again, those of you in Buffalo to Centerville, east of Flo, to Oakwood, west of Crockett. You're in the warning. I'll turn the radar off. That's the warning. You can see this does not include Crockett. This doesn't include any of 287 up to Elkhart yet. This does include Oakwood down to Buffalo on 79, down Interstate 45 to Centerville. And again, the circulation now east of Hewitt, whatever you want it to be, has perked up. We'll turn the radar back on. You can see this is the which way the wind's blowing mode here. Circulation, I'll highlight it, and then I'll put some roads on here. It's going to be County Road 305. Or County Road 304. This is about to cross over 75. This is southeast of Buffalo by several miles. Possible tornado currently 8 miles southeast of Buffalo, moving east-northeast. This will be crossing over 75, County Road 2761. I'm just putting some roads out here. County Road 275. Ignore me while I do this. I'm literally just kind of going out here trying to put roads down. County Road 284, 282, 2161, 289. It's a rural area, clearly. But there are people who do live out here. So I'm just trying to put some stuff down. You can see we've got a storm coming up from the south. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that thing that is southeast or east of Centerville could have a tornado on it. That's moving north. Could have a tornado near Interstate 45, Highway 75 near County Road 304, southeast of Buffalo. So possible tornado east of Centerville with that mini supercell moving northeast. Possible tornado near Interstate 45 and Highway 75 near County Road 304, moving east-northeast. Both storms capable of producing tornadoes. The storm that is east of Centerville is going to get ingested by the storm that's southeast of Buffalo at some point, leading to probably just one circulation. We'll see what we've got going on with the stream with Adam. We'll see if he sees anything. He's out there. Undoubtedly not enjoying chasing in the trees. I sure wouldn't, but he's a brave man for doing it. This is not friendly storm chaser country. That is for sure. You can see we have other storms developing farther south. Some of those may become severe with maybe some hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. We'll keep an eye out for a tornado threat, but at this point we have 2 storms with tornado warnings. Technically 3. One storm just east of Centerville moving north. That has rotation. Storm on Interstate 45 between Buffalo and Centerville. That has rotation. Both moving northeast. We have a thunderstorm near Palestine moving northeast, or I should say northeast of Palestine. That's going to be closer to Natchez now. Moving northeast. And all these storms, heavy rain, hail, damaging winds. Severe thunderstorm warning for the storm moving out of Anderson County into Cherokee County. Places like Bullard, Jacksonville, Rusk, you're going to get heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, damaging winds in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see if the Shreveport office puts a tornado warning on it. Not super convincing evidence it needs one, but definitely the potential for a spin-up tornado can't be ruled out. Throat sore. Throat lozenge time. So here's just a radar loop over the last 30 minutes. You can see we do have storms intensifying now. Back west of Madisonville near Normandy, back down to Wixon Valley to College Station. They're not severe at this point, but you can see they are beginning to obtain supercellular characteristics, which means they will have the potential to become severe. And Jason, let me know if any of the background noise is getting picked up. If so, I'll try to switch back to the source that cuts the noise out. Sounds like we're having a party in the house this evening. Okay, I do need to adjust my lighting. My apologies, people of the world. One moment. This is a test. This is only a test. All right, a little better forelighting now. I'm going to be blind by the end of it, but that's okay. All right, noted. I'm going to... Give me a second. I'll fix that. All right. I'll just have to be mindful of the mic cutting off, but hopefully it won't do that again. All right. One moment, please. We'll try to switch to the happy, better voice mode on this. All right, that should be a lot better. I'll just have to watch it, see if it cuts off again. All right. It is 5:19 p.m. on the 28th of April, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got Storm Chaser Adam Lucio in the Centerville area chasing severe thunderstorms capable of producing hail, damaging winds. Some of these storms have produced tornadoes this afternoon. We haven't had any confirmed reports of tornadoes in the last probably hour. We are monitoring multiple storms. We need to watch these storms farther south in the eastern Brazos Valley. Notice some of them are starting to show some hooky shapes. That means they're obtaining supercellular characteristics. We're going to have to watch carefully just in case they do end up trying to go severe or tornadic. But at this point, they are not. But they are exhibiting some rotation. All right, this storm east of Centerville is showing rotation. We're going to need to watch it carefully, have a wall cloud reported on it. We've got a rain wrap circulation over Interstate 45. That's going to be about 6 miles southeast of Buffalo. We'll see what happens as these two cells merge over the next half hour, really 15 minutes. You can see that cell east of Centerville is moving northeast. This cell near Buffalo moving east-northeast, kind of forming into a cluster. Up here in Palestine, you can see Palestine, you're clear. Those storms are moving away into Cherokee County now. The potential for damaging winds, hail. I can't totally rule out a brief tornado. These storms moving east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and put a storm tracker on it. I'm going to let this actually play for just a second. I want to see the motion. Okay. It's going to do this. We're going to do this. I'm going to say it's probably moving northeast at 40. It may be slower, so if it is, it'll just arrive a little later, but I'd rather be late than early. Troop, 5:35. Gallatin, 5:30. Reclaw, about 5:40. Mount Enterprise, 6 o'clock. Henderson, about 6 o'clock. Appleby, about 6:05. And then this would be into Carthage, probably around 6:35 to 6:45. If it doesn't accelerate further. Alto, you're going to get the tail end in the next 10 minutes. Rusk, it's about there. Jacksonville, it's already pretty much there. Anderson County, you're clear. Palestine, you're clear. Natchez, you're clear of the tornado warning. The Weather Service is maintaining a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cherokee County out here from Jacksonville all the way up to Ballard, down to Rusk, east to Reclaw. And at this point, the storm is quite capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Perhaps the potential of quarter-size hail flash flooding, and the tornado threat currently very low, but not zero. We'll keep an eye on it in case they have to put a tornado warning on it. All right, I want to see what this Centerville storm... What's the closest radar? Granger is 90 miles. Houston is 130 miles. Shreveport is 130 miles. Fort Worth is 110 miles. Okay, so I guess our closest radar is 90 miles away. That's just spectacularly garbage for low-level observation. So again, we're looking at the mid-levels of the storm, but the storm around County Highway 7, this should be way northeast of Centerville by like 6 miles. I just actually haven't had an update from the Granger radar in a while. Let me close this door behind me. I'm going to put the curtain up. You get to see me do that.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Houston County in Texas.
All right, that's going to be for this storm southeast of Buffalo. The Weather Service has extended this tornado warning south, east. So give me just a second. This will be a tornado warning for this storm near Buffalo to Centerville. This tornado warning does include Grapeland, I'm not even going to pronounce the Lima Alpha Tango X-ray, or Echo X-ray Oscar, north of Crockett. So, Crockett, you're not in this tornado warning. Grapeland, 287, you are. They're probably going to have to put one out for Elkhart, too. These are where 3 different Weather Service offices all conjoin and deal with it. So, they'll have to coordinate on that. So again, this storm about 6 miles east of Centerville near Highway 7, that could have a tornado with it. It is moving east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The potential for tornado, hail, damaging winds. The potential for a rain wrap circulation with this second, whatever you want to call it, back near Buffalo. Okay, no, actually, Granger's down. I'm not getting a level 2 data feed off Granger. Stand by. It would pick now to go down. I need to see if it's just the data source I was using or not. No, I think Granger went down. That's really not good. Okay, well, and the last data we have from Granger is 10 minutes ago. Unless this scan just came in, but regardless, this is, those of you near flow, you need to be in a safe place. I might have just been looking at the wrong data. We'll see. Okay, those of you near flow need to be in a safe place. Those of you east of Centerville on Highway 7, you need to be in a safe place. 2 possible tornadoes southeast of Buffalo, near Flo. Right here. Northeast of Centerville. Right there. Okay, if Granger is down or something's going on, I need to find a new radar really quick. But it just updated, I think. Now, why is Granger sending out 10-minute-old data is the real question here. Or 7-minute-old data. It's like the server got backlog. Stand by. Let me see if I can switch data sources and get a scan. The closest radar besides that's almost 130 miles away, and that's just not good. I'd be better off using satellite data. Let's try this. Okay, that's a scan from 523. Okay, so something must have happened, but we're starting to get data recovery now, so okay, we're getting, the Granger radar must have crashed for a minute. But we're getting data again, so. Okay, so this is velocity scan at 523. Reflectivity, if we have a tornado, we could have two here. One, this is going to be northeast of Centerville by 9 miles, about near or just north of Highway 7. About, for those familiar with Flo, 5 miles southeast of Flo. One possible circulation. Weakening now, back northwest of Flo, east of Buffalo. And we have nothing else going on in terms of, well, I'll say this. I don't like that. Uh-oh. This storm moving into College Station is showing increasing low-level rotation. There's no tornado warning right now. But depending on what this little supercell does as it moves northeast, that may change. For now, the rotation is weak. But again, we note a bit of an interesting signature with this storm moving into College Station, northeast. It's probably got a wall cloud with it. Looking northeast towards Normandy, a little bit of rotation with that storm near Normandy. We'll keep an eye on it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
All right, we'll deal with the severe warning in a minute. A probable tornado now is underway near County Road 255, near State Highway 7 in eastern portions of Leon County. This is going to be moving into far western portions of Houston County. I'm going to get the Google map back out and try to give some smaller communities and landmarks out here. So yeah, this is near the Keechee Creek Wildlife Management Area. So yeah, it's rural out here. But folks that are around Hopewell, to Wheeler Springs, south of Oakwood, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this storm that is, I think this one's trying to take over now, way southeast of Buffalo, east of Centerville. You can see we're dealing with a lot of storm mergers here. Well, that went northeastern. But you can see we got a pretty good low-level circulation. For now, this storm is moving more north-northeast. When this storm near Buffalo hits it, it may turn it more easterly. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, the possibility of a tornado now near or just north of Highway 7. That is going to be right on. It looks like a creek. Just a lot of county roads out here. County Road 232, coming up to FM 542. FM 542, where it crosses over the upper Keechee Creek stream, so going right into the nature wildlife area. Be warned, there's probably a developing tornado out here. This is going to move into northwestern Houston County, eventually passing into western Houston County. It may pass near or west of Grapeland as it moves northeast. And then eventually this could be a direct issue for the city of Elkhart. You can see this is a really well-organized supercell. Now, this thing has quickly evolved into a problem. You can see our clear-cut hook echo here. You can see wrapping back in, there's your inflow notch, the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we've got a strong circulation. Now, again, we're looking at like 8,000 feet, so it's actually quite impressive to see that kind of a circulation reflectivity-wise at 8,000 feet. We could also still have a bit of a circulation about 8 miles east of Buffalo now, southwest of Oakwood, both these storms moving east-northeast. But I'm more concerned about this new circulation with this supercell that has developed. Again, we're talking now probably 13 to 14 miles northeast of Centerville. We're talking about, at this point, probably 17 miles southeast of Buffalo, moving northeast towards really the city of Elkhart. So this will pass over the wildlife preserve out there, northwestern portions of Houston County, and then it is likely we're going to need a new tornado warning for Anderson County, for southern portions of Anderson County, as this thunderstorm moves northeast towards Elkhart. All right, let's take a look at the cluster of severe storms out here in East Texas. This is a line of severe storms. These storm tracks are just doing a pain-in-the-butt job today. Go away. We're doing it my way. We're going to have a line of storms moving east-northeast. These are now moving northeast at 50. The potential for quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. So let's go ahead. We're going to draw a storm track on this, moving northeast at 50. Okay, so Overton, next 10 minutes. City of Henderson, 5:50. Reclaw, about 5:40. Mount Enterprise, 6 o'clock. Carthage, 6:20 to 6:25. Beckville, 6:15. Marshall, up on Interstate 20, around 6:30. Lakeport, about 6 o'clock. And again, Highway 59 between 6:20 and 6:30. Highway 259 between 5:50 and 6, running from pretty much just south of Kilgore all the way down to Mount Enterprise. A line of storms capable of producing damaging winds of 70 to 75 miles an hour. That's enough to knock down trees, power lines. The potential for this thunderstorm complex to also produce flooding rainfall, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and a spin-up tornado is not out of the question. If that becomes an evident issue, they'll issue a tornado warning. But again, nasty little complex of storms now moving northeast from Troop down to Rusk, from Jacksonville, Gallatin, northeast towards Reclaw, Henderson, Overton, Beckville, Tatum, Carthage. Arp, Easton, and again, this will make it probably Marshall to Carthage by 6:20 to 6:30. The potential for damaging straight-line winds, large hail, potentially a spin-up tornado. We have no other severe storms except this tornado warning now that is east of Centerville. We're going to go back to that. A supercell with a Rappy Hook of Doom is now located near County Road 255, moving east-northeast at about probably 30 miles an hour. This storm, I'll just draw my own arrow because it's really making me grumpy. First off, let's loop it. We'll get a guideline of where it's moving. Okay, you see this move more east-northeast for now. Now, Jason, he doesn't need to go out there. That's a complete forest. He wouldn't be able to get it until it got to probably 287. There's no way he can make it out there. That is not a good area to chase in. So again, this thunderstorm, we'll just put a storm track on it. Again, I'm going to put it on the circulation itself. It's going to rain before then. We'll go like this. I'm going to do 35. Assuming this continues, we'll do it like this. Elkhart, 605 to 610. Grapeland, if it doesn't stay to your west and north, 610. Then could approach Rusk by 645. The possibility of a tornado. Again, this is over the Wildlife Preserve right now. Switching back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see this thing is quite unhappy. We've got winds moving away from the radar, about 70. Winds moving towards the radar, about 65. So again, over a stretch, this storm has a couplet of probably about 100 to 130 miles an hour. Very strong mid-level rotation. Again, because we're looking so far away from the radar, we have no closer radars. We're in a radar hole, unfortunately, which is a great disservice to those of you who live across portions of the Brazos Valley in East Texas. We're looking at 11,000 feet. I can't tell you. There could be a tornado down there right now. We wouldn't know unless there's damage. And again, unfortunately, fortunately, we're in the middle of nowhere, per se, a wildlife preserve. It's rural. And if we get a tornado debris signature, we're going to have a problem because we're looking at 11,000 feet. We don't have a tornado debris signature right now, but we do have strong rotation. Now, let me look back out. Let's just look at the state. Knock off the city labels. Kill the radar beam thingy-majiggy. And again, here you go. Western half of the state, it's a beautiful day, though we do see a couple of scattered showers trying to go up, back up in North Texas. Is that where the cold front still is? Or the front? Yeah, the dry line is still actually back up in... can we not just not do this, please? The dry line's back up from near Bowie to Mineral Wells down towards Colleen. So, I guess we do need to be mindful of an isolated storm trying to go up. Oh, I guess I'll look at the meso-analysis real quick. Yeah, there's instability. Not much low-level wind shear, though, which is good. But there's enough juice to support a severe storm if it goes, so... Okay, North Texas, I guess. We'll see if any isolated storm up here gets to go up again. You can see they've tried and struggled, but... a few attempts here and there. And for what it's worth, buck up in eastern Oklahoma, you can see...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson, Freestone, and Leon County in Texas.
We've got we've got isolated to scattered supercells in eastern Oklahoma going up and apparently producing tornadoes. So, welcome to day 3 of the tornado outbreak across parts of Oklahoma and Texas. Back in our neck of the woods, we do have a little cluster of storms that's gone up from near Normandy to Flynn to Centerville to Buffalo, moving east. That cluster of storms could have 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter to ping-pong ball size hail moving east. Now, that being said, we've also got this cluster from Rusk, Jacksonville, Overton. We got a lot of storms going up. If you want to keep an eye on the sky, knowing what's going on in your community or across the country, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We have interactive weather radar, storm chasing video, your local weather forecast, live severe weather coverage, and live storm chasing video, plus 2 interactive weather radars. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We're going to be focusing on the most intense storms, which in this case are the ones capable of producing tornadoes. We're going to try to cover everything else as we can, but if we're not talking about you, that's usually a good thing. You can keep an eye out with the storms, get the warnings in the app. You can also visit us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar for interactive weather radars. But again, the most concerning storm by far in terms of the capability of producing a tornado is this thunderstorm northeast of Centerville. Right over the wildlife preserve. That could be an issue for Elkhart. This storm showing strong rotation. Let me kill some of these storm tracks. My backlighting is reduced. Let me kill some of my lighting here. These are very bright lights. Morning, it's a bald head. Yeah, man, that is a couplet. I'll tell you what, that might be the strongest couplet I've seen today. And then we're looking at 11,000 feet. That's not good. Yeah, let's just do this. I'm going to put this on. No, storm tracks are too many storms. This circulation, Rambun, you can see here, we're looking 11,000 feet. This is actually a very impressive look for 11,000 feet. We got winds moving towards the radar, 80, winds moving away at about 30. Some de-aliasing issues. On my end, it's actually winds moving away at about 45 winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston and Madison County in Texas.
Okay, so again, this line of storms back from Norman G to Leona to Centerville to Buffalo, damaging winds, hail, flooding, and then a probable tornado down now in a very rural area of eastern Leon County, about to move into northwestern Houston County. Again, we could have a tornado down right now over FM 542 near the Keechee Creek Stream, moving up towards County Road 250 in Leon County, and then into northwestern portions of Houston County, generally moving towards the Big Elkhart Creek in County Road 2255 in far northwestern Houston County. And again, this is a very dangerous thunderstorm that likely has a tornado. What you're seeing here, this is the Hook Echo. It is wrapping up completely. We don't have a good low-level look at this, but again, the velocity couplet is extremely strong. There could be a tornado down here. No tornado debris signature. It's a very messy look there. We're looking so far away from the radar, unfortunately. But again, the potential does exist for a tornado from that thunderstorm. All right, let me look from Shreveport. We may just have too much contamination from other data. But again, if this continues, those of you in Grapeland west to essentially the Keechee National Park up to Elkhart are going to need to be in a safe place. We've got back up in East Texas. This is where I need to put, honestly, at this point, I might just wonder how mad Jason would be if I put the old WSV computer up as a second WSV computer just for me to use on streams. I guess I could just use my laptop for that too. We've got damaging straight line winds, potentially over 75 miles an hour with this complex of storms racing towards Kilgore, Henderson, Mount Enterprise, Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, moving northeast at least 50. Radar thinks, yeah, about 50. We'll put a storm track. And again, damaging winds, 50, 60, 70. Honestly, can't rule out hurricane force gusts out of this. Moving northeast at 50. Henderson, 555 to 6. About 6 to 605 for Mount Enterprise. Gary City, 625. Carthage, about 625. Marshall, about 625. That would place it in Marshall, about 635. And Wascom, about 640. And I just saw a picture on Twitter of a tornado on a mountain in a lake in eastern Oklahoma. What the blippity-boppity-boo is going on? Oh, why can we not just have a day of quiet weather? We all want to sleep. It's been a very long week. We want a break. Everyone wants a break. Even those who chase the storms want a break. We just want a break. Okay, anyway. Mother Nature's being a very mean troll. Clearly our late April severe weather season is held up in all elements to its name. Jason's about to hit me with a mallet, probably. Understood, Jason. I saw your message. Speaking of mallet, you're wondering what? Yeah, mallet. Meet mallet. Oh, it even moved. How cute. That was interesting. I guess I can set it to do that, can't I? Oh. I really was hoping today would be a less active day, but I also hoped that for Friday, and clearly that bit me in the butt. Okay, so again, line of storms with damaging winds. Henderson, well, now from Reclaw up to Overton, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour, the potential for 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. Moving up towards Lakeport, Easton, Tatum, Henderson, Mount Enterprise, Gary City, Carthage, up to Marshall in the next 45 minutes. Back down here towards west of Grapeland, we have a probable tornado. And again, I'm just going to try to use Google Maps here because we literally are so far away from things. The northeastern side of the Keechee Creek Wildlife Management Area, moving towards the Lehman Cemetery, the Bluff Cemetery off County Road 542, southeast of the Conrad Missionary Church, north of the Toop Cemetery. It's going to cross over the Trinity River, moving into northwestern Houston County and southern portions of Anderson County. This could pose a threat to areas from Elkhart south to Grapeland, Salmon, west. I'm just going to start naming cemeteries, honestly. The Parker Cemetery, the Antrim Cemetery, Carter's 2J Ranch Cemetery, Heart of Texas German Shepherds, perhaps the Houston County Lake Fire Department. I'm trying to see what what is this little creek called? Little creek, the lake. Pennington Beach to Neely Branch, the little lake out there. The Hulls Falls Cemetery, FM5 or County Road 229. It's just a rural area, very unincorporated, which makes trying to call out landmarks difficult. But again, there is a probable tornado down in northeastern Leon County, moving generally into northwestern Houston County and towards southern Anderson County. Those of you in Elkhart to Grapeland, northwest and west of Laxito, Laxtxo, Latexo, like 25 miles northeast of Centerville, 25 miles east of Buffalo. We're talking about something that is about 11 to 12 miles southeast of Oakwood, what is probably a tornado down, moving from the Keekstee, Wildlife Preserve into portions of northwestern Houston and far southwestern Anderson County in the next 15 minutes. This is going to be an issue for 287 between Grapeland, possibly in Grapeland, to south and east of Elkhart. So we're going to need folks to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest room. Center room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This really could be a direct threat to the community of Grapeland. West, County Road 2265. County Road 227. FM 227. Out southwest of Grapeland, all the way down to the Trinity River. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Wheeler Springs. I'm going to have to literally buy an atlas. I literally may just buy some sort of detailed Mapsco atlas. All right, let's talk about farther northeast. I know this is the only tornado warning we have, but let's talk about backlighting. I didn't need you to increase again and blow my face out. Let's talk about this line back southwest towards Centerville. Talk about storms down here. Now, I got a cluster of storms east of Bryan College Station now. These could have nickel-sized hail, gusty winds, nothing severe. We have a cluster of severe storms, Leona, Centerville. Behind this first storm, that could have damaging winds, heavy rain, and hail. We got a storm from Groesbeck back to Marlin, those small hail. All this is moving east, and for what it's worth, a little storm is trying to go up in northwestern Parker County, south of Runaway Bay. Maybe a lightning strike, gusty wind, some heavy rain with that real quick. The big issue in terms of the wind maker is this little complex that's established itself here from just south of Kilgore to Henderson to Mount Enterprise. The potential for damaging winds, the potential for significant wind damage. A lot of trees could get knocked down. We could see winds 60 to 75 miles an hour. This is capable of causing a lot of wind damage in places like Henderson to Mount Enterprise southwest on 79 to Troop and Arp, and eventually this is going to be an issue for places like Lakeport, Easton, Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, up to Marshall and Wascom by 6:45. We'll put a storm track on this and then ban myself from any further caffeine because clearly I had too much. Make sure I've got the latest radar. Moving northeast at 50. So again, Tatum 6:15, Lakeport 6:05, Henderson the next 5 minutes, Mount Enterprise 6:05 to 6:10, Gary City 6:25 to 6:30, Carthage 6:25, Marshall 6:33, Wascom 6:45. That would place it in Greenwood, Louisiana about 6:50, Shreveport, Louisiana about 7. Jason, let me know when he's... Oh, I have actually got a stream up already. Adam is moving to intercept this tornado-warned storm. He's in Elkhart. He's going to be moving south, I assume, on 287 to let it come to him and find a clearing. As you can tell on his shot, this is the... it's beautiful. The East Texas, the Piney Woods, it's beautiful, but oh, sweet mama mercy, is it a horrible area to storm chase in. You know, we storm chasers, we like in to go out and see the storms. You got clear fields, the prairies. We do not like chasing in the forest with 100-foot tall trees right next to the road. That makes it impossible to see. Literally, a lot of folks that chase out there these days literally do it because they have drones they can send up above the trees to get a look at it. And usually it's wrapped in heavy rain and hail and wind and, oh, I feel so bad for Adam. It's a beautiful area, mind you, but storm chasing, no. Oh, you gotta enjoy seeing all the tweets from local media stations and local meteorologists just skimming video from folks like you, just taking it, saying, can we share this video on all our platforms with credit to you? Folks, don't do that. If you're gonna do that, you might as well just sell the video. You can make money off it. Now, sending out a tweet with a picture or video so folks are informed, yes, but giving it away to the TV stations, they'll pay you for that. Clearly, I'm getting into a slightly hangry, ranty phase. Jason's about to probably come through the camera and beat me with the mallet. Meet mallet. All right. Yeah, we do have a tornado down in eastern Oklahoma near Eufaula, Oklahoma. Arrowhead State Park. I'm going to drink some water. I only say Wascom weird because I'm weird. I'm probably mispronouncing it too, but there's just certain towns I'll say with a certain flair because it amuses me. All right. We're watching this. I'm watching this storm near Leona just in case. It does have an interesting hook echo. We're starting to see some decrease in the velocity with this storm now entering far northwestern Houston County and far southwestern Anderson County. But certainly still quite capable of producing a tornado. This will be in northwestern Houston County shortly. Line of severe storms from near Henderson to Kilgore to Laneville to Mount Enterprise, moving northeast. Damaging straight-line winds. Maybe some quarter-size hail. Very heavy rainfall and some flooding possible. In fact, here, let's just look at the statewide view. And for those wondering about what's going on in your area or across the country, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, available in your wherever you download apps for your device. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. We have interactive weather radars, storm chasing videos, live severe weather coverage, live storm chasing video, and other resources. And real quick, while we take a look at this, Adam is south of Elkhart now, or near Elkhart. He'll be going south to get a view of this storm. Thank you to all those who have been hitting that subscribe button on the Texas Weather Center and Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Looks like we're about to 30,000 subscribers on Texas Weather Center. That is definitely a big compliment. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. That helps us with the magical algorithm on the social medias. We're also streaming live to the Texas Storm Chasers website, Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Facebook, X, Twitch. I don't know if we're on Instagram or TikTok, but we'll do that from time to time too. And again, additional showers and thunderstorms are developing now across the Brazos Valley, especially the eastern Brazos Valley, into portions of southeast Texas. This will be the name of the game tonight, the threat of severe thunderstorms, at least the most intense storms, capable of producing quarter to tennis ball size hail. Generally going to be quarter to golf balls, though. Damaging straight line winds 60 to 75 miles an hour. The potential for a few tornadoes. And this threat...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes County in Texas.
will continue into the late evening hours. We are going to need to keep an eye on this thunderstorm that just went severe now near Carlos, west of Singleton, southwest of Badeas, south of Iola, east of College Station. It is showing increasing indications of low-level rotation. As you can see, the National Weather Service did just put a severe thunderstorm warning on that. If the rotation intensifies, a tornado warning will be required. I want to make sure I haven't missed anything with my phone. All right. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 6 o'clock this on the 28th of April 2022, except it's really 2024. We're covering severe thunderstorms across the eastern third of the state of Texas this afternoon. Strongest of these storms have produced tornadoes, damaging straight line winds. We've had some hail and flooding. As we continue over the next 6 to 8 hours, we're going to see thunderstorms continue to move across portions of, well, the eastern third of Texas, including southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle of far southeast Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, into the Arklatex. The threat of severe thunderstorms will continue, although not all storms will be severe. We'll have to keep an eye out for sure. We'll likely see an additional severe weather watch issued for portions of southeast Texas and east Texas over the next few hours. Flooding going to be a concern as well. Since it is 6 o'clock, let's take a look at the latest high-resolution rapid refresh radar. I'm going to clear everything off. And then what I might do is when we pull this up, I might actually record a quick short we can post on social media. Which means we'll be doing a live stream here, and then I'll just hit the record button and talk like I'm making a video real quick. Because most folks aren't going to be watching at this exact minute. Let me zoom out. We'll load the high-res rapid refresh radar. Now, the first thing I want to look at is to see how it's doing right now at 6 o'clock. Now, we do have storms. It's not really doing all that great, if I'm being honest with you. So I'm not going to show you the rest. Let me see what the 3-kilometer NAM is doing. Nope.
Nope. I'm just trying to find a good model solution for this. Oh, well, I'll just show you the HUR anyway. It'll give you an idea, at least, of what time we can expect storms to conclude tonight. I'll just run it from 8 o'clock through 10 a.m. I won't make a video out of it, though. You can see the animation will load, then it'll stabilize. You can see tonight into tomorrow morning, we're going to have scattered showers and storms continue well into tonight. And some of these storms could be severe. We could have rowdy storms late tonight into Monday morning in Houston. Same thing goes. The eastern third of Texas, really, along and east of Interstate 45. Maybe an isolated storm in or North Texas. We know the storm is trying to go up near Runaway Bay back into northwestern Parker County. That could have some small hail. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But again, this is what we generally expect tonight into tomorrow morning. It's going to be a rowdy night of showers and storms, some of which could have hail, strong winds, maybe a few tornadoes, heavy rain that could cause flooding. These are going to be very efficient rain producers. The Arklatex, East Texas, the eastern Brazos Valley, the piney woods of East Texas along the Louisiana border, and the southeast Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana. Gregg, Harrison, Panola, Rusk, and Shelby County in Texas.
Take a look at that storm near Iola, Jason. The latest reflectivity. We're probably going to have a tornado warning in a minute for Iola. That's going to be east of Wixon Valley, east of Curtin, northeast of College Station, north of Carlos, west of Singleton, west of Badeas, southwest of Madisonville, and I'll show you why in just a second. That new severe thunderstorm warning is for a line of storms capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, heavy rainfall, flooding. That warning includes Marshall, Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, Gary City, Tipson, Marshall, Wascom, pretty much to almost Shreveport, Louisiana. And I'll show you real quick on the high-res radar, and then we're going to get back to the tornado warnings. I'll put a quick storm track on it. Moving northeast at 50. The cameras are right behind where I set that up. That's annoying. Okay, so again, now let me redraw that. We'll do that. Tatum about 615 to 620, Beckville 620 to 625, Carthage 630, Gary City 625 to 630, Tipson 625, Garrison about 620 to 625, Greenwood, Louisiana about 655, Wascom about 645 to 650, Marshall about 630 to 635. And again, Logansport at 650. Damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, heavy rain. All right, we need to go deal with these storms again. Let's quickly cover the tornado warning. It's been mostly rural areas for now. We'll check. Those of you in Grapeland, you need to be in a safe place. We still have indications of rotation, a little weaker now, but it's passing northwest or west of Grapeland for the moment. Trying to reorient myself. Goodbye, mouse. But again, those of you from Grapeland, west of Grapeland to the Trinity River, you need to be in a safe place. Same if you are southwest of Elkhart. Starting to see near Leona, storm's trying to get its act together northwest of Midway. We're going to have to watch that. That may try to go tornadic. And then I'll tell you what, I don't like this thing near Iola. This thing near Iola is trying to do some mischievous behavior with that little wrappy hook there. So if you are near Iola, northwest or west Badeas, west of Singleton on Highway 90, southwest of Madisonville, watch this storm that's heading northeast in case it goes tornado warned. And again, we're just going to watch all these storms that are developing in the Brazos Valley. this afternoon. Notice most of these have hooks. They're supercells. They're rotating, but that doesn't mean every storm here is going to produce a tornado. But clearly, we appear to be getting close to having another active phase. Which is unfortunate because I was hoping to be able to eat dinner. All right. So let's switch back to the statewide view again. Adam Lucio, his stream's been in and out, but he is around Elkhart. We'll zoom back in. You can see the satellite view. I'll switch it to true color. We're not going to have this much longer since we're getting closer to sunset, but there you go. Across the state. Western half of the state, it's been a beautiful day. Temperatures 60s, 70s, 80s. It's pretty darn nice. And actually, since we only have one chaser stream today, I'm just going to move my big bald head over here. We'll be up by Adam. If I could only be so lucky. So again, there we go. You can see the eastern third of Texas, eastern half of Texas remains plenty humid. And then we have scattered showers and thunderstorms across East Texas, Northeast Texas, into the eastern Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Marion, and Upshur County in Texas.
Krista, I saw that note about an app not installing. Let me know later. I'll look later. Not right now, but yeah, real quick, thank you to all those who have been hitting that subscribe button. We do appreciate it. I don't come on here to, be like, send us stars, send us money, send us chats, blah, blah, blah. We appreciate it, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I want to provide a service to those of you who live outside of the traditional big city television markets. I know we have 254 counties in Texas, and I know y'all all rely on weather coverage. So that's why we're here. That's why I think God gave me the gift to be able to do this. I certainly wasn't planning on it in my life, that whole path, but it seems I'm decent at it, and y'all appreciate it, so really, thank you. We try to go back after the fact and thank everybody who has sent, super chats, stars, hit subscribe, all of that, but please don't take my lack of acknowledging it all here on the live stream as anything malicious. We appreciate it. Thank you. Hitting that subscribe button on YouTube channels, the thumb up button, that helps us with the algorithm.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Houston County in Texas.
All right. Let's get to that. That's just the same area this storm has been moving into. I might actually just order myself a pizza to get delivered. Alright, I'm going to play that video. Looks like the storm in northwestern Parker County is actually a pretty low-top supercell with a little lowering. How cute. Alright, so tornado warning again. The potential for a circulation. We'll switch back to the Shreveport radar. Approaching Grapeland. Grapeland, you need to be in a safe place. The lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Storm Chaser Adam Lucio is in Grapeland. You can see he's struggling with trees, but if we have anything, we'll do our best to show it to you, and really have to give Adam props. He was in Omaha, Lincoln, Nebraska on Friday with that massive tornado outbreak. They overnighted and hauled down to Oklahoma to chase yesterday, and now they're chasing in the eastern Brazos Valley in East Texas this afternoon. So big props to Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, all the chasers who have been out the last few days. We are all very ready for a break. So you can see Adam is driving through, I believe that is Grapeland. You can see the power still on, the flag blowing from right to left there indicates some outflow at his position. The storm, the circulation, that hook echo is definitely dangerous looking. The velocities aren't super impressive there, but that hook echo is. He has a new storm going up to his southwest. Northwest of Midway. Wow, look at that. Look at that green, man. So Adam is in Grapeland, which I'll switch back over here and show you on my map. We're on screen. That is an amazing live shot. He's in Grapeland. That's where this tornado warning is here on Highway 287. We'll see what he sees, but that is an amazing shot. The green alone indicates how much of a high precipitation supercell this is. We're just going to switch back over. Yeah. So again, you can see green. You can see low clouds. We don't see any tornado right now, but again, this storm is nasty. Very high precipitation supercell. What we'd be looking for here, outside of, a tornado, is when the core hits him, is there hail? How strong's the wind? Is the power still on? Stuff like that. We have anything flying around, but wow. That's impressive. The household has suddenly become quiet. I guess they're going to dinner. Oh. That's an amazing shot. I'm going to actually... So...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
Let's go back down here. So if you're in Grapeland, we'd encourage you to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. We note that a new supercell is developing further southwest north of Midway. Well, they just did put a tornado warning on it, so computer's about to go squealy, squeal, squeal, pig.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Houston and Madison County in Texas.
Jason, if you might want to get him to go south if he wants. I don't know if it's behind the outflow boundary or not, but let's see what he has, though. Let's just switch back to him. Adam Lucio is in Grapeland. You can see the storm coming in now. Very dark and ominous. Greenage tint. Note a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for East Texas was just issued. We'll talk about that in a minute. So let's go back to the radar. It's going to be a tornado warning for portions of Houston County, I believe, into portions of Madison County. This is going to be in southeast Texas, East Texas. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelia, Cherokee, and Nacogdoches County in Texas.
A tornado warning for northwestern Houston, northern Madison counties until 7 p.m. in East Texas. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Austinino. Or about 7 miles north of Midway. That's going to be moving east at 30. This tornado warning does include the communities of Cut, Crockett, Lovelady, and is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Crockett, Cut, Lovelady, Austinol need to be in a safe place. Lowest room, center floor, away from windows. Center floor, lowest room. How about we do this? Lowest floor, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Shoes, hard sole shoes, and some helmets if you got them. Moving east at 30, this would be near Lovelady at about 6:45, Crockett 6:45, Cut about 6:40, and then potentially crossing 287 southeast of Crockett, probably closer to about 7. So again, that's a new tornado warning for that storm. Further southwest of Madisonville. Make sure we don't have any issues. We kind of do here. We're starting to see stronger cup of rotation southwest of Madisonville. That's going to be for a storm near Badeas, moving northeast towards Madisonville. That may require a tornado warning shortly. That's going to be 11 miles southwest of Madisonville and Highway 190. 10 miles south of Conwood, about 11 miles south-southeast of North Zulch. About 3 miles west of Badeas, moving northeast. Again, that may require a tornado warning soon. And that would be for portions of Grimes, Madison, Walker counties, moving northeast at 30. Present speed, I'll put a storm track on it. I'm just going to do it for the area of circulation. It's going to storm before them. I don't want to be... Okay, this would be in Madisonville at 6:45. Oh, yeah, they need a tornado warning on that now. We're going to go ahead and just say there's probably a risk of a tornado now just west of Badeas. Those of you in Badeas, you need to be in a safe place. That's south of Madisonville, south or east of Iola, south of Conwood, southeast of North Zulch. We have what is a strong circulation now that has been detected by radar in the hook, which means it's legitimate. So those of you in Badeas, east of Iola, up to Madisonville, I would strongly encourage you to go to your tornado safe place. We don't issue tornado warnings. That's the job of the National Weather Service. But clearly we have what could be a tornado in progress or developing now, east of Iola, west of Badeas, moving northeast towards Madisonville and Cottonwood. We've got 55 miles an hour moving away from the radar. We got 50 towards, so we've got about 100 to 110 mile an hour couplet now in the hook echo, which indicates we could have a tornado in progress west of Badeas. All right, really quick. We're going to switch to Adam's screen, full screen for just a minute. I'm going to go find something to munch on real quick. So give me about 70 seconds. We'll be right back to Adam's feed. All right, my apologies. We are back. Again, what looked like a possible tornado just west of Badeas. That circulation is a little weaker now, but that storm moving up towards Madisonville, definitely a bit of a concern. Adam Lucio, I probably guess, is heading south towards this tornado warning southwest of Crockett. Let's go over real quick what we have. Line of severe storms from Longview to Tatum to Beckville to Carthage. 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter to ping-pong ball size hail, moving northeast very quickly at about 50 miles an hour. You can see the wind mode. We could have very damaging winds, knocking down a lot of trees and power lines. Tatum to Beckville, seeing indications of winds well over 70 miles an hour. Those are moving towards Marshall, Wascom, Scottsville, north of Carthage, all the way up Highway 79 towards DeBerry. And then that'll move into western Louisiana. We've also got damaging winds from near Nesbitt to Jefferson, moving up towards Uncertain and Smithland, Gray, Karnak. So a lot of wind with that. Oh, give me just a second. I actually have some fresh baked banana bread here, so I'm going to snack on this. But I also can at least zoom my camera in so you don't have to see me snacking on it. All right, so let's go over what we have going on here. And as I remember how to operate this thing. We've got a tornado warning for a thunderstorm about to cross over Highway 21. Northeast of Midway near Austino, Austonio. That storm has definitely got a nasty signature on it, very impressive hook echo. That is generally on track to impact Lovelady and Cut.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Grimes and Madison County in Texas.
Did they just issue like the smallest tornado warning ever? What is this? Look at that. That thing's tiny. What is this? Okay, nope, we gotta measure this. Go back. Okay, this is a tornado warning near that circulation near Badeas. Okay, 10 miles long. Okay, fine. 7 miles wide. Okay. Compare that to the other size of these warnings. That's just... I'm amused for some reason. What can I say? I'm easily amused.
Hey, David, you're muted. Service schedule is this happening? Loading. Yeah, I love your microphone. It's good times.
Isn't it good times, though? At least you can hear me now. I'm not sure if it's the cord or the USB hub. I'm thinking, wow, some things are going to be getting worked on. I think it has something to do with the USB drivers or the hub I'm using, but hey, that just means like rewiring 20 things. The fact XSplit hasn't frozen up and crashed, though, at least I think has fixed part of that problem. So apparently multiple problems. But I fixed one, so it's a good day. Until it freezes now. So again, this whole line of storms from west to Tipson to Carthage to Marshall to Jefferson is moving east-northeast about 50 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight-line winds, over 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail, flooding, rainfall. Those will be in Louisiana in the next 30 minutes. We've got some rain over Rusk, not anything to write home about. Storm over Grapeland, that circulation is really weakening. It's still there in the mid-levels, but it's a lot weaker. Is there a tornado there? Probably not. Can I completely rule it out? No. Mother Nature would probably rule me wrong, and then I would be in trouble. This storm southwest of Crockett definitely has the potential to be a problem. It's looking quite organized right now. The potential for a tornado near Ostino, moving towards the beautiful communities of Crockett, Cut, and Lovelady. That storm may also have large hail, damaging winds. Storm is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Buttons, 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 hit all the buttons. Doodaloo, doo, 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 doodaloo, doo, doo, doo. There we go. There's the magical button of life. All right. Back down here near Madisonville. Well, that's a problem, ladies and gentlemen. There's probably a tornado. Yeah, we've got a problem. Those of you in Conwood up to Madisonville, I'd go ahead and take a safe spot. I have no idea what is with this polygon here, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see there's probably a tornado south of Cottonwood, just northwest of Badeas, just west of Highway 90, southwest of Madisonville. Let me put some little roadies on here. Yeah, I'm singing now, apparently. Playing the banana bread. This was fresh baked last night. This is really good banana bread. Brandy Dietrich gets a cookie, or in this case, banana bread. All right, that's FM 1372. The tornado's still south of there, probably near the Bethel Cemetery Road, near County Road 115. This is going to be coming up towards probably FM 1372. And again, this might be the strongest couplet we've seen today. And when I say couplet, it is pixel to pixel. No tornado debris signature, but now there's a tornado warning. They really don't want to put Madisonville in this warning. Those of you from Conwood to Madisonville to Badeas need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest room. Center floor, away from windows. Tyler Park Road.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Grimes and Madison County in Texas.
Rabble Road, County Road 115. Tyler Park Road. And again, this is there is likely a tornado here. This thing is tighter than a tick's behind. Report of a tornado down now. Report of a large tornado just northwest of Badeas. So this is what could be a significant situation now with a report of a tornado northwest of Badeas with this couplet. So again, urgent call to action. FM 1372, if you are southeast of Cottonwood, south of Madisonville on Highway 90, back west to FM 1372, Bethel Cemetery Road, County Road 115, up to County Road 408, Union Road. A confirmed tornado is in progress. You need to move to a safe place. Lowest room, center floor. How about this? Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, that couple on this latest scan has weakened a little bit, but is still very present. Probably just had a pretty strong tornado touchdown. It may not last long, but it was strong. Back west, we're going to have to watch this area farther west near Iola. Starting to see some indications that we could see a circulation there. This is typically something we'd see on a warm front. These east to west oriented supercells with circulations, that'd be kind of like a warm front scenario. Or what was that day in Wyoming and Nebraska Panhandle? I think it was like 2017 or 18, June 12th or something. I don't know. But again, what could have been a large tornado now, just northwest of Badeas, southeast of Cottonwood, and south of Madisonville, moving north at 25 miles an hour. If this continues, this will be a direct threat to Cottonwood and the city of Madisonville. We'd advise no travel on Highway 190/21 between Interstate 45 and North Zulch, which is going to be out west of it, FM 39, between FM 39 on the west and I-45 on the east. If this continues, 45 is going to be a no-no around Madisonville soon. Further northeast, storm, very well organized. You can see it's a high precipitation supercell. Let me turn off the roads. Great, now I drew a big white line of doom. Again, you can see this thing's wrapped up like a ticks behind too. This thing's got your circulation there, high precip supercell, your area of rotation there, moving up towards Rocket. Cut, Lovelady, Ostingo. For those of you on Highway 19, you're going to want to be in shelter, lowest floor, center room, away from window. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Sorry, I'm eating kind of my dinner. I needed a snack. My sugar was getting low. It is beautiful. Wow, camera, that was pretty stinking rude. Banana bread. Meet the banana bread. It's yummy banana bread. All right, so those of you Lovelady up 19 to cut, Crockett being a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Further north, Grapeland, you're clear. If there's a tornado, it's probably closer to 294, probably a good 10 miles northeast of Grapeland. I would bet on that being a severe storm capable of damaging winds, maybe some hail, heavy rain. Gonna have to watch this storm near Crockett carefully. It's moving towards Crockett, Lovelady, cut. Back farther southwest, that storm southwest of Madisonville to east-south of Conwood. The potential remains for a tornado. I'll show you the velocity timeline. This thing went from nothing to spaghetti-o real quick. Easily the strongest couplet I'd seen today. That was likely a tornado, and that could have been a pretty strong tornado. It probably didn't last long, but oh, that was bad. You can see, here, I'll show you the velocity. You can see that went from nothing to real quick. We called it out when it started here, just northwest of Badeas. Tornado warning was issued 5-7 minutes later, and no, that was a big tornado. Jason, I'm retweeting it. That was a big wedge. Okay, so what was a large destructive tornado, at least briefly, the couplet's still there, the circulation's weakening a bit, but there still could be a tornado there. So again, that was a large wedge tornado. We just retweeted the picture on our Texas Storm Chasers Twitter/X account. And again, I don't think it's a wedge now. The velocity has really come down, but it is still present. That being said, Cottonwood, you need to be in a safe place. I don't care if you're in the tornado warning polygon or not. If my family was in Cottonwood, I'd be in a safe place. Coming up to FM 1372, just west of Union Road. Hopefully this is going to dissipate here soon before it gets to 21, but we are not placing bets. County Road 408 at FM 1372, tornado approaching. If it doesn't dissipate, it's going to probably cross Highway 190, you see it just actually didn't dissipate. It actually just re-intensified a bit. Union Road, County Road 408, FM 1372, southwest of Madisonville. South of Conwood, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A tornado, and one that has at times been large and very much in charge, is down. This thunderstorm is capable of producing tornado, large hail, damaging winds. So again, if you are in Cottonwood, which I'll go ahead and just mark on the map here. This map isn't super great at times about putting these smaller communities, but I've got a different map. Cottonwood is right there. If you're in Cottonwood or Madisonville, I don't care if you're under a tornado warning, you need to be in shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as
would
possible.
you turn your microphone volume up just a touch?
A tornado has been confirmed, and it has been large. So again, please be in shelter. If you're in Cottonwood, if you are in portions of, frankly, Cottonwood over to Madisonville on Highway 190, lowest floor, center room, away from windows.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston County in Texas.
Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Yeah, sorry, when the mic volume spiked earlier, I had to turn it down. Again, this is a large tornado, apparently. So those of you Conwood, down to FM 1372, east of Highway 90, up to the city of Madisonville, need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, I don't want to forget about the other folks. So let me quickly, we'll zoom out. I'm just going to let the velocity play. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. It's honestly a pretty good way to tell if we have areas of rotation issues. You can see the storm northeast of Grapeland is rotating, but not as impressive. Same with the storm southwest of Crockett, though there is a velocity couplet, and it has looked impressive with the reflectivity. I'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We'll loop that just because, and you can see that's a very impressive hook echo. The loop will actually quit being bad in a minute. You can see supercell over Grapeland, a lot of rain around it. It still has the potential to rotate. Supercell southwest of Crockett, that's going to be moving towards Lovelady and Cut from Stonio. No one on Highway 19 between Crockett and Lovelady. Moving east at 35. Southwest, we have a tornado down just southeast of Conwood, southwest of Madisonville. That couplet is weakening now, but we still may have a tornado. We could see a second circulation develop a little further southwest if that organizes. No other storms showing rotation at this point. At least that's capable of tornadic behavior. All right, back into northeast Texas we go. Or East Texas, take your pick. We're going to loop this real quick. And again, you can see this line of storms is racing northeast. The potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour winds, quarter-size hail, heavy rain that could cause flooding, and yeah, it's just not going to be fun. It could knock down a lot of trees, power lines, etc. And that line of storms will be out in Louisiana by 7:15. We have a new tornado watch until 2 a.m. for like the Golden Triangle. Actually, that's a really weird watch. It's mainly Louisiana. We do have a storm that has developed in Parker County, showing indications it may have some dime-sized hail with it. That storm... Am I still here? Okay. One of my monitors just flickered the 4K thing, so... Again, damaging winds with the storms northeast Texas. Back in North Texas, the potential for dime-sized hail with this storm slowly moving northeast. it's kind of in steady state. We'll keep an eye on it in case it tries to do something mischievous. Otherwise, we've had a tornado in the last 10 minutes southeast of Cottonwood, southwest of Madisonville, just west of Highway 90. This storm still showing indications of rotation as it moves north towards Highway 190 and 21, near or between Cottonwood and Madison. Cottonwood is there. Madison is there. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Tornado near County Road 408, between 408 Union Road 115, approaching FM 1372. That just will not die. Why is this moving so slowly? Okay, so this thing's moving almost north-northwest. So again, those of you in Conwood, I want you in shelter. Madisonville, I want you in shelter. I don't care if the tornado warning polygon includes you or not. It should. We don't issue tornado warnings, but we do issue common sense at times, and this is common sense. Those of you on Highway 190/21 between Conwood and Madisonville, including Madisonville and Conwood, there is a tornado down, likely around County Road 408 and FM 1372. This probable tornado, which was confirmed down 10 minutes ago, will cross Grant Road shortly, east of Conwood, southwest of Madisonville. From Conwood Road, FM 1452. It'll likely cross Highway 190, Highway 22, around FM 1492, maybe west of 1492. And again, don't get nitpicky on exactly where this thing is. We want all of you in Madisonville and Cottonwood. If you are in Cottonwood, east of North Zulch, and in the city of Madisonville, you need to be in shelter. Lowest floor. Center.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Madison County in
I would
Texas.
hope so. Maybe we have common sense now. It looks like it. That's nice. Those of you in the city of Madisonville, you need to be in a safe place. If you're in Conwood, you need to be in a safe place. This tornado warning will extend northeast and will include Midway, all the way up Highway 190 slash... I think that's Highway 190. 190 goes southeast. Whatever. Highway 21, northeast of Madisonville, up to Midway. We've dealt with this area before. Y'all need to be in a safe spot. I'll turn the radar off so you can see what's going on. And again, there's a lot of storms. If I'm not talking about you, that's a good thing. Madisonville, you're in the tornado warning. Midway, you're in the tornado warning. That's pretty much the only real communities out here that are showing up on my map. There's smaller unincorporated areas, I'm sure, but y'all are...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bossier, Caddo, and DeSoto County in Louisiana. Harrison, Panola, and Rusk County in Texas.
Okay. So again, this is going to be, what is this, Madison County? Yeah, eastern Madison County, tornado warning until 7:15 p.m. Tornado now just southwest of... Madisonville moving northeast. It'll be on 190/21 to the next 5 minutes. This tornado warning does include Midway. It includes everyone between Madisonville, Midway, southeast of Leona. We don't want folks on Interstate 45 as this storm crosses over. It could still have a tornado at that point. It may not. Storm's going up west of Oklahoma City. Okay, well, that's good to know. Okay, we've got other video. Okay, what in the world? Okay. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Is there a hailer going up just to my west? I'll have to look out the window at some point. Anyway, tornado warning, Madisonville, Midway. Y'all be in a safe place. The velocity couplet is still there. It looks a little weaker now. Hopefully that means it's about to dissipate, but I wouldn't be shocked if it puts another tornado down. We do have a circulation still
Texas
in...
local storm report from 4 miles south-southwest of Madisonville in Madison County, Texas. Funnel cloud. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, funnel cloud possibly producing a tornado.
I'm sorry, did we not see the same picture? What are we doing? Sorry, sometimes common sense just seems so difficult to obtain. All right, severe thunderstorm southwest of Crockett, moving east-northeast. This thunderstorm could produce a tornado as it approaches Cut or Love Lady, damaging straight-line winds, the potential for quarter-size hail, heavy rain, and flooding. You can see Adams dealing with trees. You know, we're getting pictures out the wazoo of this thing. This thing was a big tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Miller County
Southwest of
in Arkansas,
Madisonville.
Caddo County in Louisiana, Cass, Harrison, and Marion County in Texas.
You done? Thank you. Okay, you can see this thing's got damaging straight line winds. If you're in Wascom, DeBerry, you're getting blasted by wind right now. East Marshall, Wascom, you're about to get blasted by hurricane force winds. Winds over 70 miles an hour, it looks like. That's going to be an ouchie. Same thing up to Uncertain to Jefferson, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Moving towards Linden, Atlanta, western Louisiana. This will be east of Marshall, Carthage quickly. Could have damaging winds with this northern section from Jefferson up towards Linden and Atlanta as it moves northeast. We'll have to keep an eye out for any indications of a spin-up tornado up there. There are actually a little bit of a sign. This thing southwest of Wascom near DeBerry may be trying to spin up a little, but it's about to be in Louisiana. All right, let's check on some of these other storms, and then I'll try to show you the latest high-res rapid refresh model, give you an idea of what we expect today, well, this evening and tonight. I guess today's about over. All right, so again, we've got a storm going up southwest of Mahia. It could have a wee bit of hail. No low-level rotation. We've got a storm in northern Parker County. Jason, why is the mini soup rotating? What? Okay, we've got a mini supercell, I guess. That's going to be near Springtown. Could have small hail, maybe up to the size of nickels. Localized wind gusts. A little bit of rotation. I don't think it's a tornado threat, but it probably looks very impressive if you want to go outside and look at the storm. It probably is an environment where it looks pretty cool. It probably has some striations. So, oh, sorry, it's been a really long week. It's not even May yet either. I'm going to keep eating my banana bread. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if I need to go hide my car under something. I live here on the border of Moore and Norman. No, the microphone was not broken. I was just eating my banana bread. All right, here's the radar over the last 2 hours. You can see storms, storms, storms. Big old cluster has raced into east-northeast Texas. We have scattered storms developing, continuing to develop, and will continue to develop for the foreseeable future, as in the next 4 hours, across the Brazos Valley. And those will eventually spread into southeast Texas, east Texas. You can see we have an isolated storm that's fired in northern Parker County. That's moving southeast. That could have some dime to nickel-size hail. We'll see if any other storms develop up there. But otherwise, it has been an eventful afternoon. We had a large tornado touchdown about 20 minutes ago, several miles southwest of Madisonville. At this point, it still has a circulation. We'll go back to the Granger radar. I'll sit up. And at some point, I'm going to have to buy a new chair because this one is falling apart, as so many of you let me know when you saw the comment or the picture a few months ago. The potential for a tornado now very near the city of Madisonville on Highway 190. Y'all in Madisonville, really, be in shelter. This thing was a big wedge about 20 minutes ago. I am hoping it's not a big wedge now. The velocity couplet's weaker, but it's still quite present. Winds moving away from the radar, 40. Winds moving towards the radar at 55. There is probably still a tornado here, and it could be a strong tornado. So please, if you are in Madisonville, be in shelter. Be in shelter now. Be in shelter 10 minutes ago. Pretty please and thank you. If you want to go outside and look for this thing, I wouldn't recommend it. It could be wrapped in heavy rain. And the part where we don't want folks getting impaled by debris also tends to lead credence to the part you should probably just believe what I'm saying and go take shelter. You can come out of shelter by 7:05 to 7:10. You can look outside and see if you can see something. But until then, don't be a dum-dum. Go to shelter. This system, over the last few days, has already killed at least 4 people. 4 people are dead in Oklahoma from last night's tornado outbreak. The storms that fired in DFW moved north, got rowdy on the Red River, and then when they got to Marietta, Ardmore, Sulphur, they went, uh-oh, and dropped big tornadoes. So be in shelter, all right? We don't need folks getting hurt from flying debris. I'm trying to see if there's a traffic cam over here. There actually is a traffic cam right in Madisonville. Okay. I really wish they'd have pointed it at the town. Really? Okay, I don't see anything on the traffic cams, but there is a traffic cam right in Madisonville. Now, here's some good news. That couplet has weakened. It is still there. There may still be a tornado there, but at least now, hopefully, if it is, it's not one of these massive wedges we had 20 minutes ago down here northwest of Badeas. That being said, this thing could cycle back up and produce another tornado at any point, even if there's... And that's assuming there's not a tornado now. Further east, make sure there's no sort of spinny, doom issues with any of these storms, because clearly these little beans are trying to be mischievous and drop tornadoes. So we're going to be mindful of that. Okay. And again, we have a storm southwest of Crockett with some rotation. That is approaching Cut and Lovelady there on Highway 19. I'll be honest, I can't really see that much rotation from this angle, but we're looking pretty high up in the storm. I can't rule out issues. You can see we got a storm going up in portions of Limestone County, northwest of Groesbeck, southwest of Mahia. This storm is got some small hail. No tornado issues with it right now. And then we've got a storm in northern Parker County doing its best to completely emulate the mini supercell structure. When I say mini supercell, that's what I mean. This thing that's got the hook, it's not going to produce a tornado, but it's cute. You can probably go outside and look at it. It probably looks really cute. Adam Lucio has scary looking clouds. Let's take a look. Jason, where is Adam? Or let me rephrase that. Is he in this area that I was just squealing about, Madisonville? Based on the cloud movement, I'm going to say yes. Okay, we're going to watch that with great interest over the next...
He is south of Crockett.
Understood. He's in Crockett, so he's actually on this storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Madison County in Texas.
Cool. So Adam is in Crockett on this storm that we're watching with great interest. You can see there's a lot of scud moving around. I don't see anything.
Around 19.
Understood. What we're looking for is any sort of, well, apparently to get, we're looking at Adam getting struck by lightning, apparently, but what we're looking at here, scary looking clouds. That is as moisture condenses into a cloud. Can look real scary. What we're looking for here, though, is violent rotation. That's what we'd be looking for. I'll tell you this, the lightning alone indicates that storm near Crockett's a mean son of a gun. Damaging winds, maybe some hail. Can't rule out a tornado, but we're just too far away from the radar to actually see anything in the low levels. You can see scud rising, at times even off tree level. That's just because there's so much moisture and humidity in the air. Sorry, I muted so y'all didn't have to hear me chewing my banana bread. So again, Adam is near Crockett. Okay, let's switch. Where's my other radar? I don't want to.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston and Trinity County in Texas.
All right. I'm switching my radar. Or I'm looking off screen at some other data. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alto and Rusk, tornado warning. That's I was looking at that off screen. I was like, is that legit?
Issued for Cherokee County in Texas.
Come on, radar, let's go. Thank you. Yeah, you can see we've got a pretty good circulation now that is developed on Highway 294 west of Alto. This is going to be a tornado warning that does include the city of Alto, up Highway 69 to just south of Rusk. It's a pretty impressive looking signature from both the Granger radar and the Shreveport radar. Shreveport's 82 miles, 7,600 feet. Fort Worth is way farther. Okay, so again, we have now a new tornado warning. This is going to be for southeastern Cherokee County and East Texas. This is going to be a tornado warning for a thunderstorm located 9 miles west of Alto, 12 miles south of Rusk, moving northeast at 30. So those of you west of Alto, southwest of Rusk, you're going to need to be in shelter. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Let me try to get some roads on here. And again, we're going to focus on all these storms. Madisonville, you need to be in a safe place. County Road 2313. County Road 2325. McLean Road. County Road 2404. County Road 2907. Bull Creek Hunting Club. Highway 294, the city of Alto. Highway 21, southwest of Alto. Highway 269 from Alto to Rusk. And anyone who is south of the city of Rusk, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And I have a severe thunderstorm warning. How nice. My weather radio is going to squeal. Jason, I don't know about you, but this is overperforming. I did not expect this. I expected we'd have a cluster of storms with maybe a tornado, damaging winds, a bit of hail, but we've been dealing with tornado warnings constantly for 4 hours now. So clearly, this is day 3 of overperforming tornado outbreak. Oh, where's the other radar? I need more monitors. I'm going to have to put a third graphics card in this. All right, why is there a severe thunderstorm warning? Please do not be a right-moving supercell that comes to attack me. I really don't want to deal with that tonight. Okay, this can go sit over here. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. All right, so again, we've got 2 tornado warnings. 1 tornado warning about 10 miles west of Alto, moving towards Alto. That's out there. 2, we've got a tornado warning for the city of Madisonville. We've got a thunderstorm that produced a significant tornado probably 10 miles south of Madisonville about 25 minutes ago. We note this storm southeast of Bryan is starting to rotate. See that? That's increasing rotation. We're going to have to watch that carefully. That's southeast of College Station, northwest of Navasota with the storm moving northeast. That could be an issue downstream. Madisonville, that rotation is now right in town. It is weaker than it was, but it is discernible. So if we have a tornado, it very well could be near Madisonville. I'd have to call Stephen Jones. Jason, in the internal chat, you might want to tag Steven in what I just posted. I think they're at dinner. Maybe I'll just look out the window and see it. For those who don't know / care, well, too bad. I live on the border of Norman and Moore, Oklahoma, right?
Oh, wow, what a not so pleasant surprise.
The border of Norman and Moore, Oklahoma for now. There's a storm about 20 miles to my west with apparently a funnel cloud, so I could probably open this window and see it. Sorry, it's been a long few days. That wasn't on the bingo card either. Oh, I don't even know where they are. I'll call them real quick just for fun. Nah, well, I don't care that much. Okay. Check my phone real quick. So long, farewell. I'll be there, saying goodbye. I'm singing. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. All right, so again, we're here. We've got a possible tornado in the city of Madisonville. If so, it's probably on the west side of town. That was a significant tornado about 20 minutes ago south of town on Highway 90. We've got a possible tornado. We're going to switch back to the Shreveport radar. I'm talking really quickly because I ate all my banana bread and metabolized. No, I have more banana bread. Sweet. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado on Highway 294 about 9 to 10 miles west of Alto. That is a very nasty-looking velocity couplet. It doesn't necessarily line up with where I'd expect it to be, though, unless it's a comma head feature on the back northwest side of this storm. Take a screenshot of this and put it in the chat so I can yell about it later. Doot. 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 Thank you, Jason. We just hit 30,000 YouTube subscribers on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. Thank you, everyone. And that's the only thing I'll mention about that for now. All right, so again, possible tornado on Highway 294 about 9 to 10 miles west of Alto. That's going to be moving east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. Those of you south of Rusk, down Highway 69 all the way to Alto, west to 294, say 15 miles west of Alto, be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, we're going to block that person on Twitter. Okay, so back down to Madisonville. We'll switch to the correct radar. And again, there's plenty of storms out here. Understand, if we're not talking about a storm near you, that's good. We focus on the most intense storms when doing tornado coverage, which means in this case, those of you in Madisonville, we're talking about you. That's not great. Those of you in Alto and Rusk, we're talking about you. That's not great. The good news is the velocity couplet around Madisonville, we don't see it anymore. We got a lot of storms in this area now, which is kind of making things messy, which is good in terms of keeping the tornado threat a bit lower. That being said, we'll have to see if we see any circulations develop further south on this line. It may occur. We'll see. Given the fact we had a large tornado south of Madisonville about 30 minutes ago, indicates there's something in this area that has the potential of causing mischief, maybe a boundary or just the general ingredients. So anywho, what time is it? 7:07. All right. Oh, look, there's a tornado warning for Shreveport, Louisiana. When I said that thing just south of Wascom was trying to spin up into a tornado, turns out I know what I'm talking about from time to time, and it is. In fact, it's hitting the National Weather Service in Shreveport right now. That's unfortunate for them. They have shelters, though. Don't worry. They'll be okay. Okay, let's take a look at what we expect for this evening into tonight and Monday morning. And to do that, we're going to hit the super duper awesome blossom button of life, which lets us change the upper third, clear everything off the graphic set. We're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Hopefully it's doing a bit better than it was earlier. The earlier run wasn't super duper great, but what we're going to do now is load the data. We're going to take a look at what this looks like at 9 o'clock. Why? I want to see how the model is performing. I mean, not great, to be honest, but it's got the storms. It'll at least give a timeline on when at least the storm should be ending. So we'll let it run from 9 o'clock through 11 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll even put the clouds on here. Now I'm going to let the data load for a minute. All right, you can see these storms, they're not going to be in any hurry to get out of here. We're going to be dealing with storms in Houston at like 4 a.m. So we're going to have flooding. We're going to have some of these producing hail, wind, the potential for a few tornadoes across East Texas, Southeast Texas, the remainder of the Brazos Valley, at least the eastern Brazos Valley, into the Golden
You're muted. Now we got super crispy, crazy loud scratch time.
Y'all can hear me now, right? It looks like you can hear me now. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I am really stinking tired of this doing that. So we're going to do the next best thing. I'm going to find a USB. Yeah, I'm going to find a USB extension cord and plug it in directly to the computer. I think that hub back there is dying on me, which means this mallet is going to be used to smash it later. Probably not, actually, but nevertheless, I'm displeased.
Okay, so we're just going to let that play for a minute. Y'all get to see that. We're going to do, we'll switch to Adam's feed here for a minute. I'm going to plug this into the main computer and cute mini supercell near Springtown. And you'll hear me again in a minute. So a 50-foot U.S.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Houston and Madison County in Texas.
A 50-foot USB cord might be overkill, but we'll see if that helps at all. Otherwise, yeah, we have a new tornado warning. Same areas as this first one. We'll switch back to the how hard it's raining mode, switch on the reflectivity. Again, those of you around Alto, that circulation honestly is dissipated, but still be in shelter if you're around Alto. The potential for very strong wind, hail, heavy rain. There may be a new circulation developing southeast of Alto. We'll talk about that in a second. We do have a tornado warning now continuing for Madisonville. The storm's back building, really. It's not, the circulation itself isn't as easy, but it does look like, yeah, I think we have a new circulation that develops south of Madisonville. And if so, we may have another tornado trying to move into the city of Madisonville from the southwest. I see that report that just came in over Spotter Network, Jason. I'm not sure what to make of that, but what? Okay. All right. So again, if you're at Madisonville, I'd encourage you to remain in a safe place. The storm just keeps back building. We've seen another circulation.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Cherokee and Nacogdoches County in Texas.
Cool story. Back built west, southwest, so probably be a good idea to just stay in shelter if you're in Madisonville. That storm's doing a lot of weird things. All right, we're back to the main thing here. Hopefully makes my audio sound better. We'll see if it cuts out again. But this is going to be a new tornado warning for the storm around Alto. That new circulation that's developed on the southeast side of town. That's going to be
over Murrill or 14 miles southeast of Rusk, just southeast of Alto. It's going to be moving east at about 35 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include Douglas, Lilbert, and technically the city of Nacogdoches in southeastern Cherokee, northwestern Nacogdoches County in East Texas. At 7:15 p.m., a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Morel, or just southeast of Alto, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Sorry, I'm just getting some pictures of that tornado near Madisonville earlier. It's not a tornado from... All right. Okay, so again, tornado warning for circulation near Murrill or 14 miles southeast of Rusk or just southeast of Alto, moving east at 35. This tornado warning does include Looneyville, myself, Lilbert, and Linwood, in addition to portions of Nacogdoches. So if you're in Nacogdoches, you're going to want to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That will include Highway 21 between Alto and Nacogdoches. We're not going to want anyone trying to travel up or down to Highway 259/59 into Nacogdoches either, given the fact that storm's coming in from the west. Okay, we're going to turn that off. You can sit there. I'm just checking on some data. All right, we'll switch that back to that. Madisonville, if we have a tornado, I mean, it's really messy now, which is good. Messy means it's hard to find or discern a specific zone of low-level rotation here. But if there's something, it is right around Madisonville. I'll tell you this, it's probably storming and pouring in Madisonville, which means it's flooding. Probably. These things are probably dropping quite a bit of rain, maybe some hail, gusty winds. It's storming, it's pouring, and it's going to flood. Not a great time to be on I-45. This has been a very bad day to be on I-45, frankly, if you're traveling, just because of all the rain. And I-45 is always fun enough when it's not raining. No, it's not. So again, Madisonville, circulation remains evident right around town. Wouldn't want to be on I-45 around Madisonville right now. This storm is eventually, at some point, going to get its butt into gear and start moving up Highway 21 towards Midway. We see these storms further south, each with their own spooky-looking hooks. You can see this one on Highway 30 east of College Station, a little bit of low-level convergence. We'll keep an eye on that just in case it tries to do something spooky, but we also note what appears to be an outflow boundary. And if that has cut off the inflow into the low levels of this thunderstorm, that would drastically reduce any near-term or short-term threat of a tornado. Boy, apparently talking's difficult today. Again, Madisonville, if there's a tornado, it's wrapped in rain right on Highway 75 on the north side of town, up to Interstate 45. We haven't heard any damage reports yet. We haven't heard of anything in Madisonville right now. But again, given the fact the storm has been quite mischievous over the last while, you're going to want to be in a safe place. Further east, these little mini supercells from Trinity Riverside are showing a bit of rotation. We'll keep an eye on it. Otherwise, Madisonville, just stay in a safe place. I mean, you've got pouring rain and hail. If you still have electricity after all the lightning strikes y'all have taken, it's a miracle. Again, no clear-cut indications of a tornado down this second, but this thing's got multiple low-level circulations that keep trying to condense. Nope, that's not the word. I need a nap. Multiple low-level circulations, and if one of them is able to become potent enough, it could drop a tornado around Madisonville, so be in shelter. All right, further northeast, tornado warning for Shreveport, Louisiana on the leading edge of the squall line. Y'all are getting blasted by strong winds. That line is now east of Texas. Thank you. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now on highway, well, maybe just east of Alto. Moving east at about 30 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on it. It is moving east at 35 miles an hour. Why? I'm so sorry. And I'm going to do this on the leading edge of this precipitation core, even though the tornado, if there is one, may be wrapped back in the rain. At least it'll give you all a sense of the timing. Come on. Nope, we're going to draw that again. Yeah, we're going to do this. Whee! There we go. 35 miles an hour. Okay, so it may be moving more east, but it still encompasses the potential of a bit of a left turn. Nacogdoches, about 745 to 750. Appleby, about 755. Garrison, 805. And this storm's just riding itself down Highway 21. And again, Douglas, specifically Douglas, pretty much now in the next 5 minutes. So if you're in Douglas, a little bit east to Nacogdoches, you're going to want to be in a safe place as this thunderstorm approaches you from the west. I'm going to drink some water. Maybe I have dry tongue. Maybe Captain Kirk in Star Trek, the movie from like 15 years ago.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Brazos, Grimes, Houston, and Madison County in Texas.
I did say it was pouring rain, and now you get a flash flood warning. All right, so back to the other tornado warning. Madisonville, where you also now get a flash flood warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, and a tornado warning. You get the trifecta. I'm sure that's something you've always wanted. All right, Madisonville, again, there is a pocket of rotation here. We're looking about 5,000 to 6,000 feet above the surface, so it's mid-level rotation, but it is still enough, given the fact this storm did produce a tornado 40 minutes ago, that there is concern enough to maintain a tornado warning. The low-level the circulation looks a lot less impressive than it did earlier. It is pouring rain. It is storming, and this is clearly nowhere near the intensity of the storm that we dealt with 45 minutes ago that dropped a wedge, or a large tornado, on Highway 90 north of Badeas, southeast of Cottonwood, and south of Madisonville. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it in case it attempts to become mischievous once again. And it might. Further south, you can see we have a storm east of College Station. It has an interesting little appendage to it, but not any significant low-level rotation right now. We'll keep an eye on it. And again, we've just got other storms. I'm going to switch to the Houston radar for this. We got storms near Trinity. These each have mid-level rotation. We'll keep an eye on them. They're moving northeast. We're going to be dealing with storms all night into Monday morning. East Texas, southeast Texas. Here, I'm just going to draw you the magical line of life. Yeah, that's what I'm calling it. It's a Sunday night. It's almost a Monday. Okay, so here's your magical line of stormy life. If you are in this little box of doom, if you prefer to call it, storms are going to be developing all night into Monday morning and eventually are going to skedoodle their way southeast, slowly producing flooding rainfall, hail, at times, damaging winds, at times, and the threat for a few tornadoes, at times. This is going to be going on all night. These are in no hurry to go anywhere. We're going to see more develop. So, hi. There you go. There's your stormy bubble of life. Clearly, I probably should have eaten some dinner. Okay, so yeah, here, let's just hit this button. We'll take a look what's going on. I'll turn off the satellite because clearly it's almost night time. I'll leave it on. It kind of looks cool. Here's stormies. We have an isolated storm near Springtown in northwest, in southeastern Parker County. Some lightning, brief heavy rain, low precipitation supercell, It looks cute. No severe weather issues with that. We've got some storms in eastern Oklahoma. They've been producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. We got a severe storm just west of Oklahoma City. It's got a little bit of hail and funnel clouds. Oh, yay. I could look out the window and see it. In fact, I might very well just do that because that's what I want to do. And then we've got storms, obviously, across East Texas, Southeast Texas, and that's what's going to keep going on for the next several hours. We have a tornado warning west of Nacogdoches, east of Alto, moving east towards Nacogdoches. We have a rain-wrapped circulation that keeps trying to drop a tornado around Madisonville. It's like Night of the Twisters in Madisonville right now, where these little circulations keep popping up. And now I'm going to stand up, walk over to the window over here where the camera will probably follow me. I'm going to look outside and see if I can see a stormy. When you have a little office with a window and a little camera that follows you. P.S. Say hi to Dag. Dag. Okay. Okay. You're lucky you'll get a lightning show out that window after sunset here in about an hour. If I'm unlucky, the lightning show will be literally on this house and it will end up, well, knocking things over. All right, you can see the feed from Adam Lucio. He is a trooper for being out and about today. You can see our storms here. Again, let me show you the high-res rapid refresh model. And while I do that, again, possible tornado near Douglas, southeast of Alto, moving east. In proximity to or just south of Highway 21, could be a direct threat to Nacogdoches. We have a possible tornado around Madisonville, along with a lot of rain, flooding. And then we just got a bunch of other storms that have heavy rain, some hail, strong winds. You know the deal. And we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. While I load that, I want to say thank you for helping us hit 30,000 subscribers on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel and over 151,000 on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. It really does mean a lot. I don't usually mention the whole analytics, all that very often during severe weather coverage, but when we have a minute, I'd like to thank everybody. You know, thank you for the stars, the super chats, all that. It's not why we're here and do this, but it does help pay some of the bills. So we appreciate it. All right, I'm going to load this data. And again, the clear-cut message here is storms are going to be slow moving. Some folks may see more than one round of storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas. And we're going to be doing it well into the evening with the most intense storms capable of producing large hail. Probably quarter to ping pong ball. We haven't really had any big hail today. It doesn't seem to be that kind of a day. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. We definitely had a lot of wind in East Texas, Northeast Texas earlier. The potential for a few tornadoes, hence tornado warnings. And we're going to have a lot of rain, so flooding is going to be an issue as well. And you can see storms in Houston, I mean, what, 2 to 5 a.m.? We'll see. It may be sooner than that, but let's take a gander. Madisonville, if y'all could really quit trying to be tornadic, I'd really appreciate it. There's just a lot of weird stuff going on up there, Madisonville. Good grief. So that's what we think things will look like overnight into the morning, which is why we're still here. Western two-thirds of Texas, you're fine. It's going to be clear-ish, maybe some low clouds and fog in the morning, but no stormies. And then tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow afternoon and evening, we can all be mostly sunny, lack of stormies, and yours truly and every other storm chaser and interested weather party can actually sleep. But, alas, we're not there yet. All right, so back to the tornado warning. Let's start off with the Alto to Nacogdoches storm. All right, we're going to press that. We're going to press that. You'll let me know. You like this gray background style more on this map, or you like it when I kind of switch it over to satellite? I'll admit, satellite's a little easier for me to see background objects, lakes and stuff, but at the same time, it's So again, area of circulation that's pretty broad, at least in the mid-levels, moving east towards the city of Nacogdoches at this point, east of Alto. If you're in Alto, you're fine. It's east of y'all. If you're in Nacogdoches, you could have an issue. If you're in Douglas, well, you're having a bad time at the moment. Big old area of circulation that, if it condenses, could produce a tornado. In fact, you can see the storm actually itself is just like a big old bowling ball. You can see we might have a little bit of a rear inflow jet helping to push it out here, but otherwise, this whole thing is just rotating. This whole mass is just an area of rotating rain. You can see a lot of wind being pushed out the south side, which would enhance the threat for wind damage. And we might see a spin-up tornado. Did my mic break again? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, I RT'd. All right, so zooming back out, let's go back to Madisonville. Y'all are probably getting more rain today than you may have gotten in the last 2 months. Hello, Hook, way southwest of Madisonville. We're going to watch that east of College Station. But look, Madisonville, you're in the blob. You are in the blob of blob. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see, yeah, we have some rotation. I will admit, this is not a super-de-duper, hey, I'm going to drop a tornado on your head signature. There is rotation. This storm did produce a tornado earlier, maybe two. But at this point, I just don't know, to be totally honest with you. So we'll respect the fact there's a tornado warning in place. The tornado warning goes through 7:45. The way it looks now, if it doesn't intensify, I don't think they'll reissue it. But you got to respect the fact it's storming important. Now, the storm east of College Station, if that's not behind an outflow boundary, and what I mean by outflow boundary is the rain-cooled air. You know, that surge of rain-cooled air you may get a few minutes before it starts raining. That's an outflow boundary. That marks the switch between a thunderstorm's updraft, the Hook Echo region, ingesting rain-cooled air or warm, unstable air. If that rain-cooled air is pushed out a little too far out, that will help cut off the low-level circulation and prevent spinny, spinny, doom, doom potential, tornado. If not, well, the opposite. So my question is, typically we can see those boundaries on radar.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
Okay, they're talking about all these storms out here. Trinity, Groveton, up to Crockett, Kennard. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. We'll keep an eye out, too, just in case anything tries to spin up. We're not seeing anything trying to. But no, the storm east of College Station, we're going to have to watch. It is moving east-northeast. It's moving right at the mean flow. Notice how these storms out here are moving. Well, here, I'll just loop it. Why do I bother trying to verbally describe it when I can also visually show it? One moment, please, while I press a bunch of buttons. Douglas on Highway 21, you should be in shelter. If there's a tornado, it is very near Douglas right now. East of Alto, west of Nacogdoches. Okay, so again, notice most of these storms moving northeast. This one east of College Station's moving more east. I'm a little concerned. So, yeah, I think they're probably... If you're in Singleton, southwest of Badeas, west of Shiro, north of Carlos, this may be our next candidate for a problem in the spinny, spinny, doom, doom department. We'll have to see. And those of you in Huntsville, this would probably stay to your northwest, but you'll have to keep an eye on it too. This seems like the most likely candidate for our next tornado warning if we have to deal with another tornadic thunderstorm. As far as I know, Madisonville did not get directly hit by a tornado. We haven't heard anything, I'll be honest, but I haven't seen anything or heard anything that necessarily would corroborate. Oh, good grief, there goes the R. Corroborate, whatever. There being a tornado in town. Yeah, there's been rotations, but we just haven't heard anything, and there hasn't really been anything on the radar to suggest, we had a big time tornado go through Madisonville. It was close, just southwest of town, though. We'll see. This storm east of College Station is intensifying. We're starting to see an increasing hail core aloft. Assuming the organization can continue, this could become a problem for places like Singleton over to Huntsville across northeastern Grimes County and western Walker County. I don't like it. You can see it actually does have a little bit of a mid-level mesocyclone, but nothing that screams, uh-oh, just yet. We're trending upwards, though, from it's okie dokie to but we're not to the uh-oh level yet. Yeah, I just made up a whole scale. This is where Jason yells at me. Okay. So again, this circulation, which honestly looks like a large area of wind, is located around Douglasville right now, moving probably east-northeast towards Appleby. Okay, dog, that was slightly terrifying. Are you okay? Yeah, you're a good girl. Yeah, you're a good girl. Is there someone in the living room you need to attack? Yeah, you're a good girl. Okay. So again, this storm moving east-northeast. I mean, look, it's got a lot of wind. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see this is actually a comma head feature. Typically, you'll see that on the northern edge of a complex of thunderstorms. It's where the wind can kind of curl back in on itself and sometimes result in areas of damaging wind and spin up tornado potential. It's kind of like the opposite of a supercell hook in the regards of that. Okay, the same one who reported that wedge south of Madisonville earlier is now reporting a funnel with the storm northeast of Carlos, west of Singleton. Okay, so again, here's the wind. Just pretend it's doing this. And that's exactly what a comma head feature means. It's just kind of going lean edge, outflow, then it curls back around on the north side of the storm and goes right back in. That's typically what you'd see on the north end of a squall line or a complex of thunderstorms. So with that being said, we'll watch that. Damaging winds, perhaps the threat of an embedded tornado. Going back around Douglas right now, and again, we'll have to watch that carefully. We'll see what the Weather Service does. If they it'll be a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. I don't think it's going away completely, but we may see a one of the two issued sooner rather than later as this moves east towards Trewick. Appleby should be staying north of Nacogdoches, at least the worst of it, up towards Garrison. And then back southwest, you can see we do have thunderstorms. Here, let's switch to the Houston radar. These storms across portions from Trinity to Groveton to Kennard, these all, as I play an animation, moving northeast, the potential for quarter-sized hail, strong winds, no tornadoes right now, and heavy rain that could cause flooding. And here you can see that's just playing. Now, I'll tell you this. I do not like that storm east of Bryan College Station. That thing is definitely about to be our next candidate for...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Nacogdoches and Rusk County in Texas.
Okay, well, I was going to say our next candidate for a tornado warning, but, well, apparently this one out here beat us. So I guess now we have the answer to the question I was pondering about a moment ago. It's going to be a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for portions of Southern Rusk and northwestern Nacogdoches County in northeast Texas at 7:40 p.m. A severe thunderstorm. Whoa! Sorry. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Douglas, 14 miles west of Nacogdoches, moving northeast at 40 towards Cushing, Appleby, kind of Mount Enterprise-ish, to be honest. So this includes Cushing, Trewick, Appleby, kind of towards Garrison, not right to Garrison yet, but it includes 204 west of 259. It runs almost up to Mount Enterprise. Now, comma head feature, you're just going to have to trust me. I know it doesn't look like your traditional hook. Just pretend it's like me, a dyslexic hook or a hook in reverse. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. I'll make sure I'm on the right radar. I am. Okay, we'll switch to this. You could kind of see it there. And again, that's just an area where we could have damaging winds and perhaps a spin-up tornado. So again, that's going to be a tornado warning. No, be quiet. A tornado warning until 8:15 p.m. Until 8:15 p.m. for portions of southern Rusk and northwestern Nacogdoches County. We're talking way east of the city of Rusk. This doesn't include Nacogdoches, Center, Carthage, Henderson, almost includes Mount Enterprise, but again, damaging straight-line winds, the potential for a spin-up tornado. This right now would be near Highway 21, east of Alto, northwest of Nacogdoches. Near Douglas, or 14 miles west of Nacogdoches, moving northeast at 40. So I'll put a storm track on this real quick, and we'll see exactly where it's going. We'll do this. And again, moving northeast at about 40. I want to make sure I get Mount Enterprise in there just in case. A little further north would probably have served me more. We'll do that. I hate everything. I hate everything. Okay, sorry. All right, there we go. So Cushing the next 10 minutes. Appleby, 8 o'clock. Mount Enterprise, I don't think it's going to be there by 8:05, but we'll see. Tips in. So yeah, maybe out Mount Enterprise. It's already storming and pouring. You may have a storm with damaging winds as well by 8:05. Tips in about 8:25 if this is still going. Gary City, 8:35. Tenahall by 8:40. And again, that's for the portion of the storm that could have a spin-up tornado damaging straight-line winds. Okay, well, the storm southwest of Badeas, that's where the new severe thunderstorm warning that I rudely didn't let play was issued. That's this storm down here that could eventually become a candidate for a tornado. This storm, where's the bloody radar? There we go, is north of Highway 30, coming up to Highway 90 near Singleton. Now, this thing's got a clear-cut hook echo. It has some rotation. It also has the potential of producing large hail. Badeas, just north of the river, you are going to get in on some hail here shortly. In fact, this could be a candidate for some of the larger hail we've seen today. We may have ping pong, the golf ball size hail in Badeas here.
Just letting you know, Adam Lucio has ended his chase tonight.
All right, thank you. And thank you to Adam for being out and about today, giving us visuals on the storms. All right, so again, Badeas, right about here. You're probably getting in on the hail here in just a minute. Singleton is about here. Shiro is right there. But then, of course, up here, that's Madisonville. You've got Conwood. This is staying well south of Conwood, Madisonville. Madisonville, Conwood, tornado warning's gone. You're clear. Midway, you're clear from the tornado warning. No tornado warning for you. So again, no tornado warning. You've got the blue box of flooding. We'll keep an eye on it, but I'm definitely more concerned about this tail end storm now. And we note some storms forming right over Bryan College Station. Those could have heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. B dies. Thank you. So again, we'll switch back to the state view. I'll turn the satellite off since it is night-night time for the visible satellite imagery, not so much night-night time for me. We'll switch back. We'll just use this. There you go. You can see we've got showers and storms continuing across East Texas, Northeast Texas. One storm tried to get itself going in Parker County. It has struggled bus. It's moving towards North Fort Worth. Brief heavy rain, maybe some dime-sized hail. Nothing to write home about. And then in terms of tornado issues, we've got that tornado warning now. Stand by. Okay, we did have a report from Douglasville that there was a small tornado down. That tornado would be moving northeast towards Trewick, southeast of Cushing, northwest of Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches, you're clear. No more tornado warning for Nacogdoches. That circulation is staying to your north. So again, Nacogdoches, you're clear. The primary concern for a circulation and possible small tornado now just northeast of Douglasville, moving northeast towards Trewick. And again, Douglasville is... Here, I'll draw for you. Right about there. And again, a storm chaser did report a small rain-wrapped tornado there. Unknown of any damage, but I'm sure some trees got knocked down. And again, up here, we've got some wind. Not really much, though. The only wind we had issues with earlier was this line that's in Louisiana. Behind that, northeast Texas, you're clear. We've got some storms around Tatum down to Appleby. Again, these storms, heavy rain, hail, small hail, gusty winds. And then this storm northwest of Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches, it's about to storm and pour near Cushing. That area of rotation really starting to weaken now, which is good. We'll see if that continues. But that might have had a spin-up tornado back down to the Brazos Valley. We go. We've got a severe storm. Groveton to Trinity, moving north towards Kennard. These storms moving northeast, the potential for quarter-sized hail. We could also see winds over 70 miles an hour. That's enough to cause tree damage. Heavy rain, maybe some quarter-sized hail. Back southwest, severe thunderstorm warning. Southwest of Madisonville. This storm is starting to show some increasing rotation as it approaches Bedice. Hold on, I'm going back. Where's the fancy thing? Someone will have to tell me again. I keep saying Bedice. It's not Bedice. It's, I think, Bedice. But again, that would be moving northeast, staying way south of Madisonville. Could be an issue for Interstate 45. It will be between Huntsville and Madisonville. More heavy rain, maybe some pocket change size hail, maybe some ping pong ball size hail. It's a bit bigger than a pocket change size hail. Most people on the stream probably don't even know what pocket change is these days. Passing along Highway 90, just north of Singleton, up to Bedice. Thank you. Bedice. See, it's part storm coverage, part phonics lesson, which is perfectly fine with me. The day I stop learning is the day I'm dead. So again, this storm moving east-northeast about 30. Look at all the... thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Oh, my throat hurts. It's about time to get into the acetaminophen. And again, so we'll see what happens with that. Can't rule out a some tornado threat, but I would be very happy if we could get away without any tornado warnings for a while. We have one tornado warning in the state of Texas right now, and that is for the circulation now northwest of Nacogdoches, moving up towards Appleby. I want some Applebee's, man. No, I don't. Trewick. There you go. You can actually see that circulation a little easier now. It's not super strong, but we did have a brief report, or a report of a small tornado near Douglas about 10 to 15 minutes ago. I'll put some roads on here as this little circulation moves northeast, generally towards areas just southeast of Mount Enterprise. And again, I think you can tell by the tone of my voice, I'm not too concerned about this. Spin up tornado, damaging winds. We're not talking about the next EF5 here, but a tornado's a tornado. It can knock down trees, cause damage to power lines. Trees tend to fall on things like homes, structures, businesses, especially across East Texas where we got more trees than human beings. All right, so we'll put some roads on here just to see if we can find any. There you go. Nat Trewick Road, County Road 854. You've got TJ Birdwell Road. And then this is going to cross Highway 204 very near Trewick. It looks like southeast of Cushing, west of 259, and then it's going to cross over 259, probably just north of 204 as it moves from southwest to northeast. And hopefully it'll continue to slowly weaken so we can be done with the spinny doom issues with that. All right, let's go back to the state view. This thunderstorm now approaching Bedize. I'm kidding. Bedize, whatever. I'm spelling it. Bedias. Oh, I literally have a sticky note, or pad of sticky notes. I just need to start writing this down. Is capable of now producing golf ball size hail as it moves northeast. So that's kind of an ouchies. The potential for golf ball size hail as it moves northeast. It's pretty much riding the river all the way up towards Highway 75 and Interstate 45. And that'll continue to be a uh-oh. I don't like that. No. Bad. Is this because I said I wanted no more? Okay, well, that's gone this last scan now, but that might have been a quick spin up just west of Bad Eyes. Thank you. We'll go with that. Might have been a spin up tornado just west of Bad Eyes. The radar will update here in just a second. I've got an updated scan on my off-screen display. It's weaker than this, but boy, that is a couplet. Wasn't that? That would have been a brief tornado. Probably on the main road going out west of Bad Eyes. That would have been FM 19 or FM 1696. And again, I just got an update on my side of things. I'd love it if this would update and show that to me, please. There you go. There's the latest scan. You can see that kind of dissipated. But again, either that was a data fluke or there might have been a quick little spin up right there. Hopefully, it was just a data fluke. Regardless,
We have some people say bad eyes, and some people say bead eyes.
Bad Eyes, Bead Eyes. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay. My oh my, what a wonderful day. You know what's sad? My little energy drink is gone. The good news is, being the productive Baldy-in-Chief I am, I literally have 2 cases of them sitting right next to my desk. Like I said, it's been a really long week. Oh. Yay! All right. Let's get back to it. So again, back to the how hard it's a raining mode. Guess what? In Bad Eyes, Bead Eyes, whatever you really care, it be dice. It's pouring, it's storming, it probably is hailing, but you also may have just had a spin-up tornado just west of town on FM 1696. Good news is that couplet did not, or area of rotation didn't last long. Couplet is when you have bright blue, whatever. The scary couplet. Weather Desky? Let's not do that again. Weather Desky just blinked on that monitor. Let's never do that again. Okay, couplet, bright green against bright red on the which way the wind's blowing mode. That usually means we have a tornado or something very close to a tornado. That was that bright blue against bright red about 2 minutes ago. Now, it's not there, which is good. We don't want more tornadoes. I want to be able to stop talking and eat dinner. Or at least stop talking and let my throat stop hurting. But that's what the acetaminophen will be for here sooner rather than later. By the way, I have been reminded by my always vigilant and...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston and Trinity County in Texas.
It's over here by Groveton, up to Kennard, northeast of Trinity. It's pouring, it's storming, it's flooding, it may be hailing. It's probably also trying to lightning strike everything you own. Oh, and by the way, it's probably also blowing. All right, I have been reminded by my super duper awesome blossom content director slash guy who reminds me to do everything to thank everybody for 30,000 subscribers on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. We appreciate it. We appreciate the trust you've placed in us. And we appreciate the fact so many of you have come to hear the Baldy-in-Chief-isms. Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, which we stream the weather coverage on, but we do a lot of the weather stuff on the Weather Center channel, has over 151,000 subscribers. Thank you. We appreciate the trust you have placed in us. This message brought to you by Baldy-in-Chief. Okay, back to the radar. We'll loop it. I'm just going to show you a loop over the last hour just to show you what we've got going on and also highlight the fact someone's probably flooding. There, we'll let that load. I'll drink my caffeine. Well, Jason, this is kind of interesting. There is a massive inflow tail out the window. Just look over, there's an inflow tail going west, southwest. Okay, maybe I better look at my... they're not even severe anymore, but apparently those storms are definitely little mini soups. Okay, well, as long as it doesn't try to strike the house with lightning again. That stratiform lightning last night was something.
I told you to set up a roof cam and out the window cam.
I can't. The house owner won't let one. The female house owner. Maybe a moot point anyway soon. Okay, so we continue. You can see all these storms, they're really moving over the same areas. The potential for very heavy rainfall, some hail, damaging winds, but the flooding's really going to be an issue here as well. The potential for a few tornadoes. I think the tornado threat's lower than earlier today, but still can't totally rule one out. And especially with any of these little discrete cells that manage to get their act together, or we have any sort of interaction with other storms, you can see some of these are still forming hooks, trying to be mischievous, and, you know, all that annoying stuff. So, yeah, all that annoying stuff. That could describe the last week of weather in Texas. So, again, we have a tornado warning for a storm very near Terwick right now. That is this northern storm. I'll switch over to the Shreveport radar so y'all can see it more appropriately. No, I don't want I-20 to cover half the state of Louisiana. Stop it! Thank you. We'll loop it. Please don't load a 3-hour loop. Again, you can see that storm is approaching Terwick. If I switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see, yeah, we've got a circulation. It is not a strong circulation, but it is nevertheless one very near Terwick, which is pretty much in that circle slash heart slash peach slash whatever you want it to be, moving northeast. I am hoping that will weaken some more so we can be done with that and have no tornado warnings. Because once we have no tornado warnings, I'm able to take intermittent breaks. We keep the stream on, of course, but we do cut-ins like every 15 minutes, which allows my voice a chance to chill. And I'm also able to eat some food, like banana bread. It's fresh baked. Come on, you gotta love the banana bread. This makes a great snack. It's soft and moist. It's quite yummy. Yep, it's been that kind of a day. But let's show you what we expect for tonight into tomorrow morning. This is where Jason's going to come in and be like, tone it down 10% there. All right. We're going to switch out to the statewide view. We're going to clear everything off the map.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
Sorry. All right, so I want to show y'all. Let's take a look at the HUR at 8 o'clock. This is just to show how well it's doing. Okay, whatever, fine. We'll stick with it. There's storms. The real point is, I just want to show y'all when it's probably going to end for your area. So here we go. We're going to load the super duper awesome blossom high resolution weather refresh model. Can you tell? I can make up my own marketing terms too. They're completely legit. We're making banana bread right now in honor of Chief Baldy. Well, thank you very much. This is good banana bread too. I didn't cook it. Okay, a little signature southwest of Groveton. Seeing that off the Granger radar. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Okay, we'll let this loop. This is just to show you what we expect to happen overnight into tomorrow morning. Again, it's just a weather model. It's not going to be 100% right, but it'll at least give you an idea of what we may be dealing with. I haven't had the computer crash in over an hour. Huh. Wow. I'm impressed. Oh. So again, it's going to storm in southeast Texas. It's going to storm in Houston.
David, why would you say that?
Well, apparently there's not much lag on this either. Nice, or latency. Impressive. That was only about a 10-second delay. Cute. Okay, so East Texas, Southeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas along the Louisiana border, the Golden Triangle right around Beaumont, the Houston Metro, the southeastern Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas. Guess what? It's going to storm tonight. It's going to pour. There's going to be some gusty winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, and Shelby County in Texas.
I swear I'm going to throw a mallet at that speaker. That voice gets annoying. But yes, there are, yeah. The stormies remain rambunctious. Sorry, the mallet and I had a moment. Okay, so again, you can see, tonight we're going to have storms moving across Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, East Texas, and the Arklatex. It's going to pour in Houston later. This isn't going to be a fast-moving event. This isn't going to be something that necessarily ends by 10 o'clock. So, some of these storms into late tonight and honestly tomorrow morning could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, strong wind gusts of 55 to 75 miles an hour, the potential for a few tornadoes. The tornado threat is low. It is not zero. Most of these storms will not be producing tornadoes, but we can't rule it out either. Flooding, that is going to be a significant issue for some folks, especially where we get multiple rounds of storms. Okay, here's what we're going to do real quick. Literally, you're going to not see me for 45 seconds. I'm going to stand, 90 seconds. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to go visit the little boy's room. And in the process of doing that, I'm going to go open the front door and look outside at the supercell that is literally right outside my window, because I, like many weather weenies, do like enjoy seeing pretty clouds. So I'm going to let this play. You're not going to hear or see me for about 90 seconds. And if for some reason you hear a scream, I in all likelihood have tripped on something I left in the hall and fallen on my face. So we'll see how that works out. I'll be back in 90 seconds. If I'm not, don't send a search party, but I'll still be back. Hi. Give me another 45 seconds. I'm going to take a picture of this. It's actually very pretty with the sunset. And then we'll show it on stream. And then we'll come back and do Texas storm coverage. But I like pretty sunsets, so I'll be right back. Yes, my office chair needs to be replaced. Sorry, that was pretty. Have we missed anything? Has anyone managed to do anything catastrophic? It looks like we got through that without actually anything bad happening. Wow. That's impressive. Okay, so I'm just going to send this. Cool. All right, it is 8:09. This is the high-res rapid refresh model you've been looking at for the last few minutes. It just gives you a timeline of what we're expecting tonight. Whoop-de-doo. Now I'm not showing it again for a little while. You got your fill. All right, let's go back, take a look at what we have going on across the state over the last couple of hours, because we like to look and see what's been going on, since that allows us to see what might happen thereafter. You can see satellite going night-night, as we say night-night to the sun, and then at least our part of the world. The daytime satellite going away. We'll switch back to the radar, and you can see we've got scattered showers and storms galore. I had to spam my internal chat with sunset pictures. It's very unfortunate for them. Oh, but again, these storms, a lot of rain, some hail, some significant flooding. I realize flooding typically doesn't get the sexy appeal as hail, tornadoes, wind. I want you to understand, we have major flooding problems from this, and we're going to have more tonight. Do not be a dum-dum and drive into floodwaters you can intentionally avoid. Now, there are situations where some folks accidentally, it's the middle of the night, you're going down the highway, whoop-de-doo, 60 mile an hour, you're in the river. Okay? Sometimes it's like that, but a lot of times folks just drive around barricades. Please be mindful of the fact, if it is pouring rain in Houston tonight and you get 5 inches of rain in an hour, it's going to take time for that water to drain. Same methodology applies anywhere else. These storms are producing prolifically heavy rains, and they are problematic. So please be mindful of that. All right, Mr. Yason, you've got a storm on your west cam. Very well. 1 minute, please. I'll see if I can't pop it up. It might actually work really well. I gotta fix the, I know it's cropped. Give me a second. I can fix that too. There you go. Merry Christmas. Pretty stormy. You said west cam, right? Yep. The Dallas storm and the west cam from our little magical tower cam, which, no, you don't get to know where that is because it's a residence. But nevertheless, it's a stormy. It's pretty, etc. We'll keep it on there. Adam's gone for the evening, so we'll blot out that, and you can stare more at the pretty map. And again, let you zoom back in, and again. And again, and again, and again, and again. We have no tornado. Oh, nope, we still have a tornado warning. That was the most disappointed I've been today. The tornado warning expires in 3 minutes. Ooh, do we have a magical countdown? Jason, you have the trombone? It's not the trombone, it's the trumpet. Trumpet. Do we get a trumpet if we don't get any more tornado warnings? Maybe I better mention while I'm in a slightly delirious state, you can always check on these storms yourself if you feel I am incompetent to do so. We have a free app called Texas Storm Chasers. You can find it where you download apps for your device, interactive weather radars, your local weather forecast, live severe weather coverage. Half the time, I'm actually competent. A live storm chasing video from storm chasers who are far more competent than I am. And then, of course, you can get your local weather forecast because that's all the rage these days. Opening your phone, being able to get your local weather forecast straight on your phone without having to do anything. Our app can do that too. We're in the 21st century.
Yep, let's hope for no more tornado warnings.
No more. No more tornadoes for the rest of the year. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it was a pretty sunset. We've got a pretty sunset on Jason Cooley's camera as well. Actually, I'm going to post this sunset on my personal profile real quick. So again, yeah, there's not a tornado there. Garbage. Oh, I hope not. So if you're in Douglas, you're clear. If you're in Cherwick, you're clear. There's not going to be a new tornado warning. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is going bye-bye. So long to the tornado warning. May ye rest in peace, for we do not like you, and we no longer want to deal with you. If everything goes well, knock on wood, and knock hard, because this is probably going to backfire in about 2 minutes. No, 1 minute and 20 seconds. We're going to have no tornado warnings in the state. I all but guarantee we probably will have at least a few more tonight, which means we're not going anywhere. We don't turn off the stream. No siree bop. The minute we turn off the stream, we get another tornado warning. That has happened so many times this year that it is literally a thing now. So we're not turning off the stream. We're not going anywhere. I'm just going to keep an eye on the storms with you here, and at times probably turn into something ludicrous, but it's a Monday. It's not. But it's our Monday. It's literally been, for the weather folks, it's been a Monday since last week. And for most of you, I assume at least a good chunk of you don't have a typical Monday to Friday schedule. So maybe it is some of your Mondays. Maybe it's some of your Fridays. Congratulations. It's my Friday tomorrow, where we hopefully will have fairly decent weather, at least after the morning, which means I might go bowling. We'll see. Last time I went bowling, I messed up my hand, so I don't know if it's healed enough yet. Yes, I'm sure you all care. All right, let's take a look at some things. Ooh, that better not be a little circulation near Weldon. So again, these yellow boxes you see, or the orange boxes, whatever you want to call them, these are severe thunderstorm warnings. That means your thunderstorm, or the thunderstorm in said warning, is capable of producing hail up to the size of quarters to ping pongs, the potential for damaging winds 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for heavy rainfall to produce flooding. Flooding is going to be a big issue, okay? I realize it's not as sexy as watching a tornado, but there you go. So the plan is, I think they're done. Is there a big red box? The tornado warning has gone kaput. Whoopie lux. I don't know what's going on, but I just stole a song, and now we're gonna be happy because there's no tornadoes, and maybe that will be it for a while. Which it means in about 45 seconds there'll probably be another tornado warning. You get the trumpet. You get the 4-day-old daughter and the son. There you go. You got to give credit. Now, good opportunity. Digression. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's digress into something productive here. Big thanks to our moderators, our moderator team. We have so many folks helping us out on all the various channels. We are on 2 YouTube channels. We're on X, we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram at times, we're on the Face Bag, we're on so many different things. We have so many folks working to keep the chats and working. That's a severe warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes, Houston, Madison, and Walker County
You
in
gotta be
Texas.
kidding me. Are you kidding me? Hold on. I'm almost tempted to. Oh, if I had my camcorder in here right now, I'd actually probably take y'all outside. It is burnt orange. Let me see. You guys might be able to see that. Hold on. While I verbally thank moderators. Oh, that stinking cabinet. Hold on. This may break my camera, but we're going to try it. I don't know. This cord may not be long enough. I got to pull on a cord. Bad things are going to happen. Oh, that's a good view. Oh, this is actually a really long cord. Oh, come on. Show the orange. Hold on. Yeah, I know. No one cares about the orange. There you go. Nope, I'm dyslexic. There you go. It's kind of cute. The camera obviously doesn't do it justice, and now you're taking a trip with Baldy-in-Chief. Hey, if you want to see what the office looks like, here you go. Monitors, 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 monitors. Hey, it's a Baldy! All right, well, now that I just pulled about 5 feet of camera cord out. There you go. Hey, no tornado warnings. That means only one thing. One moment, please. But yes, a big thank you to all our moderators who have been so helpful at keeping everything in order, helping to answer questions, everything like that, because, it takes a lot to run live streams. Clearly, I'm focused on maintaining situational awareness with the storms, and clearly we still have plenty of storms, but the moderators, they're usually up almost all the hours I am. So big thank you to them. Thank you to all our storm chasers. They've been busy the last several days. Thank you to meteorologist Jason Cooley, also our content director. He handles all the stuff behind the scenes, a lot of stuff. I mean, he does more work than I do, I think. He might disagree, but I don't care. I'm the one on stream right now, and I'm Baldy-in-Chief, so... yep, my prerogative. So big thanks to him. Congratulations to him and his daughter, newborn daughter. And he's still doing this. He's literally been doing a lot of this just while his newborn daughter has been sleeping on his lap. It's so cute. Thank you to his wife for not having me eliminated for the weather. So, yeah, we're not going anywhere. I mean, we're just sitting here. So, Jason, if you want to redirect. So, yeah, let's do this. Jason, you tell me what you want to do, and we'll do it. I know we're probably going to turn some of the sources off. If you're watching us on the website, the mobile app, the Weather Center YouTube channel, we're not going anywhere. Might as well leave Twitter on. Facebag, it'll be up to Jason. We'll find out in a minute, but...
Texas local storm report from 1 mile south of Madisonville in Madison
got interrupted
County,
by the severe
Texas.
warning.
Flash flood. Reported by law enforcement.
I'll play your
Additional
message
information,
when it's
numerous
done.
road closures across the county due to flash flooding.
That flash flood report, by the way, was from Madisonville. Numerous roads closed around Madisonville across the county. Yeah, that's because it's been storming for hours.
We'll consolidate the Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Center YouTube via a redirect.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so Jason, just let me know when you're ready to do that. I'm not going to go to the BRB window, but I can at least do a transition. Why is there a tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma? Why is there a tornado in eastern Oklahoma? And why is it about to hit the radar site? Good grief. All right,
let's go ahead and do that right now.
Okay, that's good. We literally have a supercell right out the window. I might have to go set up a camera on the tripod and plug it. I mean, I could theoretically do that. I've got an HDMI cable to do that. It'd be pretty interesting. Just plug it into the laptop and stream it over NDI. All right, so what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to do some consolidations of live streams. If you're watching us on the Texas Storm Chasers website, you're good to go. If you're watching us on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, you're good to go. If you're watching us on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, you're good to go. If you're watching us on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, you're about to get redirected to our Weather Center music feed, 24/7 weather channel, but we'll still be streaming here. Or he'll redirect it wherever he wants, honestly. It's Jason. We're going to be here. We're going to be here all evening. We're not turning this stream off unless the storms are done, because that's just asking for problems. So if the stream turns off on your end, just head over to our website, texasstormchasers.com. Head over, download our free mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers, on, well, wherever you download apps for your store. And, of course, just search for Texas Weather Center on YouTube. With that being said, time to consolidate. Thank you for watching this evening. We're still going to be here. We're just going to consolidate things down. If we have new tornado warnings, we will return to the magical place of the super-duper interwebs. Otherwise, a few of you probably are going to go find better things to do. So, Mr. Yason, we'll let you do that now, and I will stare endlessly out the window and hope I'm not about to lose power by lightning. Do, 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 do. Just let me know when you've completed it. Hen. Do 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 do.
Completed.
And we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you thought the correct answer was I don't know, you're right. There's literally a couplet outside my window. What is going on out there? That's pretty funny. All right. You gotta be kidding me. Huh? Well, that wasn't on the bingo card tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm literally looking outside my window at a supercell right now. For anyone who cares, we have a minute. There's no tornado warnings. I live currently right here on the border of Norman and Moore. Little stormy outside the windows, putting on a show.
I don't know if you were meaning to do this, but you're just on full screen yourself webcam.
Yeah, I kind of full screen myself. Sorry. Let's go back to the thing that actually makes sense here while I continue looking out the window. Huh. Dog's going to be really mad in a minute. All right, so again, we do have scattered showers and thunderstorms underway this evening across East Texas, the eastern Brazos Valley, into portions of southeast Texas. It may not be storming in southeast Texas yet, but make no mistake, it's going to be soon. We're going to be in for a rowdy night. Now, most storms are going to be okie dokie, but they're going to have heavy rain. We're going to have some storms capable of producing nickel to $half size hail and strong wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour. The tornado threat is low. A few tornadoes will be possible. The tornado threat is lower than earlier. It is not zero, because saying the tornado threat is zero is like asking Mother Nature to throw a tornado at your house. That's just not a good idea, so we're not going to do it. And that being said, it's really not zero. There is a risk for a few tornadoes still this evening. I really am almost tempted to go get the camcorder and set it up to show you on this stream, but it's a Texas storm coverage thing, not a David can look at a storm outside his window in Oklahoma City thing, so that's okay. It's not really that impressive of a storm. Okay, let's go over what we got going on right now. You can see that big Boeing line of thunderstorms that attacked northeast Texas earlier is attacking Louisiana and Arkansas now instead. Down here, we have scattered thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Some of these storms have strong winds over 60 miles per hour and are generally moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. The computer is about to squeal because there's a severe thunderstorm warning, so when it starts, I'll stop. I'll take a sip of caffeine.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana, Harrison, and Panola County in Texas.
Banana bread! So again, that's that storm that is near Carthage moving northeast. Strong winds, bit of hail, heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning. You can see farther southwest, we got storms.
Texas local storm report from 8 miles east-northeast of Henderson in Rusk County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by public. Additional information, large tree on road at intersection of FM Road 3135 at County Road 336.
Okay, so clearly the storms that moved through earlier did have a lot of wind. Notice we do have additional storms starting to develop back further west from near Palestine up towards Frankston. Lightning, heavy rain, maybe some small hail with that right now. Into the Brazos Valley we go, where the stormies will stop. Well, technically they'll stop tomorrow when they're in the Gulf of Mexico. That's about it. But for now, we do have scattered storms continuing to develop, and that will continue as they move northeast. Across the Brazos Valley into portions of East Texas, Southeast Texas. To be fair, Southeast Texas, Houston, you're getting storms later. Beaumont and the Golden Triangle, you're getting storms later. Jasper and the Piney Woods of East Texas, you're getting storms later. Lufkin, you're getting storms in like 5 minutes. St. Augustine, Hemp Hill, Center, in the Piney Woods, you're getting storms later. The strongest storms tonight could still be capable of producing well into early Monday morning, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Nickel to ping pong ball size hail. Perhaps a few tornadoes. The tornado risk is low, but not zero. And we're going to be here for it, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what we do. Your Baldy-in-Chief has nothing better to do in life but sit in a chair and stare at computer monitors. No, it's actually quite a privilege to do so. So many people have come to trust and expect us for our weather coverage that it really is a responsibility and one I take extremely seriously.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Nacogdoches and San Augustine County in Texas.
So again, these storms are all making a lot of lightning, heavy rain. And I want to point out, we're going to have flooding issues overnight. Some folks could get over 5 inches of rain. We got flooding issues around Madisonville right now where most of the roads are underwater and flooded. That's what that big green...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
So now you can see all the storms are trying to produce some hail and damaging winds now. Notice we have no tornado warnings. We have multiple flash flood warnings, specifically around Madisonville. We're going to have many more flash flood warnings later tonight. And then, of course, we have the potential for some strong winds, heavy rain, pocket change size hail, a low threat for a couple of tornadoes overnight in East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle. In fact, here, let's just do this. We're going to turn everything off, and I'll show you the severe weather outlook. If I see a lightning strike outside my window try to get me or that tree, I'm going to be annoyed. Woo, that's spooky. I mean, the fact it's sunset helps. Are you done?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Grimes, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
Well, that's a lot of banana bread I'd have to eat. All right, so here's the severe weather outlook for the remainder of tonight. Notice this risk for scattered to several severe thunderstorms includes Houston, Beaumont, Huntsville, Woodville, sorry, camera's in the way, Nacogdoches, Dibble, Jasper, with scattered severe storms to numerous severe storms expected. Brenham, Bryan, College Station, Sealy, Warren, Galveston. It's going to storm late tonight into tomorrow morning. Now, here's your tornado risk. Come on, come on. That's not right. Stand by, please. There we go. The tornado risk tonight is low. It is not zero. So again, the main issues tonight, we're going to have plenty of storms across southeast Texas, east Texas, the Piney Woods. Notice we actually have a few storms trying to redevelop back in eastern North Texas, another round with more heavy rain and maybe a bit of hail and gusty winds. We will probably have a few tornado warnings tonight. We're going to have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to have plenty of flood warnings. We're going to be here for it. And understand, this flooding issue could become quite problematic for some folks. These storms are producing a abhorrently high amount of rain. In fact, I'm just going to look at some of the model data coming in for tonight to see how much rain this is going to drop in some places, to see how much I need to say, uh-oh, spaghetti-o, it's time to get out the floaties. Oh, yeah, it's time to get out the floaties. Parts of southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle into the eastern Brazos Valley, one model drops, I'll just tell you, just for reference sake, around, what county is that? Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I mean, literally, one model from Huntsville to Groveton to Lufkin is dropping 5 to 17 inches of rain by tomorrow afternoon. Now, is that exactly where we're going to have rain issues? Exactly? Probably not. But the clear indication here is we could have a very significant issue with flooding, with someone getting over 10 to 15 inches of rain tonight in East Texas. The potential for 2 to 6 inches of rain across a larger area of the Piney Woods of East Texas, out towards the watershed, down to the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, even parts of southeast Texas. So again, I get it. The whole hail thing, the wind thing, the tornado thing is sexy. It gets attention. But understand, we could be dealing with major flooding problems in some locations tonight from this activity. The kind of flooding that, does damage to houses, closes every road in a county, stuff like that. So please be mindful of that. Be mindful of flash flood warnings. Be mindful of the fact some locations are going to have more roads closed than open. And that just look at that complex of storms between Bryan and Groveton. This is a 2-hour loop. 2 hours. Notice, they're just dropping rain over the same areas. These are dropping probably 2 to 4 inches of rain an hour. And notice we're on hour 2 to 3 now. So some folks could be picking up 8 to 10 inches of rain in the last 3 hours out there. And we're going to have more storms later tonight into Monday morning. So flooding is going to be a big problem. In addition to the potential for some scattered severe storms capable of some hail, some high wind, maybe a non-zero tornado threat, a low tornado threat. But a tornado watch is in effect. So again, be mindful of that. We're going to be here keeping an eye on things. I'm not saying we're having a tornado outbreak tonight. We're not going to have an issue, hopefully, knock on wood, where we have an issue like west or southern Oklahoma did last night. We don't need that sort of nonsense. That's just not good. That was rare. Could we have a few tornado warnings tonight? Yes. We're going to have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, yes. Flash flood warnings. Yes. And then are we going to get to enjoy some less active weather for a day? Yes. And then the chance for some scattered showers and storms return on Tuesday. And then it looks like we have some storm threat on Wednesday. I need to actually look and see. Why did they put a day 4 out? It doesn't technically include Texas, but a severe weather threat in parts of Oklahoma on Wednesday. Good grief. I actually need to install a RAM mount in my car, a laptop stand. Great. And we'll see. I mean, this second half of the upcoming week, storm chances return to Texas. Probably some severe thunderstorm potential, but we may also have Crashy the cold front, which makes me very happy. I mean, we're not going to have a mega crash of the cold front in early May, but it will hopefully at least bring a little less humid air. It would make me very happy. So again, literally, I'm showing you all this. I know we got a lot of storms. A lot of y'all are probably wondering what is going on. Why do we have storms? Is it pouring? It's storming. Be clear. There are no tornado warnings. No spinny, spinny, doom, doom right now. Stephen Jones just stole my bingo card reference on Twitter. How rude. These storms, slow moving, and generally right now over the same areas from near Bryan College Station to Madisonville to Huntsville, just north really to Groveton to Lufkin. Notice we have up to Nacogdoches to Appleby to Tipson to Tenahall, up to Carthage and to Barry. Flooding. Some of these storms are producing pocket shade size hail, a lot of lightning, and some strong winds. There are no tornadoes. The tornado threat tonight is low. It is not zero. We may have a few tornado warnings, but eventually this activity will begin to spread further southeast towards Houston, Beaumont, Jasper, Woodville, St. Augustine. And then by tomorrow morning, hopefully by 8, it will either be in Louisiana or out in the Gulf of Mexico. And then all the weather people get to sleep. Well, let me rephrase that. They don't. I get to sleep with coverage. We won't have to do coverage tomorrow afternoon. The weather people, on the other hand, will be busy because a lot of the National Weather Service folks are going to be out doing tornado damage surveys still. We've had at least 10 tornadoes from Friday morning/afternoon storms in North Texas. I need to see how many, if any, tornadoes in Northeast Texas Friday afternoon. We had a lot of damaging wind. We had multiple tornadoes yesterday afternoon in Northwest Texas. We had multiple long track killer violent tornadoes last night in southern and eastern Oklahoma. There have been more tornadoes today in eastern Oklahoma, and clearly we've had tornadoes in Kansas, Nebraska too. This is probably one of the more prolific multi-day tornado outbreaks we've seen in the plains of the United States in years. And this is the last day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to say this is the last day, unless you count the first few hours of Monday as another day, but I don't because it's my channel and I get that prerogative. And then we're calming down tomorrow, and I am so thrilled. I get to go bowling. Maybe not. We'll see. I'm sure the to-do list content director and meteorologist Jason Cooley has for me is probably 5 pages long by now, but if he's not careful, I'm just going to show up to his house and do it there. Not really. Mr. Yason is getting off the internet tomorrow. He's not allowed to do any work. He gets to spend time with his newborn daughter. Okay. But again, we have no tornado warnings. And yes, for those of you wondering, I am looking out my window at this storm. I live on the border of Norman Moore right now, so that little storm near Tuttle is coming my way. It's got lightning. It's got some elevated supercell structure. It's not severe, but yeah, hey, I'm a weather weenie. I like looking at storms out my window. Unlike yesterday, where said storms were also producing tornadoes literally a mile down the road. That was unfortunate. But that's the risk of living where I do. So again, no storms in North Texas. No storms in DFW right now. Probably, well, I lied. There's a shower in Fort Worth. That little thing's actually rode down 199 all the way down into Fort Worth. But it's a shower. Maybe a lightning strike or two. Quick round of heavy rain. Oh, there's tornado warnings in western Arkansas. There's a tornado warning approaching Springfield, Missouri. There's no tornado warnings up north. In fact, is that snow? Oh, there's no snow. Oh, wait. There's little snow near Duluth, Minnesota. Oh, it's freezing rain. Ew. No one wants freezing rain. Garbage. Okay, there's snow in the higher terrain of Colorado. There you go. Let's go to Colorado. Let's go to Estes Park. Let's go to Rocky Mountain National Park. Road trip. No. Clearly, I am in need of attention, ADD meds. Okay, so here is what we're going to do. I'm going to let this play for you. We'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, and then we're going to take a quick break. The video streams aren't going anywhere. It's just the, you're not going to get to hear me talk for a few minutes. Oh, I'm getting a message from meteorologist Jason Cooley. What did I do? Bad Baldy-in-Chief. Hit yourself with the mallet. No, that's not what he said. Oh, vertical stream on TSC. Well, okay, I guess I'll keep it going for a while. The streams aren't going to end. I'm just going to keep chatting. Okay, let's take a look at the thing. Oh, yeah, Mr. Cooley, I can see when you type. Congratulations. All right. Let's look at the high-res rapid refresh model. This is just to give you all a sense of when the storms are going to be done, because I think we all want it to be done. Hint, it's still going to be going at 3 a.m. The reason I do that is I just want to see what it looks like at 9 o'clock for a judgment. It's not doing too bad, honestly. So let's loop it from... Who is it? The Zero Zulu? Is the Zero Zulu done?
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Brazos, Burleson, Grimes, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
Yes, it's flooding. All right. Oh, it's really dark outside now. Is there lightning? Give me lightning. Pretty please. Oh, that's disappointing. That's okay. All right, let's loop this through 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to let it load the loop. You can see, as I actually, let y'all see the animation timing on this. Here's 10 o'clock. You can see it's storming. Parts of southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, east Texas, northeast Texas. Mount Pleasant, you shouldn't have anything going on. No, Mount Pleasant, you're done. It's raining. If it's not raining, well, it's not going to. Okay, here's the high-res rapid refresh model overnight into Monday morning. You can see that this thunderstorm is... Thunderstorm. This complex of storms could grow upscale into a pretty nasty squall line, but otherwise, it's going to be moving over the same areas of southeast Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
Red! You can see these storms are going to be moving slowly, dropping heavy rain, several inches of rain in spots, across the Brazos Valley, the Piney Woods of East Texas, Golden Triangle around Beaumont, southeast Texas, including the Houston Metro, overnight into the morning hours Monday. It is going to be a wet and unpleasant morning rush hour in Houston. The strongest of these storms could produce nickel to ping-pong ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, a low threat for a tornado or two. The biggest threat tonight, flooding. A lot of it could happen in some areas. These storms are dropping very heavy rain, and they're moving slowly, meaning the threat for flooding will be high. So be mindful of that and understand a lot of roads may be flooded. Rusk has a few storms off to the west that could have some lightning and maybe a little bit of hail, gusty winds, but yeah, no reason to be stressed. All right, folks, here is the plan. We are going to play the weather radar. We're going to take about a 15-minute break from me using my voice while we serenade you with some of our picked delicacies of comfortable, enjoyable music. So we'll be back with a Baldy-in-Chief update here at 9 p.m. or sooner if needed. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going to talk for a few minutes. So we'll let y'all chat among yourselves, enjoy some jazz, and we'll be right back by 9 p.m. at the latest. And thank you to all those who have been hitting that super duper subscribe button, hitting that thumbs up on the YouTube channels. We appreciate it. Helps us with the algorithm. We appreciate your support. You can track the storms with our free interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, where you can also watch this live coverage and get your local weather forecast. Okay, I marketed, I spieled. Let's take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for San Jacinto and Trinity County in Texas. flash flood warning has been issued for Bossier, Caddo, DeSoto, and Red River County in Louisiana, Harrison, and Panola County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is a Sunday Fun Day special coming up now, 9 p.m. on this, the 28th of April, 2024. Day 3 or 4, whatever day it is, of a multi-day severe weather tornado outbreak from Nebraska and Iowa all the way down through portions of Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, now into portions of Louisiana. We have a line of thunderstorms that is training over the same areas. That means storms are building up and moving over the same areas a previous storm just did. From Bryan College Station up through Madisonville to just north of Huntsville, up to Trinity, Glendale, Groveton, all the way up towards Lufkin, Nacogdoches to Shreveport, Louisiana. These thunderstorms are producing torrential rainfall amounts in excess of 2 to 3 inches an hour. And since they're sitting over the same locations, the potential does exist for double-digit rain totals tonight in some areas. That means, yes, someone may be unfortunate enough to pick up 10 to 15 inches of rain tonight into Monday morning. That, needless to say, would be a major flood event. And those blue boxes you see are flash flood warnings. And we got issues from near College Station and Bryan all the way up northeast through Iola to Madisonville to Cottonwood, where we had tornadoes earlier, to Midway, Weldon, Riverside, Trinity, Glendale, Friday, Groveton, Wood Lake, all the way up to Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Martinsville, to Appleby, to Carthage, to Tenahall, up to DeBerry, Logansport, up to Shreveport, Louisiana. Again, the potential will exist for significant flooding issues across parts of East Texas, the Brazos Valley, and later tonight into Southeast Texas, including the Houston Metro, east into the Golden Triangle around Beaumont. These thunderstorms capable also of producing, sorry, I'm playing with a zip tie, it keeps me busy, capable at times of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, nickel to ping pong ball size hail. I almost had a lightning strike hit the house. That would have been unpleasant. And a tornado or two cannot be ruled out the rest of the evening. The overall tornado threat is low, but not completely zero. We'll see additional thunderstorms develop overnight and move southeast across the areas I just mentioned Monday morning. For now, the individual storms are still moving east-northeast at about 20 to 35 miles an hour, but you can see they're just redeveloping and sitting over the same areas. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model for this evening and overnight before Jason Cooley finds out I have a shopping cart set up on Micro Center's website. All right, here we go. We're going to load the upper third. We're going to press this magical super duper button that allows us to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And we're just going to load the data here. Now, I'm going to look and see, honestly, here, we'll just load the data for the next couple days. Here's 11 o'clock. I'm going to load a loop for now. That takes us through 8 a.m. And then for fun, we'll just take a look over the next couple of days. I'll let this loop out. You can see storms should be ending pretty much by 8 a.m. Monday, the way it looks now. If we have a squall line form tonight, it's able to organize. Organize mean it would probably actually start producing strong winds, but it would also start moving more quickly to the southeast. We'd get the storms off the coast and into Louisiana faster. The way we're doing now, these storms are just sitting over the same spot, dropping copious amounts of rain. Notice some of these storms could have pocket change size hail, maybe nickel to ping pong ball, probably closer to nickel to quarter in the strongest storms, localized damaging winds of 55 to 65, maybe 70 miles an hour, and the potential for a tornado or two. But the most common hazard tonight is going to be flooding. The potential for flooding is significant overnight into the morning hours across portions of southeast Texas, the eastern Brazos Valley, and the Golden Triangle, where we could see widespread 2 to 5 inch rain totals, but localized rain totals up near 15 inches in a very extreme isolated case. So we're going to have to be mindful of that and be mindful of the fact flooding's a big risk tonight. Some storms, all the storms are going to produce a lot of lightning. It's almost May. That's a common thing when you have a tropical environment, which is what southeast Texas has. In addition to the potential for spotty pocket change size hail, stronger wind gusts, and a low threat of a tornado or two. Specifically, I'll just show you the severe weather outlook for the remainder of tonight into Monday morning from the Storm Prediction Center. I've got the storms on there now. Here's the tornado. That's not what I wanted. Interesting. There we go. Here's the severe weather outlook for the rest of tonight. You can see scattered to, at times, several severe storms remain possible into Monday morning across the piney woods of East Texas, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, Southeast Texas, Houston, and the eastern Brazos Valley, with the tornado threat low.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, Rusk, and Shelby County in Texas.
Rusk has the potential for some storms coming in from the west. Lightning, some heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Not expecting much more than that. Okay. So, back to what the radar looks like right now. Again, you can see these thunderstorms continue to train or move over the same areas, moving from southwest to northeast. Some of these storms producing very heavy rainfall. All those blue boxes you see are flash flood warnings, meaning we have flash flood warnings now from Shreveport, Louisiana, back southwest through Carthage, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, all the way down to Trinity County, Wood Lake, Groveton, Glendale, and places around Groveton have seen over 7 inches of rain today, another 7 possible tonight. That's a problem. To north of Huntsville, all the way down to near Bryan College Station, Iola, Madisonville, also significant flooding around Madisonville, with the potential for heavy rain to continue. Now let's do a little radar analysis. We'll switch to the high resolution radar, excuse me. I'll take a look. Again, you can see these storms. We have plenty of them. Let's take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. This is just to see if we have pockets of strong wind. Now, Nacogdoches, for example, you've got a severe storm in the city right now that is showing indications of producing winds over 60 miles an hour, especially on the east side of town. That would be moving to the east-northeast. So we could see some very strong winds across Nacogdoches, especially the east side of town over the next several minutes. That could be enough to knock some trees down, power outages, what strong winds do. Back into portions of southeast Texas we go. And the Brazos Valley, we'll switch over to and again, there's some pockets of wind, but at this point, there's nothing that really indicates a significant, there's nothing that screams strong low-level rotation, just storms producing a lot of wind, heavy rain, at times gusty winds, maybe small hail. The main threat right now definitely is flooding with these blue boxes, and I'm going to just turn everything off except the flood warnings. Or I'm going to press a button that did that, because that might be the scariest thing I've ever done. Let's never do that again. We had to do it again. My apologies. That was very interesting. Let's try that again. this is going to be your flood warnings. And again, all these areas under blue have flash flood warnings. So with that being said, we'll keep an eye on things here. But again, we're kind of down into the keeping an eye on things mode. These storms developing from near Mejia to Tyler could produce some heavy rain, small hail, but the risk of severe weather is much lower with those than the storms earlier today. So we'll see what happens tonight. Some risk for a few severe storms continues overnight with the threat of pocket change size hail, localized damaging wind gust, and a low threat of a tornado or two. But by far, the main issue tonight will be flooding and heavy rainfall and flash flooding as thunderstorms progress from the southwest to the northeast now, but then will eventually begin building into southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and the Piney Woods of East Texas late tonight into Monday morning. The plan is we'll have our next update here at 9:25 p.m. Until then, we'll go back to the music. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile radar. Mobile radar? How about this? Mobile app. I wish we had a mobile radar. It's free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app with interactive weather radars, your local weather forecast, storm chasing video, live storm chasing video when we're out, and of course, live severe weather coverage, and along with the daily Texas Weather Roundup. Thank you to all those who've been hitting that subscribe button on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel and giving us a thumbs up. We really do appreciate it, and it helps us with the magical world of algorithms. All right. We'll be back by 9:25 p.m., sooner if necessary. Until then, we'll see you in a little bit. My voice is done. My voice is done. I don't know which button to press. Here we go.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, Sabina, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas. Flash flood warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
All right, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 9:25 on this Sunday evening, the 28th of April, 2024. We are dealing with a very slow-moving line of thunderstorms that are now producing significant flooding issues from the Brazos Valley northeast into East Texas towards Shreveport, Louisiana. We have a constant line of flash flood warnings now in effect, pretty much all the way from Bryan College Station all the way up through places like Madisonville to north of Huntsville, Trinity to Groveton, all the way up to Apple Springs, Dibble, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, all the way to Garrison, Tipson, Tenahall, up to pretty much Carthage to Barry, though at least it stopped raining there, Shreveport, Louisiana. We've had some locations receive over 7 to 8 inches of rain just this afternoon and evening, and with the heavy rain continuing, we could see yet several more inches of rain continue with a significant flooding threat expected for some of these regions. Now, we also have some of these storms still producing strong winds, pocket change size hail. We have not had any tornado warnings for a while now, and though a tornado watch remains in effect for several hours yet across portions of East Texas, I am hopeful we will keep the tornado threat low tonight. Now, we're going to do, again, these storms really not making much movement for now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
Yeah, like I said, we do still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. What we're going to do is take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. I want to get a peek at what we can expect tonight into Monday morning, because these thunderstorms will spread into southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and the Piney Woods of East Texas late tonight and Monday morning. They'll begin finally moving further to the southeast with the threat of some heavy rainfall. We may also be dealing with some issues in the hail, wind, and perhaps a tornado or two. Now, I'm going to let this load. Yeah, it's a Monday. It's not, but it feels like it. So again, you can see line of storms will finally progress into portions of southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas late this evening, but it may not be until early Monday morning they actually start moving southeast with some urgency into the Houston metro, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, places like Jasper, finally exiting areas that are just being absolutely pummeled with prolific rainfall rates right now. We're talking, 2 to 4 inches of rain an hour, and it's been raining for 3 hours plus. So again, some of these storms overnight into Monday morning could have pocket change size hail, damaging winds, 55 to maybe 70 miles an hour in the most intense storms, a lot of lightning, a tornado or two will remain possible, and flooding, heavy rain and flooding. So it's going to be a rough morning rush hour for the Houston metro. It looks like we'll have storms in Houston probably, at least for the start of the rush hour. If we get lucky, it'll be out of there towards the coast by 7 a.m. And then as we continue into late Monday morning into Monday afternoon, you can see we are expecting the rain to move out, and we'll see clearing skies. It'll probably actually be a very nice Monday across most of the state. Hopefully the clouds exit far east Texas and southeast Texas by late Monday afternoon. Tomorrow, unlike the last several days, will be quiet in the weather department across the state of Texas. It looks like it will be a beautiful day. And that's good, because we'll be back into the stormy pattern with some chances for showers and storms, maybe a few strong storms as we go from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a cold front on Thursday into Friday, with a continuation of thunderstorm chances. That's going to be the update for now. As always, you can find the latest weather information in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, where you can get interactive weather radar, storm chasing video, your local weather forecast, obviously, Texas weather roundups, and more. And as always, you can find us on the web, TexasStormChasers.com. All right, live stream, we're not actually ending. If you really want to know, I just actually recorded an update that we can post to social media, kind of one of the 2-for-1 deals. But again, yeah, we're going to have storm issues most of the night. Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, East Texas. We'll go back to the real-time radar. We'll turn off the satellite because it's the middle of the night. It's okie dokie. I think we know there's some clouds here and there. We'll switch on the radar. I'm going to recline my chair a bit because I am old and lazy, and reclined chair is comfortable for me. and we'll loop and eat a piece of banana bread. So again, yeah, we're dealing with issues with the flooding. That's a big issue. That's the biggest issue we have right now. But we also still have some storms producing strong winds, smallish hail. Hail's not really too much of an issue recently, it seems, but some of these storms could still be producing hail. No tornado issues recently, but we do note a second line of storms starting to develop back from Tyler to Fairfield. We'll have to keep an eye on those in case some start throwing out some small hail. Mr. Jason, if you're listening, which I hope you're not, that video file I just recorded will be in the usual drive if we want to post it. And if you're not listening, I'll just post it myself here in a bit.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, and San Augustine County in Texas.
We'll take a more detailed look at these storms. Oh, he's still listening. Go to bed, Jason. Hey, radar, you want to load anytime today? Thank you. Well, the Shreveport radar is getting hit by storms right now, so that's making for a bit of attenuation. I'm tempted to look from the... I might just use the Houston radar further away, but at this point, at least it gives some information. You can see we do have thunderstorms. Lufkin down to Groveton, producing heavy rain, strong winds. Some of these storms probably dropping hail. Pretty good hail indicator right now, just north of Huntsville. Again, this area is flooded to high heaven right now. More prolific rains, and of course, now there's hail. So maybe some quarter-size hail. And all these storms, again, I'll just show you, are just sitting around and moving northeast. They're not progressing southeast yet. They're just moving like a train on the track. I think I actually broke the program. Yeah, I've been trying to do that all day. We'll reload it real quick. No big deal. Yeah, and here you go. These storms literally are just training over the same areas. That's what training means. They're literally, over the last hour, you can see they're not going anywhere else. They're just sitting. They're dumping crazy heavy rain, though. Some of these storms, again, producing hail, pocket change size hail, strong wind gust.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles north-northeast of Groveton in Trinity County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by public. Additional information, several large trees were downed on Highway 94.
Storms still producing, at times, pocket change size hail and damaging winds that will knock trees down, especially as soils get more saturated because it's, flooding. So, yeah, that's going to be the name of the game for several hours yet. The flooding's going to get worse in these areas, and then eventually later tonight, the storms will either develop further south or just start moving southeast as upper level forcing encourages them to do so. But for now, if it's storming on you, it's going to keep storming probably. And then eventually later this evening, hopefully, it might be 3 a.m. Monday, these are going to start moving southeast, giving relief to areas that are just getting clobbered now. and will be for hours yet. And then eventually, by tomorrow mid-morning into late tomorrow morning, it will be over. It will be done, and we'll get at least one day of reprieve, which will make all the weather people very happy because we're all very, very tired. It has been a very long week of covering weather, not only in the state of Texas, but we've had chasers as far north as Nebraska. They were in Omaha and Lincoln on Friday, documenting those tornadoes. They were documenting tornadoes yesterday in Oklahoma. Adam Lucia was chasing the storms earlier in central Texas in the Brazos Valley. I've been all over the place. It is time for a little rest and relaxation before storms return to the picture by mid to late week, although hopefully not with the violence they have the last several days. Yeah, so all right, the plan of attack here is we'll do another update. Let's do this. Let's do 9:55. We're not going anywhere. I'm just not talking because my voice hurts. My throat hurts. My voice can't really hurt because it is a voice, but my throat hurts. So I'm going to do what smart people do. Take a little acetaminophen, have a throat lozenge, eat the rest of my banana bread because banana bread. And we'll be back here at about 9:55. The stream's not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. If we have some issue arise before then, I'll be right back. But as always, you can track the storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Interactive weather radars, storm chasing videos, your local weather forecast, live severe weather coverage when necessary, and of course, the daily Texas weather roundup, your Texas weather forecast that happens, sun or not, almost every day of the year. So we'll be back by 9:55, sooner if needed. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief. David Reimer is apparently swallowing a throat lozenge. It is 9:55 p.m. on this, the 28th of April, 2024. Thunderstorms continue to create a ruckus across portions of the eastern Brazos Valley, East Texas. There were no tornado warnings in effect. We have no tornadoes in progress. We haven't had tornadoes in progress for several hours now. What we do have are thunderstorms producing way too much lightning, gusty winds, heavy rain, there is some hail, and a lot of flooding. All these blue boxes you see are flood warnings, meaning it's rained way too much in a short period of time, and the water has nowhere to go, so it's overflowing onto streets, creeks, streams, and even in some cases, probably homes, unfortunately, and buildings. That continues due to all this rain. Notice we do have some storms developing back farther northwest from Longview to Tyler to Palestine, all the way back down to near Cameron. Those are not severe. They have rain, they have lightning, maybe small hail and gusty winds. That's it. These storms further southeast, what I'm going to do is we're going to turn off the flood warnings. These orange boxes, we have severe thunderstorm warnings from Tenaha to Center to St. Augustine to west of Zavala, all the way down through Corrigan, Duval, Lufkin to Trinity to Groveton. I'm going to switch to the high resolution rapid refresh, or the high res radar. I'm getting too used to saying the her today. What we're going to do is I just want to see what we have going on here. We'll use the radar out of Houston. That's fine. We'll switch over, and I'm going to switch to a product I don't show too often on here. This is just the estimated hail size product. You can see maybe some quarter size hail, maybe a little larger at times. We got a core. Let me put some more cities on here, though. You can see we've got a core southwest of Madisonville. We've got a core just north of Huntsville with some hail. Around Trinity to Riverside, hail. We've got a little bit of hail southeast of Groveton. Corrigan to DeBoll, a little bit of hail. And then some hail up in St. Augustine. And again, we're talking typically small hail or pocket change size hail. Some of it may be a little larger. Now, let's switch to the which way and how hard the wind's blowing mode. And yeah, you can see we still have plenty of areas where we're seeing some stronger winds here. Now, we are not looking at any areas of defined low-level rotation right now, but we're keeping an eye on it. These storms are capable of producing 60 to, at times, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And they're still moving northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, but they keep just redeveloping farther southwest, which is why we're dealing with flooding. And that's going to continue for several hours yet as those storms continue to redevelop. We do have storms developing farther south now that are moving north from Navasota down Highway 6 to Highway 290 just west of Prairie View. Lightning, small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. And again, all these storms just continuing to pile up rain totals in areas that have already had way too much rain. Let's talk about the high-res rapid refresh model. Now I get to say it right. And we'll just take a gander at what we expect to unfold through the remainder of the evening. Switch to the statewide view for now. We'll load up clouds as well. And I'm just going to let this go from pretty much 11 o'clock tonight through tomorrow early afternoon. I'll let the data load real quick. As you can see, storms are going to continue well into the night and Monday morning across southeast Texas, east Texas, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont before moving off the coast, hopefully. If this model timing updates right, hopefully by about sunrise, Monday, 7 to 8 a.m. It's going to be a wet start to the rush hour for the Houston Metro, and you can see all these storms eventually either move southeast or just congeal southeast. and bring pockets of heavy rain, strong winds, small hail to maybe pocket change size hail, a lot of lightning, a low threat for a tornado or two, along with heavy rain and flooding. I said it again. Across the Houston metro, to Beaumont, to Jasper, pretty much back up I-45 into the Brazos Valley. And again, so eventually tonight, late tonight into Monday morning, storms will start either developing or moving southeast. Either way, they're going to start ending in areas farther northwest, and then they should be moving off the coast by, hopefully, again, 7 to 9 a.m., bringing an end to the flooding threat, or at least the new flooding threat, the potential for severe weather. Now, we have a flood discussion from the storm or the Weather Prediction Center. Excuse me. I want to read that real quick. It was just issued to discuss what we have going on now. They're using some pretty strong wording with this. So we're going to switch back here. We're going to turn off the satellite. It's the middle of the night. We'll switch on the radar. We'll switch on the warnings. We're just going to let this play while I talk about this discussion they just issued. Make sure my mic is still working. To quote, extreme rainfall ongoing and expected to continue over the next 3 to 6 hours from Bryan College Station, pretty much up through Groveton to Corrigan to Lufkin to Zavala to St. Augustine to Center. Locally life-threatening flash flooding is expected. Summary: backbuilding and training showers and thunderstorms across southeast Texas into the Brazos Valley are expected to continue producing areas of extreme rainfall over the next several hours. Flash flooding will continue locally, and parts of the eastern Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, and east Texas are expected to see significant and locally life-threatening impacts. There have already been rainfall totals of 4 to 8 inches in areas of the eastern Brazos Valley along this corridor through just north of Huntsville to Madisonville to Groveton to Lufkin to Center over the last several hours. With the expectation of extreme rainfall over the next several hours, some areas, especially in between northeast Brazos, northern Grimes, and northern Walker and Trinity counties, may see rainfall totals reach 8 to 15 inches. Recent runs of the high-res rapid refresh model have been insisting on this extreme rainfall potential, and as a result, significant and locally life-threatening flash flooding is expected going through a portion of the overnight period into early Monday morning. So again, very strong wording about not only flash flooding, but the potential for high-end, extreme, life-threatening flash flooding, with the potential for rainfall totals to end up between 8 and 15 inches in this corridor from now southeast of Bryan College Station to Madisonville, towards Lufkin, Trinity, Nacogdoches, southeast of Nacogdoches to Center. Again, that is going to be a big problem. There will be many flooded roads, and life-threatening flash flooding would insinuate big-time flooding on streams, creeks, rivers, the potential for impacts to structures, flooding that you would typically not see in a heavy rainfall that has the potential to be one of those 1 in 10 to 1 in 50 year flood events. So again, this has the potential to be a very significant event in the flood department for this relatively narrow corridor, but nevertheless populated corridor from west to center to Nacogdoches to Lufkin, to Corrigan to Trinity, to Madisonville to Huntsville, back west to areas just southeast of Bryan College Station. We've already seen 4 to 8 to 10 inch rain totals today, and we're probably going to see another 3 to 6 before this starts to wind down. You can see how these storms are just moving over the same areas. That's what we call backbuilding or training. Again, these are producing ridiculous rain totals. These are producing, 2 to 4 inch rain totals an hour. What we see in some of our summertime flood events. So again, this has the potential to be a highly impactful flood event for portions of the piney woods of East Texas, Southeast Texas, north of Houston, into the eastern Brazos Valley. I cannot reiterate that enough. Given the rainfall rates, I wouldn't be shocked if I-45 ends up closed because of flooding, along with many other highways, roadways, county roads in these impacted areas. So if you're driving tonight, you really need to be mindful of that. Don't go highway speeds. Look, because the honest truth is there are going to be many roads that could be under feet of water or washed out. And if you're traveling at highway speeds in the middle of the night on those roads, you're not going to have time to react or stop before driving into a flood that could directly threaten your life. So again, I realize flooding is not the sexiness of tornadoes, softball-sized hail damaging winds, but it is a very high impact. And we deal with plenty of flash flooding related issues in the state of Texas, and we have had many historic flood events. This would be a very localized but a significant flood event. All the way from Bryan College Station, southeast of town, to Madisonville, to Huntsville, to Trinity, to Corrigan, to DeBold, to Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Garrison, to Center. In parts of these areas, especially around the I-45 corridor, Madisonville to Huntsville to Trinity, over to DeBold to Corrigan, we could see 1 foot to 15 inches of rain by the time all this ends in the morning. And these flood impacts are already underway. So at some point, we may see flash flood emergencies issued. Those are rare, like tornado emergencies, only issued for the worst of the worst, when, we've got record flooding underway, essentially. So we're going to need to be very mindful of that. And again, in a few hours to several hours, these storms building across southeast Texas will start to cut off the moisture supply to this heavy band of storms, and that will end the rain. But understand, even when it stops raining, all this flooding, it's going to take days to stop. At least the really high-end flash flooding areas, it's going to take days for the water to drain. And then that's going to go into the creeks, streams, rivers. Those are going to flood and then end up in various watersheds or the Gulf of Mexico. So be mindful. And again, we're still dealing with some storms producing severe weather, hail, damaging winds. The tornado threat's not zero tonight. It's not high, but it's not zero either. We're going to be keeping an eye on these storms just in case. But we haven't dealt with any tornado issues in the last, at this point, couple hours. But the tornado watch remains in effect to 11. I'll show it to you real quick. And we'll see. We'll probably see another severe weather watch issued overnight across portions of southeast Texas. So we're just going to have to be on guard, and we're going to be here keeping an eye on things. So we'll do our next update by 10:30, sooner if needed. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, track storms with our interactive weather radar with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We have multiple interactive weather radars you can choose from, either the main radar under the radar tab, or you click more and click zoom radar. We've got a radar there too. We have this live coverage. We actually have a 24/7 weather or a stream going with weather content on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. You can go watch that. It's got music playing, different music than we've got playing when we're not talking here. But so again, we're going to be here all night covering things, keeping an eye on things. We're not going to end the stream until we're sure the severe weather threat is done. And that will not be for several hours yet. But again, hopefully we don't have any more issues with tornadoes tonight, but the risk is not zero in southeast Texas into the Golden Triangle, Houston, Beaumont, Kirbyville, Jasper. The tornado risk is low, not zero. Same with these storms trying to develop around Navasota. We could be dealing with pocket change size hail, strong winds, and flooding. Okay, so we'll be back here by 10:30, sooner if necessary, and we'll keep you updated. I don't know which one of you done it, but I was outside looking at a lightning show, and then the computer went yippity 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 doo and screamed, "Hey, there's a tornado too." So, yep, we're back. We've got a tornado warning now. This is going to be for portions of, well, I'll tell you in a minute, but this is going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Angelia County. Possible tornado located about 10 miles south of Huntington or 12 miles east of Dibble, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So again, this tornado warning is mostly rural areas of southeastern Angelina County, but also includes Zavala and Shawnee. So let's switch back to the high-res radar. I got to figure out which radar is closest to this thing. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning now. It might be the POE radar. At least get a glance at it. It's either that or Shreveport. But again, it's going to be a tornado warning for Angelina County. This does not include the city of Huntington, but it does include the city of Zavala there on Highway 69 southwest of Brodius. This tornado warning runs through 10:45 p.m. It's 10:17 now. So if you're in Manning, there is a pretty strong area of rotation there showing up from the POE radar. We'll switch over to base velocity. You might be able to see it a little easier with this right now. Again, we've got a pretty decent mid-level circulation being detected by this radar. We're looking about 8,500 feet above the ground, so not low level, but enough to where at least we can see the potential for issues. Okay, shut up, Jason. We've got winds moving away at about 60 from the radar. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about, let's say 60. So actually about 120 mile per hour mesocyclone here, area of rotation. And again, this is over rural portions of southwest Angelina County, but going to be near Manning, Grimes, Florney Road. Coming up to... forget it. Let's just get the magical tool out and we'll talk about it. All right. Now, a couplet just got a little stronger, really. Okay, so, yeah, this is a rural area. It's a logging area, County Road 235 in Angelina County, Doyle, Refno Road, County Road 234, Grimes, Florney Road. And again, this is going to be near Manning, south of Huntington, moving and generally speaking towards Zavala. You can see this thunderstorm. Ignore the storm track. It's being a derp. Capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, and a tornado now, with a pretty impressive low-level velocity signature being detected as this thunderstorm moves northeast towards Zavala. This will be crossing over Highway 69, southeast of Huntington, near or a bit northwest of Zavala, honestly. Oh, what is that FM road right there? All right, hold on. If it's not going to tell me, I'm just going to find it on the magical maps. All right. All right, it's going to be coming up to FM 1818. That's where that is. The Renfro Cemetery, the Prairie Grove Cemetery, the Pine Grove Baptist Church off FM 1818, the Shawnee Prairie Baptist Church off FM 1818, and then coming up towards Highway 69. So again, we want folks to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible with a tornado warning for portions of southeastern Angelina County until 10:45 p.m. this evening. This is in the piney woods of East Texas in a semi-rural area, but it'll be coming up to some residences, businesses, and buildings, Highway 69 over Zavala, and then it's going to be moving up northeast over the Sam Rayburn Lake for a while. You can see the latest scan there. We still definitely have areas of rotation showing up. So again, with this thunderstorm moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, it will be crossing over Highway 69 between Huntington, Manning, and Zavala in the next, let's just say 15 to 20 minutes. And we want no one on Highway 69 around these areas. over the next several minutes with the potential for a tornado. All right, let's go ahead. We'll put a storm track on this. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that it's kind of a cell by itself. It's got a bit of supercellular characteristics. It's a very heavy or a very high precip supercell. Okay. For what it's worth, Trinity County, when I said we would have big flooding issues from between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m., a rain gauge, a calibrated.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Trinity County in Texas.
Six inches of rain was observed in an hour. Now, we're going to need to go talk about Groveton to Trinity and Glendale in a minute. A flash flood emergency has now been issued for Trinity County at 10:21 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk, San Jacinto, and Trinity County in Texas.
I'll read it in a second. Let me get this storm track set up. Moving northeast at 30. Zavala by 10:40. Brodius by 11. If it continues, it's going to be approaching Highway 96 between St. Augustine and Pineland near Bronson by 11:30. This thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, damaging straight line winds, and the potential for up to golf ball size hail. Quickly. Groveton, Trinity, Glendale. This is a flash flood emergency. At 10:21 p.m., local law enforcement reported swift water rescues due to heavy rain in between the towns of Trinity and Groveton. Between 6 to 10 inches of rain has fallen this evening. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible. Dangerous flash flooding is occurring. This is a flash flood emergency for South Central Trinity County, including Trinity, the cities of Trinity, Glendale, Groveton. This does include Highway... It's not going to tell me the highway, is it? This does include Highway 94. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks, streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses is occurring. This includes Trinity and Groveton. Move to higher ground now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order. There you go. This flash flood emergency includes Trinity, Westwood Shores, Glendale, and Groveton. For our spinny issue, an area of circulation, a broad area, but one that is strong and concerning, will be approaching Zavala in the next 10 to 15 minutes. If you are near Manning now, this will be moving northeast and crossing Highway 69 between Huntington and Zavala, closer to Zavala in the next 10 minutes. Those of you in Zavala need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. Do not stay in trailers or mobile homes. You're better off trying to get out of the way, most likely. Be mindful of falling trees that could fall on buildings, vehicles, block roads. This thunderstorm is capable of producing damaging straight-line winds even if we have no tornado in progress. Large hail up to the size of golf balls is expected. Heavy rain may result in flash flooding. And this thunderstorm, again, is moving northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. We were looking at about 7,800 feet there. Going to see who has the better radar data. Yeah, it's probably going to be that. Did my mic go out again? No, my mic's still working. Okay. So again, this is a tornado warning. This does include Zavala. This is in portions of southeastern Angelina County. We also have a flash flood emergency now for Trinity County, including the communities of Groveton, Trinity, Glendale, and where did that information go? Trinity, Groveton. Yep. Okay, that's fine. So again, Glendale, Trinity, Groveton, flash flood emergency. Water rescues are underway. Do not travel unless you are evacuating to higher ground or told to evacuate. That'll be on Highway 94. No travel on 94 anywhere near Trinity County. We got flash flooding issues all the way from east of Bryan, well, in Bryan College Station, all the way northeast of Madisonville to Glendale to Groveton, all the way up to Huntington to Tipson to Shreveport, Louisiana, with the worst flooding right now around Groveton to Glendale to Trinity, where nearly a foot of rain has fallen since like 6. Okay, possible tornado now approaching Zavala. Damaging straight line winds are likely. This thunderstorm is capable of producing hail up to the size of golf balls, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado, along with heavy rain to cause flooding. You can see if there's a tornado, you're not likely to see it. It's just very heavy rain. We'll look at the wind values here. And again, we're seeing winds moving towards the radar in Fort Polk, Louisiana at about 60 miles an hour. We have winds moving away at least 60. I'll tell you in a second when this thing quits trying to be a derp. Winds moving away at 70. 70 mile an hour away, 55 to 60 towards. So we're dealing with 130 mile an hour area of rotation. Notice we need folks to really be in a safe place with this. We do have an area of gate-to-gate rotation showing up around Manning, really. So again, we're at about 8,000 feet with the radar, which is still in the mid-levels of the storm, better than 10 to 11,000 feet. But this thunderstorm could produce a tornado at any time that would be heavily wrapped in rain as it approaches Zavala, Highway 69 southeast of Huntington. Thereafter, moving up Highway 147 towards Brodus. Yeah, someone will have to probably tell me. Again, we got this whole line of storms capable of strong winds, pocket change size hail, and flooding rains. We have had 6 inches of rain in an hour around Trinity to Groveton. You want to know what kind of rainfall that is? That's Ike level. That's Ian level. That's Harvey level. That's the kind of rain we're talking about. Now, we're not dealing with 60 inches of rain from Harvey, but Harvey, at its worst, did drop 5 to 7 inches of rain per hour around Houston and southeast Texas. That's the kind of rain we've had for a time this evening around Trinity to Groveton. So imagine all that water having to find a place to go, and in this case, it's just going everywhere. And it's moving really fast. Okay, back to the radar we go. Where we end up, only God knows. All right, where'd my acetaminophen go? We're taking the acetaminophen. So again, if you're in Zavala, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We want no travel on Highway 63 going west into Zavala. We want no travel on 69 between Huntington and, let's just say, just outside of Zavala to the south. We want no travel on Highway 147 between Zavala and Highway 103. Depending on the track and persistence of this area of rotation, we may have a tornado warning going up closer to Brodus and Bronson soon.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, Sabina, and San Augustine County in Texas.
You can see the Weather Service has just put out a large severe thunderstorm warning to cover this whole cluster of storms as they move northeast. So again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning all the way from just east of Nacogdoches to St. Augustine, all the way down to Pineland, west of Zavala, Dibble, Lufkin, Brodus, but we have a tornado warning just for Zavala. And we need folks in Zavala to be in a safe place. We could have a rain-wrapped tornado at any time. Area of strong rotation being detected here, and this storm could produce not only damaging straight-line winds that could produce tornado-like damage, knock down a lot of trees, but also a tornado itself. Again, you can see this is just nasty rotation. Winds now almost to 80 miles an hour, moving away from the radar in Fort Polk. Winds probably at about 60, moving east, so we're almost to 140 mile an hour shear now with this circulation just west of Zavala. Folks in Zavala, Highway 69 in southeastern Angelina County, you need to be in a safe place as this dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail flooding moves east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. We'll put another storm track on this. And again, this is moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. It'll be in Zavala in the next 10 minutes, if not sooner. Brodus, about 11. Bronson, around 11:20 on Highway 96. So again, those of you from Manning to Zavala, southwest of Brodius, to pretty much the northwest or portions of the Sam Rayburn Lake, northeast of Zavala, you need to be in a safe place. A possible tornado could develop at any time with this thunderstorm as it is now quickly approaching Highway 96 or 69. I'm dyslexic, leave me alone. This thunderstorm again has the potential of producing golf ball size hail, a tornado, damaging straight line winds, and flash flooding. A flash flood emergency is in effect for Trinity County, from Trinity to Groveton to Glendale to Wood Lake. We advise absolutely no travel on Highway 287 around Groveton or on Highway 94 from Riverside to Trinity to Groveton unless you were ordered to evacuate or evacuating to higher ground. We've got storms further southwest, a couple of showers and storms starting to form in Houston proper. Nothing severe. Same thing goes from Huntsville to Navasota. That wasn't the right button. But again, you can see these storms from Navasota to Huntsville moving northeast, the potential for very heavy rain and flooding. We have a tornado warning for southeastern Angelina County until 10:45. It is 10:36 now. An area of very strong winds and rotation showing up with this thunderstorm approaching Zavala. So again, if you're in Zavala, there's going to be a tornado, there's going to be damaging winds that knocks trees down, or there's going to be both, because obviously Mother Nature wants to be overzealous this week with her gifts, which is not really gift that anyone wants in this case. We'll zoom back out, take a look at the region as a whole. I'll turn off the radar there. We'll turn on the higher res radar, which we can hit the loop-de-doop button. And that'll let us see what we have had over the last really couple of hours. That'll at least give you a sense of the storm motions. We've got big-time flooding issues from now east of Bryan College Station. At least it stopped raining for now in Bryan College Station. We have new storms that have formed west of town, though those are going to move into town, unfortunately, with more rain. We've got oh, it looks like an MD just issued. Okay, well, that's like a puny MD. We'll deal with that in a minute. We've got this corridor of rain, pretty much from Bryan, College Station, out east, really. Going from Navasota to Huntsville to Trinity to Groveton to Onalaska to Corrigan to Chester to Zavala to Huntington to Brodus to Chirino to St. Augustine to Melrose to Center to Huxley to Converse into Louisiana. We have a second line of storms forming farther northwest. Strongest storms at this point have, well, one near Zavala could have a tornado, damaging winds and hail. Other storms from St. Augustine and Chirino back southwest to Huntington, Brodus to Dibble, Corrigan, Chester. I have a big TV up here. I'm looking at another image of these. Onalaska to Huntsville to Navasota. Some of those storms could have pocket change size hail, nickel to quarter size hail, maybe a little bit longer, larger. There we go. Damaging straight line winds of 50 to 75 miles an hour at times. And then the storm near Zavala could have a tornado, rain wrapped. All these storms are producing prolifically heavy rain. We have major flash flooding around Groveton, Glendale, Trinity, Woodlake, where flash flood emergency is in effect. Over nearly a foot of rain's fallen since 6 p.m. We've got water rescues underway. We got big problems. We also have flash flood warnings all the way back pretty much to College Station, where it stopped raining for now, but there's more storms developing. Eventually, this whole cluster of storms is going to start moving southeast, or at least there'll be storms farther southeast that cut off the moisture influx to the heavy storms, thus allowing, for all intent and purposes, this line of storms to start shifting southeast. It's going to be pouring rain in Houston at times overnight. Nasty storms coming in later with a lot of lightning, gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail, non-zero tornado threat. Same thing for Beaumont, same thing for Jasper, same thing for Silsbee, same thing for Conroe, same thing for Sealy.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
Okie dokie, artichoke. So again, yeah, we got issues with that. Let me read the latest discussion from the Storm Prediction Center real quick. Okay, what they're saying is... Okay, a threat for some gusty winds, maybe a brief tornado. Main issue for now is heavy rainfall. Makes sense. Okay, so the reason we're here versus doing what we were doing earlier with 10-minute updates followed by 20-minute breaks was and is a tornado warning around Zavala here in southeastern Angelina County. This thunderstorm has the potential to produce a tornado, damaging straight-line winds, hail, heavy rainfall. Currently, if there was a tornado, it'd likely be very near Highway 69 near the community of Zavala. After Zavala, it would be moving up Highway 147 over the north sides of the Sam Rayburn Lake to Brodus. And then after that, if it continues, it could be an issue for the Highway 96 corridor. Did I say Highway? Yeah, Highway 96 corridor around Bronson, west of Millam, south of St. Augustine. St. Augustine, you've got a severe storm with strong winds. Pretty good surge of wind detected near Trevino. This moving towards Bronson, St. Augustine. We could have strong winds, heavy rain, small hail, a lot of lightning. It's going to flood. And then again, this circulation near Zavala that has at times perked up. Okay, let me loop this to give you all a sense of the timing and direction of speed. We'll do a 1 hour, we'll do a half-hour loop. Again, we've been live now for 7 hours, 43 minutes, and 53 seconds. We're probably going to be live for hours yet. Keeping an eye on this flooding situation, the very heavy rain. Notice this flash flood warning around Trinity to Groveton. The damage threat is catastrophic. Flash flood emergency. We got flash flood warnings over a lot of places. Now, this line of storms from St. Augustine to Zavala may start moving more quickly to the east, and if so, that's because it's trying to form more of a damaging wind threat. That might be something we see. So this might impact Highway 96 from Jasper to Pineland to St. Augustine, and then Highway 87 from the lower Toledo Bend Reservoir all the way down through Hemp Hill to Newton, if that starts moving more to the east. And if it does, the threat for damaging straight-line winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for maybe some pocket change size hail, along with very heavy rainfall, etc. If for what it's worth, in areas west of this where it's rained today or the last day, it's probably foggy. And like Austin, for example.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, and San Augustine County in Texas.
All right, so that's just an extension of this prior tornado warning. It does include up to Huntington, almost to Brodus. That's going to be moving...
Hello, this is Eric.
Hello, Eric. East-northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be wrapped in heavy rain. You're not going to see it. We're going to likely have damaging straight-line winds, and given the fact we're looking at an altitude of 8,000 feet, we're probably not going to find out about it until we hear about damage. The issue here is we're going to have flooding. We don't want folks trying to go out and look for damage when we also have flooded roads. Oh, please stop.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jasper and Tyler County in Texas.
All right, let me press this. I need to reprogram this to stop doing the satellite thing, but I want to also at least give you all a glance at what we've got going on over the last hour. The blue boxes, those are flash flood warnings. Orange boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's just go under the assumption all these storms from Huntsville to Livingston all the way to Louisiana are capable of producing 50 to 70 mile an hour winds. Dime to quarter-size hail. Very heavy rainfall that will cause flooding. And potentially serious flooding. And with circulation near Zavala, the potential for a tornado. So again, as we deal with this, we're going to be here for a good chunk of the evening with flash flooding issues, the potential for damaging winds as storms begin translating southeast into the Houston metro later this evening in a few hours, Beaumont, Kirbyville, Jasper, Woodville, heavy rain, flooding, with maybe a tornado or two, damaging winds, hail out of the strongest storms, and then a lot of flooding. So again, flooding, I cannot stress enough, is going to be a big issue. Around Trinity, we have water rescues underway, numerous roads closed. It's just not a good situation in any way, shape, or form. And eventually these storms will start moving a little more southeast. You can see that may have started. Notice it's drying out in Madisonville right now. Bryan College Station, it's dried out, even though you have a storm just to your west. And then Nacogdoches up to Carthage, it's starting to dry out. We'll have to see what this little line of storms further northwest does. I'm hoping that's either going to dissipate or be the line that actually starts pushing the rest of this nonsense further southeast more quickly. But regardless, these storms, even once they start moving further southeast, are not going to be moving quickly. So they're going to dump a lot of rain. We could have flooding in parts of the Houston metro by Monday morning, Beaumont, Kirbyville, Jasper, though the catastrophic flooding we've had from Trinity to Groveton is not expected to be replicated on a widespread scale. Some folks will be dealing with serious flooding now. It's pouring rain. And then again, we have this tornado warning around Zavala. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings from St. Augustine all the way down to Woodville, Cozumel, west to Onalaska, Livingston, to Groveton to Oakhurst. All these storms could have damaging straight-line winds. The potential for very heavy rainfall. You're not going to see a tornado. It's so wrapped in rain and wind, it's just absurd. And then again, this line itself is probably going to start moving a little more quickly to the east. It looks like with the damaging wind threat increasing, we may see this start moving almost more due east. And if it does, we'll keep an eye on it. But for now, these individual cells are moving east-northeast like this. Well, not like that. Like this. Heavy rain, flooding, damaging winds, a little bit of hail. Hey, look, it's caffeine. Oh, by the way, there's dense fog all the way from southern Oklahoma, Texoma, North Texas to Austin to San Antonio. Merry Christmas. It's dense. Ooh. Jason, remind me to add the fog map to the weather stream at some point. I can do that. Not right now, but that's a thought. Okay, so Trinity County. In addition to the flooding, we got trees down on 287 between Pennington and Groveton. FM 1280. Many flood. 287 is closed in Groveton. FM 1280, FM 3188, FM 356. Looks like probably, what was that, Highway 92, I said? '94, all flooded and closed, impassable. By either trees, flooding, or a combination of both. Oh. It's tornado warning around Zavala. I will admit, looking a little less impressive, a lot more like a straight line wind signature versus a damaging or a tornadic signature. Still severe, still damaging winds capable of knocking trees down and all that, but less like a tornado, more like damaging winds, which would make sense with this whole line from around St. Augustine starting to move to the east more northeast more quickly. We'll put a storm track on it all the way from St. Augustine down to Zavala, Cozumel, moving northeast. I'm going to say 35 and maybe slower still, but if not, we'll get the times right. This will be crossing over Highway 87 north of Highway 21 in the next 20 to 30 minutes towards the Toledo Bend Reservoir, heading east on 147, the intersection of Highway 21 and 87 at 1117. Hemp Hill around 1120. Bronson 1105. Pineland 1110 to 1115. Browndale about 1115 to 1120. After that, this will be moving towards the South Toledo Bend, actual community around 1130. And then crossing it over the Toledo Bend Reservoir and into Louisiana. Again, these storms damaging straight line winds, a big threat here. We could see some wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. That's enough to knock down a lot of trees, cause road closures and blockages. The potential for some small hail. And around Zavala, the potential for a quick rain-wrapped tornado, though I'm more concerned about the damaging wind threat with that now, if we're being realistic. Farther southwest, let's take a look from the Houston radar. We'll see what's going on closer to I-45. Storms from Onalaska to Groveton, back to Huntsville to east of Navasota to near Prairie View. None of these are showing any areas of strong low-level rotation. The potential for gusty wind, small hail, heavy rain. If they intensify, which they might, the potential will exist for these to produce some quarter-size hail and perhaps damaging winds. Over 60 miles an hour, a tornado can't be ruled out. The tornado threat is not high. For example, we went from about 8 to 10:30 without tornado warnings, so that was nice. And I'll just put this back on loop so y'all can at least watch it. Turn off the reports. And again, these storms will gradually move southeast overnight, moving off the southeast Texas coast, hopefully by 7 to 8 p.m. a.m. Monday. It's past 8 p.m. Oh.
I have struggled for years.
I'll admit, I am a tired boy. Again, flooding's going to be the most widespread big issue tonight. I mean, lightning, gusty winds, all that. With these storms moving across East Texas, Southeast Texas, etc. And we're still here, which means I don't want to be hearing about none of this nonsense of, oh, you don't cover East Texas. Yeah, we do. When it's serious, we do. We try, at least. We try to cover everyone we can. Oh. Yep. But no, if you're in the western half or the western two-thirds of Texas, by all means, go to bed. Nothing's going on. It's a clear night. Oh, okie dokie. Sorry, I'm just looking over some things. And again, tomorrow will be the one quiet day we get this week before rain chances return to the state, with some thunderstorm chances as well. Okay. Well, let's see. So Zavala, again, you technically remain under a tornado warning until 11:15. If I'm being honest with you, that indication of rotation we saw isn't really there anymore. There's still a lot of wind, straight line wind out here. We've got perhaps damaging winds, but that rotation signature we saw is much more diffuse. It's less evident for sure. We'll switch back to the high-res radar. And yeah, I mean, there's still a bit of rotation in the mid-levels here. We got strong winds in St. Augustine right now. The potential for winds over 65 miles an hour evident in St. Augustine with very heavy rain and hail. Flooding rain, damaging winds, around 70 miles an hour around in St. Augustine. We're seeing strong winds around Zavala as well. The way it looks now, I don't think that tornado warning is going to be extended. All right, here's what we're going to do real quick. I need to visit the little boy's room. So we are going to go back to the music for a few minutes, and then we'll be right back and continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Weather Center and Texas Storm Chasers platform. So again, I'll be right back. Alrighty, tidy. My apologies. It's 11:07 p.m. technically. Yeah, 11:07 p.m. We've got a tornado warning in effect for another couple of minutes. Unless they canceled it, I don't think they have. There's not even a tornado there. Circulation, if there was one, isn't even in the tornado warning anymore, so let's do this. If you're in Zavala, you're clear. It's pouring, it's storming, it's raining, but Zavala, you can come out of your shelter. If you're in Huntington, you can come out of your shelter. If you're in Brodus, well, you're not under a tornado warning, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. These thunderstorms moving northeast at more like east-northeast, honestly. Like I said earlier, I think they're turning more to the east. Yeah, that's what they're clearly doing here. This cluster's evolved and is moving east, almost east-southeast at probably 35 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a storm tracker on here. We're going to do this. I'll say 35 for simplicity's sake. Though, again, individual storms are moving northeast. The line itself is moving more to the east. So we'll just do that. Again, individual storms are moving more northeast while the line itself is east. Jasper by about 11:45 to 11:50. Pineland by 11:25 to 11:30. 11:30 for Hemp Hill. Ranging all the way from northeast to Hemp Hill, the Toledo Bend Reservoir at 11:35. Lower Toledo Bend Reservoir, maybe 11:55 to midnight. You can't see me. Oh, camera. Yeah, at least it's not a broken thing this time. It's just the little camera's not looking at me. Why, slap me silly and say yippity-doo, yippity-yay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Sunday night, and it's almost a Monday. So again, I don't think y'all were missing out on much not seeing me, let's be honest here. Okay, so again, line of storms moving east, probably about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Individual storms moving northeast. Damaging winds, heavy rain, a little bit of hail. And that tornado warning will be gone here shortly, probably. Further southwest, let's take a look at this new severe storm that's fired up east of Navasota, moving into northern portions of, I think, Montgomery County. Walker, Montgomery, Grimes County. That is correct. A severe storm located near Montgomery, moving east at 35 with quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll take a look from the Houston radar. And yeah, it might have a little rotation in it, but just some strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail. With that thunderstorm moving east at about 35 miles an hour, and that's the general expectation. As we continue into the late evening and overnight hours, that we're going to see additional storms develop in southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and we'll see storms come in from the northwest and move southeast. It's 11:11. It's the best time of the day. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay. It's 11:11. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, I'm done. Let's take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. As soon as I remember how to change the upper third. Clearly, it's about time for a nap. No, not going to happen. All right, here's the high-res rapid refresh. We'll switch off all the data. We'll switch back to the model or the statewide view. We'll load the latest model data. Here we go. We're just going to run this from 1 a.m. Yeah, about 1 a.m. through, I'll just do 3 p.m. just to show you. It's going to be a pretty nice day tomorrow. So again, storms, how about I put an actual time code on here y'all can see? There you go. I'll zoom in, southeast Texas. Here you go. It's going to storm. Storm's hopefully moving off the coast by, 7 to 8 a.m. mostly. It's going to be a stormy early Monday morning for Houston. Hopefully winded down and being calmer by the rush hour morning. The potential for some of these storms to continue producing heavy rain and flooding. The potential for strong wind gusts. Small to pocket change size hail. A non-zero threat of a brief tornado or two. And that'll be with storms moving into southeast Texas, the Houston Metro, the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, the Piney Woods around Jasper into East Texas. And then the threat will end hopefully by 6, 7 a.m. Monday. And then I'll zoom back out so you can see the entire state. It's gonna be a beautiful Monday. The clouds are going away. The sun's coming out, and it'll be a happy day. It's not what I meant. If it means there's no more tornado warnings, I'm okay with that. Well, it's time to go back and say hello because we're 1 minute away from no more tornado warnings again. Yippity-do, yippity-yay. That makes me very happy. Hey, hey. So again, here's the radar. Tornado. There's not even a circulation in the stinking tornado warning. Yeah, no more tornado warning. I don't care. It's gone. There's no circulation in the tornado warning. That tornado warning is bye-bye. If you're at Huntington, you can come out. You're fine. Zavala, you're clear. Brodus, it's storming. You're clear from a tornado warning. There's no tornado warnings anywhere else in the state of Texas, so what we are going to do from now is we'll come back at 11:30 with an update. We'll leave the radar playing. We'll leave the music playing. We'll be back before 11:30 if need be. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We'll keep you updated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is 11:30 p.m. on this Sunday evening, the 28th of April, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We now have a cluster, a line of strong thunderstorms moving across portions of East Texas, the Piney Woods, down into Brazos Valley. I keep hearing sound. It's weird. All right, so these storms now progressing into portions of southeast Texas, Piney Woods of East Texas towards the lower Toledo Bend Reservoir, down towards Jasper, Silsbee, Beaumont. Over the next several hours, these thunderstorms will continue with heavy rain entering the Houston metro, Beaumont, Spring, Cleveland, up to Silsbee, Jasper, etc. Pretty much, if you're southeast of this line of storms, Houston metro to Galveston, all the way to Beaumont, Lake Charles, Louisiana, Jasper, it's going to storm tonight. The strongest storms may produce localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. A spin up tornado can't be ruled out overnight, but the threat is very low to low. What will be common? Heavy rainfall with flooding issues possible, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. And that is the expectation as storms slowly move southeast over the next few hours, as y'all can't even see me. I hate this camera sometimes, sorry. It's a Monday almost. And with these storms moving southeast, the potential, again, with some flooding, heavy rainfall, we'll be keeping an eye out for areas of rotation, but we're doing pretty good right now. We have no tornado warnings in effect. We have a few severe storm warnings in effect. This cluster of storms moving across portions of the Piney Woods of East Texas from near St. Augustine down to Woodville will be making their way towards Jasper, Hemp Hill, Newton, Kirbyville over the next 30 minutes or so, with damaging straight line winds in spots up to 60 miles an hour as storms move east to 25 miles an hour, along with maybe some nickel size hail, heavy rainfall that could cause a bit of flooding. Again, those blue boxes you see are flash flood warnings. Back further west, we do have some thunderstorms exiting the southeastern Brazos Valley, with the exception of some storms that have moved back into College Station and Bryan with some heavy rain. Otherwise, we do have some of these storms continuing to build, and they'll continue to build southeast over the next several hours through 3 a.m. Monday, with the potential for strong winds at times, heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, and maybe some small hail. Again, a brief tornado can't be ruled out with this activity, but we're doing okay for now. And that's the general expectation as we head into the early morning hours on Monday, with storms making it into Houston the main line of storms making it into Houston probably between 2 to 4, moving southeast of Houston, hopefully by 6 to 7. And hopefully we'll see storms out of Texas completely by about 8 a.m., maybe a little sooner if we're lucky. But again, no tornado warnings at this point. We're going to be here all night keeping an eye on things, but hopefully you won't have to deal with us again too many more times, but we'll be here. So with that being said, we'll be keeping an eye on conditions here. We'll have the next update out by we'll do midnight, but again, flooding remains a big issue from Navasota to Huntsville to Trinity to Groveton, where we've got numerous floods underway. Most roads across Trinity County are underwater, inaccessible, so don't bother. And then we've got flood warnings all the way up Lufkin, Carthage to St. Augustine. We'll have one underway, I'm sure, soon for Woodville, Jasper, Hemp Hill towards the Toledo Bend Reservoir with this activity. Again, most storms behaving themselves with a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, very heavy rainfall. The strongest, maybe some small hail, gusty winds that could knock some trees down, and we could see a continuation of a low to very low tornado threat overnight across southeast Texas. We'll be here keeping an eye on things, though. Those of you in the risk area across southeast Texas, Golden Triangle, be a good idea to make sure your cell phones, wireless emergency alerts are active. That way, if a tornado warning is issued for your area, your phone should be chirpity-derpiting. And we'll be here. That's the plan. We're going to be keeping an eye on things all night.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk, San Jacinto, and Trinity County in Texas.
Again, the strongest storms capable of producing gusty winds over 55 miles an hour to damaging winds up to 70 at times. Maybe some small hail and heavy rain. We'll be here keeping an eye on things. We'll have the next update out at midnight sooner if events dictate. All right, we'll be here keeping an eye on things with you.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jasper, Newton, and Tyler County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is midnight, the 29th of April, 2024, a Monday. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I'm pleased to report not too many changes have been going on over the last 30 minutes or so. We do have scattered thunderstorms continuing across, well, parts of the Brazos Valley, East Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, near the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Now, with expanding showers and thunderstorms across southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle around Beaumont, the cluster of storms is now finally beginning to move more to the east-southeast, thus starting to alleviate some of the flooding issues in places that have been so hard hit last evening. As the storms continue to move, eventually east-southeast, we'll see expansion of the heavier rain and thunderstorms into the Houston Metro, the Golden Triangle, Jasper, down to Beaumont, eventually the entire upper Texas Gulf Coast, before thunderstorms move off the coast by 7 to 8 a.m. Monday, today, and into Louisiana. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect for several of these thunderstorms, with the potential of some stronger wind gusts over 60 miles an hour from Hemp Hill to Pineland to Jasper to Woodville to Kirbyville, back southwest to Livingston, through Cold Spring on Alaska to New Waverly and Huntsville. Again, some of these storms capable of producing localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour and maybe some small pea to dime to nickel size hail. The threat of a tornado overnight remains very low, but not zero. These thunderstorms will continue to progress to the east-southeast, with the primary hazard being cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds, heavy rainfall that could result in flash flooding. Let's take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Again, we're going to do this just to keep y'all updated on what we have going on this morning. Okay, that should be what we need. We'll let this load. I'll just let it run from 2 a.m. through noon. We'll let the data load. Again, you can see we expect thunderstorms to continue progressing southeast. I'm sorry, let me put the label on here for you. To continue progressing southeast overnight and moving off the coast into the Gulf of Mexico and Louisiana. Probably, I mean, this says most of the activity will be gone by 7. We still may have a few lingering storms across the coastal plains in southeast Texas after 7 a.m. through maybe 10. But the way it looks, we should be done with the super heavy rain, the rowdy storms by probably 5 to 6 a.m., maybe sooner. Which means Houston, next few hours, it's going to get pretty stormy. Same for Beaumont, down to Galveston. After that, you can see the rain is gone, and tomorrow, heading into the afternoon, it's going to be a beautiful day. We're going to have plenty of fog to start off the Monday, though. It's already foggy. You know, San Antonio, pretty much South Texas, the Hill Country, Central Texas, all the way up through North Texas, Texoma, you know, where we've had a little bit of rain at least the last couple days. It's foggy tonight. That fog may take until the late morning to completely burn off, but as this activity continues, the storms move off the coast tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, it's going to be a beautiful day across the state of Texas. All right, we're going to keep an eye on things here. Again, there's not too much to talk about in terms of significant severe weather. We have thunderstorms. We have rain. These storms are moving east now to east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour, with the strongest of these storms capable of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, flooding rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, small hail, and again, as you saw, the next 4 to 5 hours will be the main time frame for southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle around Beaumont for this heavy thunderstorm activity. There are no tornadoes right now. There's no baseball-size hail. We're not dealing with anything that closely resembles, you know, a derecho or 80, 90 mile an hour winds. These are what we call borderline severe storms or marginal severe storms with some strong localized winds. I think the heavy rain and flooding is the main threat here, and that'll continue this morning and possibly expand into portions of southeast Texas like Houston, Galveston, Beaumont before the heaviest rains move off the coast, probably by 5 to 6 a.m. with some lingering activity possible through, let's just say, 8 to 9. All right, the plan is, again, we'll be back with an update at 12:30 or sooner if needed. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I'm literally just sitting here at the desk keeping an eye on things, letting the voice rest. And if we have any issues arise, we will quickly pop on. But again, no tornado warnings, no softball-sized hail, no hurricane-force wind gusts. We have thunderstorms that are shooting out a lot of lightning. We have gusty winds, small hail, and very heavy rainfall with some flooding. We'll keep an eye on things as always, and if we need to pop on before 12:30, we will. Otherwise, we'll chat with y'all then. Hope you're enjoying the music. We're around. We're keeping an eye on things. We'll be here for you. As always, you can track the storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device, multiple interactive weather radars, the live severe weather coverage, and more, plus your local weather forecast. So again, we'll be back.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Vernon County in Louisiana, Jasper, Newton, and Tyler County in Texas. has been issued for Montgomery, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's 12:30 on this Monday, the 29th of April, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Overall, we remained relatively steady state, with the main threat of issues this morning being from flooding from the eastern Brazos Valley into portions of the piney woods of East Texas. These thunderstorms are producing prolifically heavy rainfall amounts, in some cases over a foot now. That's causing big-time issues with life-threatening flash flooding across portions of this area, with rainfall rates up to 6 inches per hour. In some locations have had heavy rain for many hours, unfortunately. This means the potential will exist for locally catastrophic flash flooding, with flash flooding resulting in damage to structures and entering homes and businesses across portions of places like Huntsville, Trinity, Groveton, over to Livingston, Woodville, Jasper. But with time, we will see this thunderstorm activity begin moving further southeast. That'll bring heavy rain to parts of southeast Texas, over to Beaumont. And that all means we could see heavy rain with some localized flooding in Houston to Beaumont later this morning. We do note some of these storms are also continuing to produce strong localized winds over 60 miles an hour. That's enough to cause some tree damage, all of that. Small hail possible. A very low threat of a tornado, spin-up tornado, remains this morning, but that threat is on the low side. We're going to stop the radar loop now. We'll take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model through the morning hours, just to show you when we expect these storms to finally end across the region and bring a relatively nice Monday for the entire state of Texas. I'm going to zoom out initially. We're going to take a look at the entire state. I'll load up all the data, give it just a second as it loads, and we'll load it from 2 a.m. through 4 p.m. this afternoon. You'll see, as this data loads, thunderstorms will move off the southeast Texas coast, probably by 6 to 8 a.m. In their wake, fog this morning. The eastern half of Texas will burn off late this morning. You can see, as we go into this afternoon, it's going to be hard to find a cloud in the sky in the state. It's going to be beautiful, which is so nice after several days of active weather. Even if that active weather wasn't in your part of the state, it's been impacting the weather folks. Hi, we're tired. This is day 4 or 5 of issues, and we're happy to have a down day before we have more storms return. But again, storms will move across southeast Texas, Houston, Beaumont, probably in the 2 to 5 a.m. time frame, moving off the coast by 6 to 7, with the residual, more isolated activity possible in the coastal plains and the upper Texas coast through 9 a.m. Then that ends, rain chances conclude, clouds move out not long after, and it's going to be a beautiful afternoon across the state with high temperatures in the 70s and 80s, maybe a few 90s. Until then, it is very foggy, where it's not raining for the eastern half of Texas. All right, with that being said, it looks like, unless something changes, we probably are going to be done with the severe weather coverage for tonight. But that doesn't mean we're gone. No siree, Bob. We've got the Texas Weather Center live stream, which gives you 24/7 access to live Texas weather information with music, live Texas weather radar, and warnings. If we have any sort of tornado issues that justify live coverage, we'll be back. But otherwise, we're going to go ahead and forward you now to the Texas Weather Center, 24/7 live stream. So we'll be keeping an eye on things. Otherwise, thank you for joining us. We'll keep an eye. We'll chat with you all later. Have a good. We'll be keeping an eye on things. Otherwise, thank you for joining us. We'll keep an eye. We'll chat with you all later.